Authorities discovered that the suspect who fired on the National Guards had these shocking ties to a covert U.S. government agency. The suspect remained uncooperative and refused to answer questions after being taken into custody, but authorities were able to ultimately identify him as a 29-year-old Afghan national who entered the country following the U.S.'s 2021 military withdrawal from Afghanistan. Then they dug further into his background, and when attempting to understand why he was initially granted entry into the US, they found something incredibly troubling that caused FBI Director Kash Patel and Attorney General Pam Bondi to hold a press conference where they announced that in light of this discovery, they'll be immediately stopping all immigration requests from Afghanistan pending additional security review, with the CIA Director John Ratcliffe confirming that the suspect was admitted into the US in 2021 because while in Afghanistan, he had worked for multiple US government agencies including the CIA.
Healthcare is a human right. Healthcare is not a human right. Look, we are the richest country in the history of the world. If we can make anything a right, it should be that no one dies because they're poor. Well, our founding fathers viewed rights as something that come from God, from nature, not something that comes from the state or other citizens. Like, you have a right to free speech, to own a gun, to privacy, to due process, but you do not have a right to compel other citizens to provide you services. And healthcare is a service performed by other citizens. The same way that I have a right to own a gun, but not to compel gun manufacturers to supply them to me for free. Okay, got it. Thank you for that. But I'm arguing for a rights expansion, the universality and socialization of the service of police officers, firefighters, and K through 12 schooling is not a right in the Constitution, but our society deemed it would probably be a good thing that we expanded those services to everyone regardless of income. Yeah, but they aren't constitutional rights. They're policy choices. We can debate expanding or shrinking them politically, but they are in the category of rights the founders intended, which protect individuals from government, not give individuals a claim on government. Well, every single right in the Constitution is dependent on the health of the citizen. Your constitutional rights do not matter if you're dead, and the 14th Amendment promises equal protection of the laws. If the wealthy are allowed greater protection as they're allowed greater ability to stay alive, that's not equal protection. Yeah, I just think you're confusing policy proposals with rights. I'm all for debating socialized healthcare as a policy proposal, and you know I believe the highest standard of care for all comes the free market way. We don't want those who run the DMV to run healthcare, but calling it a right is just factually inaccurate. Ask people on Medicare if they like having socialized healthcare, and we all know the Constitution was made by humans who are flawed and was made to be amended over time. Yeah, but it hasn't been amended yet to include healthcare as a right. Well, I think it should. Yeah, I gather that. Great.
Trump announced sweeping reforms for legal immigration that'll make it impossible for certain people to ever enter the US. Following the tragic incident in Washington, D.C., where a foreign national from Afghanistan took the life of an American soldier, the Trump administration has laid out this three-part immigration crackdown plan. First, Trump will immediately move to prevent further damage to the country by indefinitely halting all forms of immigration from third world countries, giving the administration enough time to enact the second part of the plan, which is to re-review the hundreds of thousands of green card and asylum requests granted during the previous 4 years of the Biden administration. But the final part of the plan is the most controversial, yet will also be the most effective in deterring future harm to Americans, with Trump announcing that any naturalized citizens who are not a net asset and are found to have undermined the domestic tranquility of the United States will have their citizenships reviewed and likely revoked.
And all right, guys, we are live, and that's where we're at with that too. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into it with Trump taking questions. We're going to get into Zelensky possibly about to be outed out of his presidency, and then a whole lot more. So let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, and let's get right into it, guys.
We've ever had. We make the best equipment in the world. We have the best military in the world. Nobody can even come close, and everybody knows it, and they respect us now again. A year ago, 2 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, they didn't respect us at all. They laughed at us. Nobody's laughing anymore. So I just want to thank you all very much. I'm very proud of you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. We can cut that then. We can cut that. Hello.
Hello, good to see you. Thank you so much. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
A question about this tragic shooting in Washington, D.C. U.S. officials say that the suspect worked very closely with the CIA in Afghanistan for years, that he was vetted, and the vetting came up clean.
He went cuckoo. I mean, he went nuts. And that
Yeah, he used to work for a CIA-backed paramilitary group that was working against the Taliban in Afghanistan. So when he came over here and did this, it was kind of surprising to us because we're just sitting there going like, well, you kind of actually fought the radical Islamists, but you're acting like one in our country. But here's the wild part, though. The problem is that just because they fought against the Taliban and they worked with us doesn't mean that they don't have connections or they weren't taking commands from, I would say, rival Islamist terrorist organizations.
happens too. It happens too often with these people. You see them, but look, this is how they come in. This is how they're standing on top of each other, and that's an airplane. There was no vetting or anything. They came in unvetted, and we have a lot of others in this country. We're going to get them out, but they go cuckoo. Something happens to them.
Your DOJ IG just reported this year that there was thorough vetting by DHS and by the FBI of these Afghans who were brought into the U.S. So why do you blame the Biden administration?
Because they
Oh, and shout out to our man Chase. Well, my man Chase for starting us off. Appreciate the support. My man send in a pumpkin pie. Hey, happy Thanksgiving. Well, after Thanksgiving.
let them in. Are you stupid? Are you
Happy
a stupid
Black Friday.
person? Because they
Got some
came
deals.
on a plane along with thousands of other people that shouldn't be here, and you're just asking questions because you're a stupid person.
Damn.
And there's a law passed that it's almost impossible not to get them out. You can't get them out once they come in. And they came in, and they were unvetted, they were unchecked. There were many of them, and they came in on big planes, and it was disgraceful. And if you look, you'll see there was a law passed. It makes it almost impossible not to let them in, not to certify them, so to speak, once they come in. And they came in, and they shouldn't have come in. And frankly, the whole thing was a mess. The whole Afghanistan situation was a mess. It should have never taken place. If we're going to go out, and we would have gone out because I had everybody ready to go. We were going to go out with strength and dignity and precision. And we would have left from Bagram, and we would have kept Bagram, by the way, because of its very close relationship to China and where they make their missiles. But when you let the people come in by the thousands and thousands and thousands, they made a terrible mistake. But they were incompetent. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. President, thank you for having us here tonight. Have you spoken with Sarah and Andrew's family?
We have a call in a little while, actually, right after this.
Do you plan to?
Well, the family is devastated.
Man, I wish I could say this was an illegal immigration problem, but it's not. This was a vetting problem with the United States. I guess we didn't vet the guy correctly. We didn't see if he had other ties to other terrorist organizations. We just said, "Oh, whoa, you're not Taliban? Okay, cool. You could work with us. Oh, cool. You work with us against the Taliban? Great. You can get a spot in our country. Like, go ahead." And look how that worked out.
As you can imagine, but we have spoken. I mean, my people have spoken with the family. We'll be speaking tonight, but tomorrow. You have to give them a little. They just found out about their daughter. You know, you can't just call 2 seconds later.
Yeah, of course.
It's a very, very tough situation.
Obviously,
She was so outstanding. I mean, I just heard outstanding in every single way.
it's in the early stages, obviously, but do you plan to attend Sarah's funeral?
I haven't thought about it yet, but it certainly is something I could conceive of. I love West Virginia. You know, I won West Virginia by one of the biggest margins of any president anywhere. And it's, you know, these are great people. I love the people of West Virginia. I love the people of our country. But I haven't given it any thought, but it sounds like something I could do. Yeah. It's very raw.
Yeah, of course. The suspect does have a wife and 5 children who live in Washington. Do you plan to deport them?
The suspect has?
The suspect?
Well, we're looking at that right now. We're looking at the whole situation.
Oh, wow.
With family.
All right, so apparently the suspect is a father as well with children. So yeah, we'll see how that works out. We'll see what happened there. Like I said, we're gonna need to comb through this man's text messages, Discord, Telegram, because obviously, I'm not gonna say obviously, but it's looking more than likely that he had ties to other terrorist organization and he might have been a double agent. So let's just say he could be working for ICE. ICE don't really feel too good about the Taliban. So all right, cool. You can go ahead and help the CIA fight the Taliban, but when you get into America, you're gonna go ahead and do some stuff for us. Like that is all within the realm of possibility.
It's a tragic situation. Yeah, Jeff.
Mr. President, are there any changes you want to make to improve safety for National Guardsmen who are being sent into these cities?
No, just I want to have more. As you know, we're sending 500 more. We had very little crime in Washington now for many months, record-setting low crime, and this happened. And I don't know how you put this on the scale of that. This is sort of different. This is a terrorism threat, and this was done because they're so effective. If they weren't effective, you probably wouldn't have had this done. But this was done because the National Guard has been so effective. You went from having a tremendous amount of crime and death, killing, everything else, to having none. And this happened, I assume, because it was so effective. And maybe this man was upset because he couldn't practice crime. Who knows what his motivation was? But what he did was horrible.
And you've made changes for Afghanis' ability to apply for asylum. Do you blame all Afghans for this one man's not
No,
mistake?
but we've had a lot of problems with Afghans because they had a lot of them coming in on these planes. Again, I show you this picture. We had a lot of them coming in on these planes that are, look at them. There was no check-in. They just poured into the plane. And many
No, they was vetted. Now, this Afghani guy, he was vetted. Like I said, he worked for the CIA as a paramilitary guy, and he just wasn't no interpreter. He was actually out there fighting in the field. So we're talking about a guy that was shooting at the Taliban right along with us. We let him on in, and he does something like this. So, yeah, he was vetted. He's not like the Afghanis that got brought over in the TPS program. Actually, he came through a different program.
These people are criminals. Many of these people are people that shouldn't be here. And many of them have been gotten out. I mean, we've gotten out a lot of the people that, we've taken a lot of them out of here. But they came in. Legally, right? Yeah, I know this deal story. Many are wonderful. Yeah, I'm sure.
I said many are here legally, though. What should they think in terms of their prospects?
Well, they can't be happy. Okay, they can't be happy because what's taking place between that, if you look at Somalia, they're taking over Minnesota, and we got a lot of problems with the gangs, with all of the things taking place in Minnesota. We have an incompetent governor, We have a dope governor. They can't be happy about what's going on. And if you talk about the Afghans, there's a problem because so many bad ones came in on the planes. They just walked in. Whoever the strongest people were physically in a way, but whoever the strongest, they got on the planes. There was no check-in. They just swamped the planes. They took off. We had no idea who they were. Yeah, do you want to ask a question behind?
Hi, sir. Happy
Sure.
Thanksgiving.
Hi.
What do the Somalians have to do with this Afghan guy who shot the national?
Nothing, but Somalians have caused a lot of trouble. They're ripping us off for a lot of money. There's a tremendous amount of money going back to Somalia. What the hell are we paying money to Somalia for? But
Well, no, their people make money here and they send it back over there. I mean, let's be real. I mean, the Mexicans, Hispanics do it too. But the main problem with this Afghani guy is that this wasn't like I said, it's not about illegal immigration. It's not about the abuse of the asylum seeking program under Biden, which we call the TPS, Temporary Protective Service. No, it's not about that. It's about our vetting. Apparently, we didn't even want to check if the guy had any connections to any other terrorist organization. And it's looking more than likely that he did. I mean, just because he fought with us against the Taliban doesn't mean he wasn't linked up with ISIS. Like, if you get what I'm saying.
Ripping off our country at a level that few people have been able to see before. That's about the only thing. You talk about competence. We have Ilhan Omar, who does nothing but complain about our country and our Constitution. And she comes from a country with practically no country. It's devastated. It's crime-ridden. It's a mess. It's a disgrace.
That we're currently bombing right now, but they won't tell you that.
And we took their people at a tremendous. We're not taking their people anymore. We're not taking their people, and we're getting a lot of their people out because they're nothing but trouble. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Go ahead.
But all right, guys, let's go ahead and head on to the right side of media with Fox News, and then we'll make our way over to the left, and then probably head over there to the far left because there's some heavy complaints going on. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get right into it. Let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
Terror striking on the eve of Thanksgiving. President Trump is vowing an immigration crackdown after a horrific attack in D.C., a permanent pause on migration from third world countries. It comes after 2 National Guard members were ambushed while on patrol near the White House. Right now, Charges against the Afghan national accused of shooting them have been upgraded to first-degree murder after 20-year-old Army Specialist Sarah Beckstrom died of her injuries. And the other victim, Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf, is fighting for his life while in critical condition. He is 24.
Yeah.
The pure evil suspect.
Yeah, both of them. I mean, here's the thing. Both of them took a shot to the head. That's the like gruesome part about this. So that's why originally I thought both of them should came, but it was sadly it was the young lady. And hopefully the other guy makes it. But just a reminder, they were both shot in the head. Like the fact that this guy is even like still trying to pull through is a complete miracle. And man, God bless him.
Accused of doing this allegedly drove across the country, then laid in wait for hours before opening fire. And now troubling questions are being raised about his vetting after it was revealed that he entered the United States in 2021 under Biden's Operation Allied Welcome program during America's chaotic exit from Afghanistan. Trump giving the media a photographic refresher of the chaos.
I have a picture of a plane. This is what it looked like when they came in. It was total bedlam. Do you remember that period of time? Total bedlam. People crammed onto the plane. And this atrocity reminds us that we have no greater national security priority than ensuring that we have full control over the people that enter and remain in our country.
President Trump then scolding a reporter for asking this question.
U.S. officials say that the suspect worked very closely with the CIA in Afghanistan for years, that he was vetted, and the vetting came up clean.
He went cuckoo. I mean, he went nuts. And that happens too. It happens too often with these people.
Your DOJ IG just reported this year that there was thorough vetting by DHS and by the FBI of these Afghans who were brought into the U.S. So why do you blame the Biden administration?
Because they let him in. Are you stupid? Are you a stupid person? You're just asking questions because you're a stupid person. When it comes to asylum, when they're flown in, it's very hard to get them out, no matter how you want to.
No, that's the problem. Like, I see what the reporter was doing because Trump was kind of misstating it in a way. It's like, yeah, we get what you're saying. The TPS program was definitely dangerous, and they let a lot of people in here not thoroughly vetted. But this guy was thoroughly vetted from the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, and of course through our CIA. And the fact that our CIA didn't catch this is wild. Now, it may have happened under the Biden administration, but I mean, damn, you can't even say through the TPS or Biden's open border. So, I mean, you could damn near leave Biden's hands off this and blame the CIA at the time. I mean, Biden's appointed CIA director, sure, we can come at him, but not really Biden so much. Or the administration as a whole.
Do it. It's very hard to get them out, but we're going to be getting them all out now.
And right on cue, the left is seemingly blaming Trump for the tragedy because he deployed the National Guard to D.C.
Wow.
The New Yorker's Jane Mayer tweeting, "This is so tragic, so unnecessary. These poor guardsmen should never have been deployed. I live in D.C. and watched as they had virtually nothing to do but pick up trash. It was for political show, and at what a cost."
I mean, are you serious? Like, okay, so you're telling me that you're literally blaming Trump. And you see how wild these Dems are? They find any way to blame Trump. Like, you could have just said, yo, this was just some radical guy that just ended up shooting somebody. He could end up shooting anybody. He could end up shooting police. And what would you say? Well, because Trump like gave more money to the police force, this is why. I mean, are you serious? Are you serious? Like, is this really how low they're going to stoop to try to put some blame on Trump? They never should have been there because Trump should never put the National Guard there. People are safer because of National Guard there. Actually, I would go as far to say because the National Guard was there, this wasn't some innocent citizen. But hey, who knows? A guy, it could have been a targeted hit.
And others are weighing in.
The uniform is politics extended into the public space.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, two West Virginia National Guard soldiers who had nothing to do with this person, they did not ask to be deployed in this way, and
so you're trying to rationalize.
Military members, by and large, want to be left out of the politics.
Those two families are going to.
This had nothing to do with politics. This guy just ran up and shot them. What are you? Like, honestly, it's almost like they're snitching on themselves. Because what did I say? The Seditious Six video is kind of playing into what I just said. And now they're going to start framing it as, oh, well, these are the unlawful orders Trump was talking about. If Trump didn't put these people in this position, they wouldn't have died. This is Trump's fault because he's giving out these orders. Do you see where they're going with this? Do you see the fear they're trying to stoke within the American people and apparently the people in the National Guard? Or, well, the servicemen in the National Guard.
Be sitting at home saying, should they have been there in the first place?
The president looks everywhere except inward to blame his own policies. We need to make sure that we don't have our military deployed in our cities. It's never the president's fault or his policies when it comes to his reaction.
That's crazy. Y'all okay with having criminals deployed all over the place, or I mean, damn near promoted to just do what they do? Y'all okay with having gang violence all over the place? But as soon as we have some order, this is when you guys cry. I mean, are you serious?
And it's pretty disgusting.
It's such a shame, Paul, that immediately the knee-jerk reaction from the liberal left is one to blame the president, whose only goal and only priority has been the safety of Americans. He did not politicize uniforms. He recognized that the uniforms stand for only the flag.
Yeah, it didn't take long, did it? A couple of things here. First of all, this is like blaming aspirin for your headache, right? Because he's putting them out there to try to deter crime. And the thing that they never talk about is that it's working. And there's nothing funnier to me than when the left decides all of a sudden that they are in support of the people in uniform. You know, they're nuancing this here. It took the New York Times about 5 seconds to come up with the line that the reason he did this is because he lost his mind because of what we exposed him to in Afghanistan. So implicitly, it's our fault. Look, let's just expand the story real quick. First of all, this is going to go to a death penalty case. It's likely going to be terrorism. So we'll see how to run. Let's get that part out of the way. Secondly here, we are in a post-interventionist world. That's really, for me, the lesson here, okay? The world is very, very small. We need to learn that we can go into these nations, and we had to after 9/11, all right? We have to recognize the Taliban had incubated al-Qaeda, UBL was there, we had to go in. We go in, we want to break things and kill the people that killed our people, and then that's it, all right? Otherwise, don't get involved, because what do we get for it other than blame? And so we can't go in and try to fix everything. This is not post-World War II America. You can't run, we don't have that. Every nation in history that has failed, any empire. We're not an empire. We're not looking to take places over and make them part of America. But that said, history teaches us they've all failed because of overreach. We're not going to run Afghanistan into a democracy. They don't have the infrastructure. And as for vetting goes, that's the point. You can't go into a place that's operating in the 7th century and say, you know what, we vetted these people. You don't know who you're talking to. This is the guy's second cousin. He wants this guy to go to America because he wants the checks to come back. I've seen this. He wants the check to go back home where his checks from wherever he's working can support an entire village. So you can't vet these guys. There's no computers. There's no central database. The point is you can't do it. And so as a result, we shouldn't do it. And we have to recognize it's time to retrench at home. I'm not saying Fortress America. You have to be engaged. The world is too small. But once you get involved here, all we get is blame. And we end up in situations like this because the plum we hold out is if you help us in country, we'll bring you here. That's the carrot that everybody around the world wants. They want to be here. And when we do that, we put ourselves in this position.
And Charlie, all right, let's look at what we inherited. So to Paul's point, it was difficult to vet. Well, the Biden administration didn't even give it a decent shot whatsoever. I spoke with Jessica Vaughn, who said it wasn't Operation Allies Welcome. It was Operation Everyone Welcome. Yeah. The whole point was that there was a not even attempt to recognize that our real allies needed to be here. And clearly we let in an unimaginable number of ones who shouldn't. And even if there's
through the TPS program, I can agree. We let in some questionable people from Afghanistan. But the way this guy came in, I mean, he was literally helping us fight the Taliban. So there was really no way we could honestly foreseen this. This was just one of those and think about it, he came here and had a whole family. Like, we're not just talking about some guy who just sat down in a terrorist cell in a hole somewhere. Man, the bro actually went out there and got a family and all that. He has children. So this makes it even more wild.
That one is the one that engaged in murder. So the question is, to Paul's point, though, the biggest challenge is not only the sheer volume, but also the fact that we're dealing with a lack of veracity on any front. We don't know the real names. We don't have a type of.
Oh, and shout out to Terry. Appreciate the support. She sent in 10 jewels and a happy poo. Appreciate it.
authority that we can count on to double check anything. So we now have inherited potentially an incendiary device that is still within our country in the form of thousands of individuals.
Yeah, it's not like the Taliban has a database that we're going to use to identify who's safe to come into our country and who's not. I don't know what is worse, whether you let 70,000 people, which is about how many people we had come in under this program, into the country without vetting them, or having maybe vetted them and they let this guy into the country. I don't know which is worse. I think they're both really bad. On a political point, I think that Democrats are in a real bind here, trying to blame Trump for this, because it's pretty cold solace to say, well, you know, they had it coming because they were deployed. Well, I mean, are you kidding me? Are you going to actually make that argument in front of voters? And do you think that that's a winning argument? I don't think it is. I think every single one of the
Actually, no, bro. You're wrong. For their base, that is a winning argument for them. You got to understand, you're talking to a base who will do anything to like demonize this man Trump, or who wants to hear anything that demonizes him. So you got to understand, there is people who's going to love what they're saying when they say, oh, when Trump deployed the National Guard, he got those 2 National Guardsmen killed. That's what they're going to run with, and people are going to eat that up. As crazy as it sounds, yes, people will buy that.
People that has been deployed, including these 2 service members, they've saved lives. If you look at the statistics in DC, in Chicago, and we can have a great debate about whether or not we should use military.
And shout out Che for sending in another happy poo, and shout out my man Che for sending in a Sunday for 100 jewels. Appreciate the support, my man.
Military soldiers to enforce laws in these cities, and that's a fine debate to have. But you can't deny that every single one of those people walking around has managed to save lives in the places where they have been deployed. There are a lot of questions looking forward, and these are the things that I'm most concerned about. Is there going to be a thorough vetting now that we recognize that the vetting either didn't work or they didn't do it? Also, this guy was living, according to the New York Post, in a $2,000 a month apartment, speaking very poor English at best.
And shout out Culture Leotard. Appreciate the support, sis. She says, happy turkey hangover. Go Bears, #1 in NFC. And I mean, I'll give you a shout out for that one. I ain't a Bears fan, but I'll give you the shout out, sis.
Playing video games. What was he doing?
Yeah.
Did he have a job? Are taxpayers the ones that are on the hook for paying for his rent and paying? What else were we paying for? I want to get to the bottom of all of that.
Yeah. And Kat, I wanted to ask you about, so we've talked about the blame game that people are blaming the president, but there was also a really disheartening amount of sitting senators and others who were blaming National Guardsmen. We had Dick Durbin saying that National Guardsmen were terrorizing U.S. cities. Alyssa Slotkin.
Yep, terrorizing U.S. cities, pretty much saying, oh, remember this Edition 6 coming out and saying they're following unlawful orders. Then all of a sudden, maybe a few days later, 2 National Guardsmen get shot. I mean, I was saying that this does kind of play into the rhetoric they was talking about when they say they're following unlawful orders. And now the Dems are going to be seeing this as unlawful orders. And here's the thing. Trump has full reign in D.C. to employ the National Guard. So that wasn't an unlawful order. So you guys aren't even right about that. So if you're trying to say that it's because of Trump's unlawful order, which is not, that these National Guardsmen die, you guys are sounding retarded right now. You guys are pretty dumb. But hey, anything to blame this man Trump, right?
Saying that they were going to shoot Americans. Is that kind of rhetoric potentially what leads to someone taking a gun all the way across the country and taking it out on National Guardsmen?
Well, this is what politicians always do, right? And this man who did this was obviously evil. I believe President Trump called him an animal. I think that's the perfect word for him. I think just widening out, I would like to see accountability. Overall, I think that there's a huge lack of accountability, particularly, I mean, in this specific instance, mistakes were made. You know, this guy was not just here. He was at one point being paid by the United States government. Who signed off on that? Do they still have a job? Probably, but they probably shouldn't. And I see this as just one small piece of decades of things that have gone wrong in Afghanistan that there's been no accountability for. While we were over there, then of course this disastrous joke of a withdrawal. As all of you guys know, my husband fought in Afghanistan. That was a very, very difficult time for him and for a lot of the other people who were over there. And we have this. So when it comes to this stuff, I would like to see less of a politically motivated kind of blame game of, well, it was this side did this and this, and an actual real search for actual accountability. Because we have people who make mistake after mistake that costs lives and people die. And the people responsible keep their jobs. And we not only do they keep their jobs, we don't even know who they are.
Actually, I don't even get the point of the Dems trying to blame this on Trump. I really don't get it, because this could have been anybody. I mean, it's almost just like to say that, oh, well, because honestly, I know you probably could say that because George Bush sent those guys out to Iraq. Every death on them is George Bush's fault. All of them is George Bush's fault. Can you really say that? Would that be fair to say that? I don't know. I mean, you guys tell me. But in this scenario right here, though, no, it's not fair to say just because Trump made a lawful order to go and send out the troops that, oh, well, anyone that dies is their fault. I mean, no. You wonder who fault it is? The person that shot him. Like, that's who fault it is. I mean, that's absolutely, like, honestly, you're doing too much. Y'all really doing too much to paint this man as an evil guy when you got to sit there and blame the death of a National Guardsman that was done through an Afghani, an Afghani guy that was working with the CIA back in the day. How is that Trump's fault? And then let's be real, he was let in through Biden, and I'm not even blaming Biden for that. I'm not even trying to blame Biden. And you definitely can't blame Trump since the man was let in through Biden. So we can't blame no president. All we can really do is blame the vetting system of the CIA, FBI, and the DHS. And that's it.
Half the time. And this is going back decades and decades. I don't have a lot of hope of this ever happening because people get so lost in the politics of it all. But I, for one, am disgusted. And I think that we are long owed some answers on this stuff.
Yeah. And for me, the vehicle of the lack or driving the train toward lack of accountability is in large part the mainstream media. Just today, Reuters saying the president claims without evidence that the vetting program did not work. Isn't the evidence Sarah Beckstrom?
Absolutely. And can we talk about her for a second?
Please.
20 years old. She joined the military police with the hopes of having a career in the FBI. Yeah. Her former boyfriend, Adam Carr, described her as a caring and tender-hearted woman. She was known to enjoy nature, road trips, spending time with her family. She was not eager at first to go to D.C. and be a part of the troops patrolling, but she said that she started to like it. She was using her time to visit museums and memorials and making the most of her new environment. 20 years old and gone.
And what's sick is that the Dems try to paint a terrible picture of the guardsmen, and then while also saying that, oh, they're out there patrolling the people, it's like a police state, while also saying that, oh, well, they're just a victim of this, and they're just out there, and they don't want to be there. Bro, there are tourists taking pictures with the guardsmen like they're in London right now, okay, guys? Like, yes, I'm gonna be real with you. When you're a kid, seeing the military guys is kind of cool. I mean, let's be honest. So trust me, they're not over there living in fear because there's National Guardsmen walking the street. Actually, they're feeling pretty safe. They're almost for sure if anything pops off, they at least know that somebody's gonna be able. There's gonna be like a quick handling of it.
And notice, the judge in D.C. comes down and says, I know she stayed the order, but she said, these are illegal deployments. Notice she didn't say, oh, you know what? Alyssa Slotkin told me I can disobey this. Right. She was out there.
Right.
It's so crazy how they're really trying to spin it. But all right, now let's get over to one more Fox video, and then we're going to go ahead and take it to the left side of media.
To some degree, they realize.
Let's start with the New York Times. What's going on with them? Are they just trying to stir up trouble?
Yeah, I think that they're trying. I think that maybe they're, to some degree, they realize that they covered for Joe Biden for so long, and they have to sort of acknowledge some sort of reality that they actually. It's important to have a president who is mentally there. The problem is that it still comes off as sort of like absurd in the extreme that the same people who spent all this time telling us that Joe Biden was mentally fit are now telling us that Donald Trump is not. I think most voters look at this and they realize what's going on, and they realize that Trump is deeply engaged. And he certainly, and even they know this, that Trump, he manages to occupy their brain space so fully that maybe if he really
it's unhealthy. It's like the TDS is starting to get unhealthy. Like when two bro, when two innocent service members die and all you can think about is how can I blame Trump? Bro, go see a doctor. Just go see a doctor, bro. You're cooked. Like there's something like wrong with your mind. You are lost. Okay, you're done. Because I don't even know how y'all even made it to. Oh, it's Trump's fault. That's wild right there. But okay, and guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen.
A diminished capacity. It says something about their brain capacity.
You know,
Literally.
Emily, even Katie Torres sticking up for the president and his energy. And, you know, when you hear about these overseas trips, everybody is exhausted on the trip, especially coming home, because you hear the president doesn't sleep. He's waking up reporters. He's calling in his people. And there was rumors and reports that on the last trip from Japan, Marco Rubio took another plane home because he didn't want to be on the same plane because he wanted to get some sleep.
He needed to get some rest. Just hearing the president's schedule exhausts me. I genuinely do not know how he does it. And you're right, the press sort of wants their cake and to eat it too. So they want him to have a diminished schedule and a diminished countenance. But the reality is that his public schedule keeps blowing that up. And if he were truly fading or irrelevant, then why does he occupy the A block and the top line of every comedian's presentation and monologue every single night? The reality, too, is that remember when Caitlin Collins complained that his schedule was so grueling, that he was churning out headlines and breaking news so often that the press couldn't keep up. That was the issue. I think what they are saying now is because they're trying to slow him down because they are truly the literal and figurative drag on his wings. They just can't keep up. But the fact that they covered for Biden that whole time, you're absolutely right. It is so rich that this is someone who has more stamina than all of us. I feel like, is it because he doesn't drink? Is it, I mean, right? Is that the machine part?
That's Gutfeld's theory, is that?
Right.
Kat, I mean, first of all, you know, David.
Oh yeah, them trying to call. Oh, Trump looks tired. Oh, Trump is demented. And I'm like, all right, guys, you remember, you guys are the same ones that watch an old man be completely demented for about what, 2 to 3 years, and you said nothing. Actually, you tried to gaslight us and called us ageist and said we were just making up stuff. So who are you guys to call it out when you guys couldn't call it out for the past 4 years? I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's kind of funny. The same guys were trying to say, oh, he's demented. He's looking old and tired. You guys couldn't see that in Biden. I mean, I'm sorry, but if you could not see that in Biden, I cannot trust what you're saying about Trump. Sorry. You can't hear it. All right, now let's go ahead and move over to the left side of media real quick. And Zelensky's top advisor resigns after anti-corruption police raid his home. So, yeah, his top guys are getting removed and look like Zelensky's going to follow suit. But let's hear more about this.
News coming on one of the top stories that we've been following here. And that is the investigation or the raid on the home of President Zelensky's chief of staff. Nick Payton-Walsh here with more. Nick, what have you been learning in the last few minutes?
Well, it is certainly, I think, a seismic piece of political news for the embattled administration of President Volodymyr Zelensky. Now, hours after his top chief of staff, his top negotiator, Andrei Yermak's home and office was raided by anti-corruption negotiators. I should point out they didn't immediately emerge and say that they'd found anything, and they apparently acted without impediment. But Andrei Yermak, the second most powerful politician in that government, has submitted his resignation. This has happened in just the last minutes, but Volodymyr Zelensky himself has said, I want no one to have any questions about Ukraine today. We have...
Now, this man was accused of pretty much stealing about, what was it? It was about $100 million corruption raid on the government. So, yes, he's been accused of embezzling about $100 million from who knows where. I mean, most likely the funds that he was getting from the European countries and, you know, us as well. But, yeah, I mean, the man was walking around with Patek Philippe and or AP watches and all that good stuff. So it's kind of looking like he's guilty, but we'll see. He stepped down and resigned. So who knows if that might not have been part of the deal. Like, yo, we won't take you to jail if you just step down and resign. And let's be real. If Zelensky's second-hand man was doing that, then, I mean, Zelensky, I don't think that means you're innocent, dog. I don't know. You ain't looking too innocent to me. And you got to be getting accused from this from the start. So now that your second-hand man is out here guilty as charged, basically, What are you doing? Like, I just want to know, Zelensky, what you doing over there? So what happened to that, about $250 to $350 billion we gave you? Did all of it make it out to the battlefield? Because it don't look like it.
The following internal decisions. First, there will be a reboot of the office of the President of Ukraine. The head of the office, Andrei Yermak, has written a letter of resignation. Now, I should point out that over the last 3.5 years, there's been quite a churn inside Kiev's cabinet, Zelensky's cabinet. Many top officials in many roles have changed. There's been a lot of cabinet reshuffles, but the departure of Yermak, with the timing so closely associated with this raid, is clearly a reflection of the pressure that Zelensky has found himself under. We've heard from European allies consistently sounding the need for caution when it comes to corruption. This is becoming, I think, a distraction from the message Zelensky is trying to put out about unity around whatever demands diplomatically will be made of Ukraine. And of course, it's very complex for Ukraine in a moment like this to have its peace negotiations led by a man who's had investigators in his own home a matter of hours later. So a moment, I think, of extraordinary complexity for President Zelensky here. Clearly, the decision has been made that they need to try and turn the page, that whatever comes now in this corruption investigation must be distanced from the Zelensky administration. But ultimately, too, this, some argues, potentially puts President Zelensky closer into the firing line. There's no buffer between him and the outside world now, were the investigation to expand in any way further at all. And clearly, Zelensky felt or Yermak felt the need to act here, and that's something his opponents and certainly Moscow will seize upon, Becky.
Yeah, and that's what we've got to talk about. Where does this leave talks, the prospect for peace at this point? We've got a US drafted plan doing the rounds. What's your sense, Nick?
Look, the entirety of the negotiation team was not just Andrei Yermak. He led it, but there was Rustem Umerov. There are plenty of others who can continue the work. So I think it's important not to overemphasize quite what this does to Ukraine's negotiating strategy, the ultimate decisions of which will be made by Zelensky anyway. But you do have a credibility issue when you have a change of key negotiator this deep into this kind of process. It is certainly something the Russians will seize upon. They've already been pointing towards the legitimacy of the Ukrainian government, saying, Putin, that they cannot sign agreements with Russia because they haven't had elections recently. They will pick upon this too. Let me add into this as well. I'm grateful to, as his words of President Zelensky, I'm grateful to Andrei for always representing Ukraine's position in the negotiation track exactly as it should be. It has always been a patriotic position, but I want there to be no rumors or speculation. As for now, the new head of the office tomorrow, I will hold consultations with those who could lead this institution. So swiftly moving to try and replace Yermak there.
So second in command is out, stepping out due to corruption charges, or an anti-corruption raid. So Zelensky, I'm gonna be real with you, Zelensky's looking pretty guilty, and he's looking on his way out. And here's the thing: if you actually looked at that Ukraine 28-point peace deal, or 28-point plan peace deal, it actually does include that. Once the peace deal is signed, Ukraine has 100 days to hold an election, because everybody knows Zelensky's favorite. Zelensky's I would say approval numbers are probably in the single digits. Probably in the single digits, at best in the teens.
But as we're just saying, we are in the days ahead going to see a new set of negotiation rounds between the Americans and the Ukrainians, in which I think it's fair to say most analysts anticipate the Trump administration will say, the deal we're currently offering to the Russians looks likely it's not going to be accepted by Vladimir Putin, judging by his remarks just yesterday, and potentially pressure Kiev to concede more, possibly some kind of territory. The change in their casting, their staffing of this negotiating team will be key in terms of how credibly Ukraine's able to hold that particular pressure off. And then, of course, separately, early next week, we have Steve Witkoff, President Trump's envoy to this particular conflict, going to.
I feel bad for Steve Witkoff, because all the neocons and people who just hate Russia, like the liberals, or I just say the Democrats for some reason, all of them are on this guy's ass. Why? Because when the peace deal came out, it was heavily favored toward Russia. They're saying that, oh, he just bent over for Russia. He didn't do nothing for Ukraine. We should just keep the war going and keep funding Ukraine to the very last Ukrainian. And I mean, yes, they're pretty much on Steve Witkow's ass because, well, he wants to bring this conflict to an end. Well, I'm sorry, but he wants to bring this war to an end. But all right, now let's get over to the next person here, or the next CNN story. Trump claims he's canceling anything Biden signed with a VO auto pen. Can he do that? I doubt it. But if he can, though, man, that'd be great, because we definitely got to see what's going on with that. But I don't think he can get that one off. But let's see.
President Trump, again, going after his predecessor, former President Joe Biden, the current president, posting online within the last hour that any document signed by the former president while he was in office is, quote, hereby terminated and of no further force or of effect.
What? All right, hold on now. Don't he just said it? Any document signed by Sleepy Joe Biden with the auto pen, which was approximately 92% of them, is hereby terminated and has no further force or effect. That means, damn, hold on. Does that mean his pardons as well? The auto pen is not allowed to be used if approval is not specifically given by the president of the United States. So pretty much you're trying to say that there are people using Biden's auto pen besides himself. And there's people who's taking the auto pen and doing stuff with it without the approval of Biden, which is believable due to the fact that the man was having pretty much a whole mental decline during his presidency.
He goes on to allege that Biden was not involved in.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support.
What he called the, quote, auto pen process. That if he says he were involved, that Biden will be brought up on perjury charges. This news is just breaking, and there are a lot of questions. Perhaps most importantly, if the president even has the authority to do this, or just what orders could be or would be impacted if he is indeed successful. So let's get off the sidelines and go into the arena. My panel is here along with CNN senior White House correspondent Kristen Holmes, who's in West Palm Beach, where the president spent the Thanksgiving holiday. So Kristen, former President Biden's use of the auto pen, of course, has been a frequent topic for this president, but he's going much, much further here.
Yeah, and Manu, look, there are a lot of questions here, as you noted. I mean, there's legalities involved and talking about what this would even apply to. I mean, Trump in this Truth Social post says that it's 92% of things that Biden signed to use the auto pen. It's unclear where he got that percentage. And again, the legality of all of this, can he just undo what Biden did? I would assume the answer is no. But of course, we're still talking to lawyers to figure out what exactly is, if anything, possible here. Now, as you've noted, President Trump has been fixated on this idea of Biden using the auto pen to the point where he actually changed his portrait, Biden's portrait in his presidential walk of fame, to an auto pen there. And he has said, both privately and publicly, that this auto pen is going to be.
Nah, that boy disrespectful. Yo, Trump, bro, you got to chill, G. Like, really? He said, nah, let me just take this down because he wasn't really your president. The auto pen was your president. Like, Trump, bro, you got to chill with that one.
The biggest scandal that the country has seen.
Petty level.
Now, a couple things. You talk a little bit about what happens if Biden pushes back and says he was part of the process. He'll get charged with perjury. That's what Trump says in this Truth Social. Well, we know Biden has already pushed back on this idea. He has said that everything that and all the use of the auto pen was completely above board, that he knew everything that was going on while he was president. It wasn't the people around him. He was making the decisions, even if they were using the auto pen. So what exactly does that mean for this so-called perjury charge and what happens next there? And the other part of this, of course, being that President Trump has called for an investigation already into Biden's use of the auto pen, and at one point essentially said that anything that he signed should be null and void. Again, as you noted, this is taking it a huge step further, saying that it is null and void and that everything is going to be reversed. We are still reaching out to White House officials as well as to lawyers to figure out if there is anything that this means.
Yeah, because I'm wondering now, did Trump receive information from his DOJ confirming that a lot of these were done without the president's permission? That a lot of these were done by his staffers? Because remember, there was that huge accusation. I mean, shout out to Jake Tapper in his book that were saying that, yeah, it was the Biden staffers that was actually running the White House or running his presidency, not Joe Biden himself. So it was his staffers. then yeah, anything his auto pen wrote down on is invalid at that point. So let's see where this goes.
Legal sense, and also
But that's only if they have that evidence, which I don't know if they do. But he's talking like he's confident, he's talking like he got it.
in terms of the White House, what they're specifically looking at, if anything, when it comes to reversing decisions that were signed by Biden using this auto pen.
Yeah, a lot of questions. You're getting those answers. We'll bring you right back up. Kristen Holmes live for us, traveling with the president. Thank you so much. And my panel is here in the arena, including CNN political analyst and investigative reporter for the New York Times, David Fahrenthold, contributing columnist of the Boston Globe, Eugene Scott, CNN political commentator Sochi Hinojosa, Republican strategist Malik Abdul. We're also joined by Donald Trump's former attorney, Bill Brennan, who's live with us as well. Bill, thank you so much for joining us, too. I want to start with you and about whether Trump even has the authority to do this. He's saying he can do this. Can he actually do this legally?
Manu, it's my understanding that the auto pen's been around since around 1930. 2011, President Barack Obama first used it in a high-value document. It was 3 sections of the Patriot Act that he wanted extended by Congress. Unfortunately, he was in France at the time. He used it. It was valid. In 2005, President George W. Bush asked the Department of Justice for an opinion, and the DOJ said at that time, under certain circumstances, the use of an auto pen is legally sufficient. I think the real issue here, Manu, is going to be scienter, whether or not President Biden knew that the documents that were signed with the auto pen were used. If he knew and he approved it, then I think it passes muster.
Yeah, because
I mean, bro, let's be real though. Biden is not gonna be able to tell us a damn thing. I mean, they're gonna interview Biden, bro. You're gonna get the same performance at the debate. You're gonna get like unanswered questions and unfinished sentences. Like, so I'm not sure if y'all want to do that.
The president is saying that Biden would be charged with perjury. What basis does he have for making that charge?
Well, perjury is lying under oath. I think I don't know that President Biden made a statement that he approved the auto pen, that perjury would be applicable here. There's no doubt that the auto pen itself is a document that is a device that can be used. It's all going to depend on circumstances.
Bill, I think
I'm sorry, but dropping the camera live on CNN is hilarious. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let's get back to it. In all seriousness, I mean, come on. Even he's laughing.
We lost Bill's feed there. Might have fallen there on the ground, but we'll bring him right back because he's got some good analysis here. Sochi, I'm going to start with you because you have worked at the DOJ before. Yeah. This is what Bill was referring to. There was a 2005 legal opinion from George W. Bush's Office of Legal Counsel within the Justice Department. He says, we emphasize that we are not suggesting that the president may delegate the decision to approve and sign a bill, only that having made this decision, he may direct a subordinate to affix the president's signature to the bill. Basically saying, auto pen, A-OK. And we've seen Obama do it. We saw Trump do it.
Trump does it.
Biden do it. What are the implications of this?
Well, I think that there are two things he's talking about here. He's talking about executive orders. If Trump would like to undo executive orders, like, for example, prescription drug costs and all sorts of pieces of policy that Biden did to lower costs for families, if Trump wanted to do that, he could do that. But I think that would be an unpopular thing for Trump to reverse each and every one of them. He would have to unwind them. When it comes to Biden's
We're not going to sit here and pretend like every executive order Biden gave was terrible.
Pardons. He cannot undo those pardons. Those pardons are sound, whether or not he used the auto pen. I think what people will also look at is you talk about his mental acuity, whether or not Biden was making decisions for himself. Can I just say,
yep,
I don't think anyone in the White House was telling Joe Biden to pardon his family. I am pretty sure that is a decision that is a very personal decision made by the president of the United States. And so I think it's interesting what he's saying about this, because at the end of the day, the most controversial pardon was his family. And you can guarantee Joe Biden made that decision.
Yeah. And as Bill was saying, if the president Biden says that he did it, then how do you charge him with perjury? And Trump's just throwing out perjury. We're going to charge him with perjury.
Yeah, so that's a very good point that he's talking about executive orders. And I think people should realize, I was looking at the numbers, and by February, Donald Trump had already rescinded about 40% of Joe Biden's.
Yeah, I don't know how they're going to push this forward without like thoroughly interviewing Biden, and thoroughly interviewing Biden is impossible. Like what are you going to do? Get an old man to mistakenly, like I said, to confess to perjury? And you would really, and let's be real, Biden's not mentally there. So you can't really have a reasonable interview with this guy, or a fair one. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think Trump is standing on anything on this one, in my personal opinion, unless he got real proof that the staffers were there, like on camera, or they said it on video or on recording. Then I don't know what they're going off of, because just to say, in the right, they're bringing up examples of past presidents, and that's true. So unless Trump can undeniably prove that it was being used by the staffers, ain't too much he can do with the auto pen. Even if it was true that it was the staffers pretty much running Biden's presidency, most likely was. But all right, guys, let's get over to the next video. U.S. land action in Venezuela. U.S. land action in Venezuela will start soon. All right, let's get over to it. And all right, guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate support, by the way. But let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen. If any wow. If you have any questions, jokes, comments, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Appreciate the support.
President Donald Trump says the United States will strike inside Venezuela, quote, very soon. He made the statement while speaking to members of the U.S. military on a Thanksgiving phone call. Have a listen.
And in recent weeks, you've been working to deter Venezuelan drug traffickers, of which there are many. Of course, there aren't too many coming in by sea anymore, if you probably noticed that. We'll be starting to stop them by land also. The land is easier, but that's going to start very soon. We warn them, stop sending poison to our country.
The U.S. has killed more than 80 people in strikes on alleged drug trafficking boats in the Caribbean. The administration has offered no proof that the vessels were actually carrying drugs. Alejandro Velasco is a historian and associate professor at NYU. He's joining us from Amherst, Massachusetts. Thank you so much for being here. How are you doing?
Good. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you for being here.
I just don't like this. Here's the problem. You're right. We don't know if, well, honestly, more than likely, these are drug boats. More than likely, he is bombing either cartel member or probably even Venezuelan military. So it's kind of funny when people are trying to say, oh, they're innocent fishermen. They're just innocent people. No, they could tell the difference between a fishing boat and a drug boat. Trust me, they could tell the difference. But to sit here and honestly say that they're just killing innocent people, like, come on now, that's highly unlikely. But the fact that they're not releasing information about it, it just kind of shows that this might be coming from the CIA, because really, they don't really got to tell us, if anything. I mean, let's be quite honest. Who else is able to move in ambiguity like that?
Let's get into this. President Trump says the U.S. is preparing to stop Venezuelan drug traffickers by land very soon. How seriously should we be taking this language? And what does it signify?
Which he might have to address Congress for, because I don't know, like striking on land. Yeah, my man, that's a problem. And Maduro already seems like he just wants to give up everything to Trump. So I'm not sure why he's continuing this, unless he's really just trying to go to war with the cartels. But a lot of people aren't really, buying that.
About a possible shift in strategy.
That's a great question. The reality is that over the past 2 weeks, what we've seen is very contradictory discourse coming out of the White House, and in fact, other members of the administration. We have some hawkish elements every day seeming to either leak or directly state that they seek greater intervention in Venezuela directly. And of course, we just had the recent naming designation of the so-called Cartel de los Soles as another escalation into that end. On the other hand, Trump has also said that he's not really interested in necessarily in intervention. He wants to talk with Maduro. Maybe there's room for negotiation. So, right now, this all seems like a part of a larger psychological operations game or warfare to see if Maduro breaks.
The US now has more than a dozen warships and 15,000 troops in the region. How unusual is this level of force around Venezuela, and what message is Washington trying to send?
It's unprecedented, is what it is. Certainly, it's the largest deployment outside of planned military exercises in the 21st century. And even in the 20th century, it was an unusual deployment for this part of the region. I think what it says, obviously, is that the United States is prepared to intervene. The real question is whether the person who has ultimate say in whether that happens, which is President Trump, has in fact agreed to do so. But he's positioned to be there, and to some extent, the fact that there is this massive deployment commits some kind of intervention, because without something changing in Venezuela, this might actually be seen as a victory for the Maduro government.
Well, while we're talking about things changing in Venezuela,
and you know how I feel about this. I don't think we should go into Venezuela because the military does still seem to be on Maduro's side, and they don't seem to be shaking up about it either. So the military is all from Maduro, so getting a bloodless regime change is impossible. We are going to have to sit there and spill blood, and we don't want to do that, nor do the American people want to get involved in a war with Venezuela. I mean, bro, we're trying to avoid war here, but some reason people in the Trump administration is somehow trying to push us into war. And I'm not saying to, like, and let's be real, if we start bombing on land in Venezuela, even if it's on the guidelines of attacking the cartel, the Venezuelan army might get involved. And God forbid civilians get killed, then civilians are going to be against the U.S. Army. And then, of course, the military will get involved, and we'll just be in one big conflict with Venezuela. And it may be a bit one-sided. We may be able to beat it in maybe about a year and a half, but lives will still be lost, money will still be spent, dollar will further be depreciated, and it will all be for naught. So do we really want to do this?
The administration here has just designated Maduro and his allies as members of a foreign terrorist organization.
All right, though. Let's get over to the next story, though. Let's get over to the DNC chair mocked for pretty much saying that they have finally won over the hearts of young men, and they're just going to get all the young guys to vote in the election for the Dems, you know, the one that still called them toxically masculine. Let's see how that works out for them.
All right, after widespread concerns among Democrats over losing touch with young men, DNC Chair Ken Martin now claims that the problem is solved, saying, quote, "I never want to hear again that the Democratic Party has a problem with young men. We're going to keep working hard to keep them in our camp and our coalition for sure, but we want across the board with every major constituency that left our party last year." And that should tell you something again, that the Democratic Party is back. All right, let's bring in Jason Chaffetz, Fox News contributor. Jason, my friend, great to see you on this holiday weekend. Wonderful you were with us. I have to say, what gets me about this quote is just the confidence. You know, you're coming off election victories, and you get your lap, I think. You know, you get to crow a little bit, but blue states, a couple of victories. The problem with young men and the Democratic Party is over. What do you make of it? Just the confidence of this statement.
Yeah, they had to spend some $20 million to try to figure out when men think about. And I don't think they've solved the problem. They have a long way to go. They don't have policies that will be pro-growth, that will bring down affordability. They're the ones that created the affordability problem. 4 years under Biden Democratic control, prices went up 20%. So Donald Trump has evened them out. Now they're starting to go down. Don't tell us that, hey, suddenly we have men. And by the way, what was the solution to men? Hey, go participate in women's sports. It's okay to go show yourself and expose yourself and be in women's bathrooms. That's the message of the Democratic Party. They haven't abandoned that at all. So I think that is a fantasy land. They are upside down financially. They're in debt. But good luck with the spin. But I don't think anybody's buying it.
Well, it's interesting. Take this, for instance. This is a Politico article that questions if young men were actually won back, and talks about moderation and Mamdani, which I think is interesting. Across the board wins over an ideological divide that's brewing in the party. Will young men be won back by moderation or Mamdani? Which raises a good point.
I'll just say this real quick to the Dems. If you guys want to win back young men, stop having policies that undermine these young men. You ever thought about doing that? Like, I don't know, like, you know, not being supporting of immigration or H-1B visas that undermine these young men for job positions. You ever decide doing that? I don't know, maybe like not promoting abortion, that make these men kind of find it useless to start a family with a bunch of liberal women who are ready to abort a kid at a moment's notice of a degree opportunity. I don't know. You think that's really going to win us over? I'm just saying. It kind of seems like you guys are trying to win us over with policies that undermine us. Yeah, I ever thought about, creating some policies that kind of boast us up, maybe change to marriage laws, like no fault divorces and all that good stuff? You ever tried doing stuff for young men instead of just trying to shame us and call us sexist? Because that's all y'all been doing so far. I'm not sure who y'all went over with that, but hey, they're just not, I guess they don't have the testicle fortitude to reject the shaming. But it is what it is. All right, now let's go over to the next story here. And let's see, Trump floats substantially cutting income tax. I mean, shoot, look at Florida. I mean, they're trying to get rid of almost every tax.
Switching gears here, obviously, we know many of you out there are struggling with the cost of everyday goods. You could all use a little bit more money in your pocketbook. And Donald Trump has an interesting approach on how to get there. First, let's look at the numbers. This is a poll. Majority of Americans say the following are up. 85% say groceries are up. 78% say utilities are up. 67% say healthcare is up. 66% housing up. And 54% say gas is up, even though, let's be realistic, at least where I live, gas is significantly down. But at the end of the day, these are individuals who are going to be voting. It's how you feel when you go in that voting booth that matters. And President Trump has a unique idea on how to give some more money back to the American people. Listen.
Over the next couple of years, I think we'll substantially be cutting, and maybe cutting out completely, but we'll be cutting income tax. Could be almost completely cutting it because the money we're taking in is.
Oh, it did say that. And I'm going to stand on this. The affordability problem is mainly in blue states. These highly populated places that are having affordability problems are blue states, blue cities that have these affordability problems. Because, look at New York compared to living in Ohio. Ohio is 17.8% cheaper to live in. You could do this across the board. We could play into this. Like, guys, give me your favorite blue state, and we'll compare it to almost any red state, and you will find that affordability, it is cheaper to live in these red states. And you can't sit here and just start insulting red states, just saying, well, those are shithole places and all that. No, they have national parks, they have amusement parks, just like blue states. They have job opportunities, just like blue states. The problem is that, let's talk about the sales tax in blue states, property tax in blue states. Let's talk about all taxes in blue states that just don't exist or is not as high in red states. And that plays into pricing. So, yeah, I'd always stand on the main problem is that there's an affordability crisis in these blue states and blue cities. But they ain't going to admit that to you.
Going to be so large.
We can play the game if you want.
Other countries who have been ripping us off for many, many years. They've just been ripping us to shreds.
I spoke earlier with a small business administrator, Kelly Loeffler, who talked about the commitment that the president has and that she has in ensuring that Americans feel relief and that small business owners and operators feel relief. And she discussed and emphasized that the regulatory burden inherited from the Biden administration is still alive and well in parts. And so to your point.
And here's the thing. Every time I bring up the affordability difference between blue states and red states, the liberals' only response or the Dems' only response is, well, those are shithole places. I'm like, bro, really? You're just going to start talking ish about other states because they're more affordable than yours? Like, oh, well, nobody wants to live there. No, millions of people live there. The problem is, it's just more affordable. That's it. You can't even sit there and talk about, the quality of life there, because a lot of these red states, including the red parts of those states, have lower crime. And the high crime areas in red states are blue cities. So it's damn near y'all fault all around for the high crime and the low affordability.
While there have been great strides made and relief has certainly been a priority for this administration, not everyone is feeling it yet. And so there's more to look forward to. And she talked about even the potential for corporate payroll taxes being reduced, a lot up in the air and a lot under the president's advisement. But the whole point is the priority of Americans and our relief and small business owners administration, like all of that is the priority.
It's such a great.
Yeah, get rid of income tax, and that could actually promote employers to 1, do more investing, 2, raise wages. 3, Shoot, buy more products at lower prices. Either way, they save money not paying an income tax. I mean, we all save money not paying an income tax. If we weren't getting no income tax, I mean, we'd all be keeping at least an extra $200-300. I mean, some of us even more than that.
Point, Emily, and I'm glad you addressed that
Lord knows I
with,
keep an extra
with Kelly
3,000.
Loeffler, because deregulation has always been a big part, a big cornerstone of President Trump's economic sort of agenda and view, as is cutting taxes. He often refers to delivering the largest tax cut in American history under his first administration. So when we hear him say remarks like this about getting rid of the income tax, he gets my attention. I'm paying attention because cutting taxes, deregulation are sort of what's driving his economic engine.
But let's be clear-minded on this. We do need to be clear-minded. If the income tax, both the corporate and the individual, were eliminated, tariffs would have to go up significantly in all likelihood to make up for the loss of $3 trillion in revenue coming in from these taxes. But at the same time, Republicans would never lose another election again because everybody hates the income tax, especially Republicans. And I think they get a lot of crossovers. The people who wouldn't.
See, it's like guys like this prove my point. It's like they literally use the dumbest talking points that are easily disprovable. Because let me tell you something, big dog. Florida. What city has one of the highest crime rates in Florida? Jacksonville. Guess who Jacksonville's ran by? A Democrat. Texas. I believe you can go across the board and go with like where high crime areas like Houston, not so much Dallas, but yeah, Houston, Democrat. Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia, one of the highest crime places with the most STDs. That's a very liberal city, my friend. So Tennessee, what's the most high crime place in Tennessee? Memphis. Was it ran by a Democrat? So thank you for proving my point, my friend. I appreciate that.
The far left, but they do not make up enough of our country to influence the election.
No, because they just spend other people's money.
Right.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to.
But yeah, I mean, let's be real. And I do like to bring up the fact that, there was a 20% increase in prices according to the Consumer Price Index during the entirety of the Biden administration. That 20% increase across the board did not go anywhere. It did not. Actually, the rate of price raising is lessening because inflation went down from like 9.7 to 5% down to 3%. That's where we're at right now. The goal is not to really bring down prices, it's to stabilize prices, to bring inflation under control, but then also raise wages. This is why Trump is doing all these incentives to cut taxes and all that, because the goal is to raise wages. That's how you beat inflation. You don't beat inflation by lowering inflation because that price increase don't go away. What you do is raise wages. But, a lot of people are thinking that, you can just fix inflation by just bringing it all the way down to 2%. No, you just really stopped the increasing of the pricing. So that was going rapidly under Biden. That's all you did. You didn't really fix inflation too much. You didn't really fix the pricing of it. So it's going to be there, sadly. But you could thank Biden for that one. I mean, people were warning him about signing those big old bills of $1 trillion spending bills. People were warning him, and his heart was in the right place, and it did some good things. But it did cause inflation.
All right, we want to continue to take a look at this story now from a bit of a political fallout. We want to welcome South Carolina Republican Congressman and gubernatorial candidate Nancy Mace. It's a real pleasure to have you on the program. I know I speak for you and I speak for everybody when I say your heart goes
Wrong
out.
story, guys. Whoops, I meant to go into the CNN one. We spent a decent amount of time on the right. Let's get back into the left.
Trump's MO since coming into the political arena has been going after Muslim immigration. Remember, he talked about back in 2015, ban all Muslim travel to the United States. That was back in 2015. He, of course, had an executive order back in 2017 that going after Muslim migration. It was struck down by the courts and he had to revise it. It was allowed to stand. This is much different. What he's talking about here is, Kristen noted here, he's going to re-examine green cards for 19 countries. As you can see on your screen there, the 19 countries from African countries, Middle East, some in South America. Evan, how is he going to be able to implement this? Because they're talking about a loyalty test as well. Is this a real thing that they're going to actually try to implement all this and get rid of people who are, green cards, you're here legally. This is legally issued by the government. You are legally.
Nah, what needs to happen is that we need to make sure, I'm gonna be real with you, how the Afghani guy got in here, we just need to double down on it. We need to actually do some extensive vetting because apparently the vetting wasn't extensive enough. And think about it. This guy got into a vetting process that was the most extensive. I mean, CIA, FBI, they ran their intelligence and missed something on this guy. So if we ran such an extensive vetting process on this guy and we still failed in a way, then who's the hell we did? Like, how much people did we fuck up on the TPS then? Because we vetted them, so-called vetted them for asylum seeking, and we didn't give them as much in this excruciating vetting process as we did that guy through the CIA and the FBI. So how bad did we F up with the TPS? I mean, hopefully we didn't do that much effing up, but now we got to look through these guys. We got to properly vet them and see if they're actually connected or not. They may or may not be connected to any terrorist organization. We got to go back and redo some things because obviously we did the most excruciating one, or I mean the most extensive one, and it still failed. Bro still came out here and ended up doing some jihadist stuff. So now we got to look back on everybody, even the ones that didn't come here through that really exclusive program. Because let's be real, the only way he came through that way is from working with our CIA.
Allowed to be here. Can they actually do this?
Well, they'll certainly try. And look, we've seen them do this before, where they come up with an emergency power that the president says he has, and then dare the courts to try to stop it. And so what we expect, obviously, with this is that they're going to run into the same trouble that they ran into with the Muslim ban. In the end, they were able to basically make that legal by admitting that the rights of people who are permanent residents matter, right? It's not just U.S. citizens, but there are rights that come with being a permanent resident that they cannot just override. And so they'll have to battle it out in the courts if they want to do this. What it does, though, is it really puts a mark on all of these Afghan immigrants, especially ones who did so much. They sacrificed a lot. They worked with the CIA, this unit.
I mean, just like this guy, I mean, he, like I said, I don't know, but it's looking like this guy might have had another connection to another terrorist group that was an adversary of the Taliban. So that's why he was able to work with the CIA against the Taliban. But he could have been, I don't know, like a double agent. He could have been working for ISIS while working with the CIA to go against the Taliban just to get into America to do some bullshit. But then here's the problem with that. I mean, if that was the whole operation, don't you think he'd have probably pulled off something a little bigger than just taking out 2 National Guardsmen? God rest one of their souls, and I hope for the recovery of the other one. But don't you think it'd have been a little bigger? And I'm sorry, I'm just going down all pathways here.
There were thousands of members of this unit that this suspect came from, the NDS, that worked in Afghanistan directly for the CIA. There's a reason why they got sort of expedited entry into the United States after the fall of Afghanistan. And so those people were vetted a number of times. But there's been a struggle, too, to try to make sure that the vetting was appropriate. I'll tell you this. There were examples of people who essentially bought backgrounds from brokers. And so the problem with Afghanistan has been that there's no functioning system to be able to check the data, that background.
Yeah, I had that problem. I was thinking that too. Like a lot of these countries don't have the extensive database system that our criminal justice system have. Like they just don't have, I don't know, biometric data. They don't have records of crimes. And I'm not saying all these Muslim countries. I'm just saying a few of them might not have, the database system that we do. We can just pull people up within minutes, seconds, really. So, yeah, it's really hard to sit there and take their okay with it sometimes. Sometimes they just give us the okay because they couldn't find anything. And they're just like, they're going through a file system still. They're over there ruffling through papers. They don't really got a computer system like we do. I'm not saying it's all Muslim countries, but there are some of them that's like that. And we still accept the vetting. We still get the okay. As long as we get that okay from them, then, hey, it is what it is. But here's a problem with that. I mean, it's up to the United States. If we can't get if this Muslim country doesn't have an extensive database on their criminal system or their criminals, then we can't deal with them. That just has to be the standard at a certain point.
Check information. And it's been a problem that has worried the FBI and DHS since the fall of Afghanistan, of Kabul.
Deborah, we'll cover the White House. What are you hearing from inside the White House about how they plan to respond?
This is this is very much in line with the
right.
way that the president and people in his administration, people like Stephen Miller, have been talking about immigration. President Trump, in his remarks on Wednesday night, brought up Somalia. That is not an accident. That is something that the president has been focused on recently and that he is emphasizing. You look at refugee policies where the White House wants to bring in white people from South Africa who they say are being persecuted. They don't want to bring in other refugees. The refugee program has been severely restricted under.
Yeah, but you got to understand the argument about that. Like, they can assimilate. Like, they're going to assimilate. I mean, they're Christians. They're white. They're going to assimilate in a Christian or majority white Christian nation. It just makes sense for them to do. That's why Poland and Hungary only accepted immigrants from Ukraine, because they knew they were going to assimilate well, and they don't want to accept the immigrants from the Muslim countries because 9 times out of 10 they won't assimilate well. It is what it is.
The Trump administration already. So in a lot of ways, this is
a
terrible event that has given them a sort of a peg to do a lot of the things that they were already doing or wanted to do. And it does come at a time when the president's approval ratings are in a really bad place, including on immigration. But this is a realm of immigration where he has had more traction than some of the other areas.
And speaking of the refugee issue, this is what he said in a couple of late night posts last night, right before midnight. He put out these posts here on Thanksgiving night. He said, this refugee burden is the leading cause of social dysfunction in America, something that did not exist after World War II. Failed schools, high crime, urban decay, overcrowded hospitals, housing shortages, and large deficits. He's very clear where he's going with this.
Well, I like the way that Tamara put it. It is something they want to do.
Very
it's a
clear.
long-term project. This administration, with the 4 years it has been given by voters, wants to transform the immigration system. One, so there's a larger deportation force, so the immigration courts are seen as deportation courts, as they call them. They're doing more hiring right now to make that happen. They're trying to build the capacity for mass deportation because it wasn't there in the first term. You've covered this. So many things that they're doing right now are taking the lessons of the first term, where they were stymied by a court or stopped by a court, going to a more favorable court this time. A point with we saw this with the Muslim ban. It was a 5-4 decision that upheld the president. That's a 6-3 conservative court now. So they like their odds, but there is a long-term strategy here. But what are the political risks of it? For Trump, he's not on the ballot again. For Republicans, we already saw them lose ground with Asian American and Arab American voters in Virginia and New Jersey. Just huge shifts back away from the Republican Party. This is not the Republican agenda that won Dearborn, let's say, in the last election. This is more like what he wanted to do in the first place. And voters don't get a veto on this.
Hey, shout out to my man Overkill, sending in 100 joules, sending 100 joules. And then he also, he sent in 100 for 2 joules, and he did it 3 times. Appreciate the support, my man. And then also shout out to Cultural Leotard for sending in the clutch for 30 joules. Appreciate the support, sis. Hey, appreciate that, guys.
It's going to be fought out in the courts. In Congress, look, final point I'll make is why was it easier for some Afghans to get here if they cooperate with the Americans in the war? It was bipartisan vote of Congress that made the Allies Act. Mike Johnson voted for that. I don't think you're going to have any Republicans saying that was a good idea. Now the Stephen Millers of the party, who already were controlling the narrative, are going to control the politics too.
Very few Republicans voted against that.
Yeah,
in
I
fact,
think 16.
Yeah, something like that. So part of this post, there were just a number of things that are eyebrow raising, to say the very least. This is what he said he said, refugees from Somalia are completely taking over the once great state of Minnesota. He said that there are Somalian gangs looking for prey.
They're trying to say that there's Sharia law courts, which they're not. There are no Sharia law courts in America, okay? I had to look this up. I did my extensive research. There are no Sharia law courts in America, thank God, thank God. But there are, I guess, Muslim community watches. So, I mean, that's not so bad. I mean, you can have a community watch. I mean, we do. We have a neighborhood watch. So why can't the Muslims have a community watch? So that's really all I found. And yes, so that's it. There is no Sharia law courts. Because trust me, I mean, we start seeing stonings and all that crazy stuff.
As he said, people are staying locked in their apartments. He called the governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, quote, seriously retarded. He went on to call Ilhan Omar the worst congressman / woman. He ridiculed her for wearing a hijab. And she said that question about whether she's in the country illegally.
Oh man, the seriously retarded governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, does nothing either through fear, incompetent, or both. Is a wild statement. When the president of the United States start calling people retarded, bro, is an hilarious time in history.
Yeah, a lot of that is problematic.
It's racist.
I was just going to say it's rooted
racist.
in racism and xenophobia.
Yeah.
Now, hold on now. It does sound kind of racist, but let's be real. He's not saying all Muslims and Arabs and people in the Middle East need to get the heck up out of here. We'll put them. No. He's calling out Pacific communities that took advantage and that were doing immigration fraud. Like, well, let's talk about Somalians. They were doing immigration fraud in Minnesota. I mean, a lot of them actually have been abusing the social care systems in Minnesota. So he's not wrong. But it does sound racist when he sit there and call out these Muslim communities or these Arabic communities. It does sound crazy, but it's not racist. He's just calling them out. I mean, y'all the same people that say it's racist when you call out problems in the black community. So come on, I'm not trying to hear that. If he was talking about, oh, all these Muslims need to get the hell up out of here, like some of you guys in the chat, then yeah, that's racist. But no, he's just calling out Pacific groups. And if you want to call that racist, well, I guess you just want to be a softie about it.
A little bit of misogyny possibly in there, or sexism in there as well. And I think that there are people in the White House who believe that the best message that Donald Trump has right now is his anti-immigration message, that's really the only thing that he has to counteract all the concerns people are raising about why voters why his approval levels are so low. They're worried about the cost of goods. They're worried about safety. Yes, they're worried about the cost of housing. They're worried about healthcare. And he's not addressing much of that directly, but what he is doing is saying indirectly, the immigrants in the U.S. are causing or contributing to all those problems.
Which they are. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say they're the main leading cause. Like everything will just phenomenally be fixed when you take the immigration fraud out. But they are a cause, though. So to sit there and neglect that is wild. I mean, it'd be better if you just sit there and say, oh, well, it does happen, but it's a small percentage. I'm able to hear that and get over it slightly. But to just sit there and act like they have no cause in those certain places, like, you know, healthcare, wages, and all that good stuff, it's intellectually dishonest. Like, come on now.
I don't know if that's going to work with the American people, because they've seen the immigration crackdowns, but they also have seen that grocery prices aren't going down as a result. Their healthcare issues aren't being resolved, even with the crackdowns at the southern border. So yes, he can do more on immigration, but I don't know if that's going to address what American voters really expect him to be working on.
It's real quick. I think just focusing on this event, I think part of the anger you're seeing from the president and from the White House is the fact that they would like to blame this on Joe Biden and everything on Joe Biden as they've done, but they own some of this.
Yeah, and just to that point, I want to show what Trump said yesterday when he was asked about this situation, the fact that
in my opinion, they did incorrectly try to place it on Joe Biden. I'm like, yeah, he came in under Joe Biden, but it wasn't through the TPS program though that Joe Biden, kind of expanded. No, it wasn't through that program. He didn't walk through the open border that Biden left open. No, he came in through a vetted program. Because he was working with a CIA-backed paramilitary group to fight the Taliban. So, yeah, we can't really blame this on Biden, to be quite honest with you. We can blame it maybe on the director of the CIA at that time or the FBI and their vetting procedure, but not Biden.
The suspect was granted asylum in April of this year.
There was no vetting or anything. They came in unvetted. And we have a lot of others in this country. We're going to get them out. But they go cuckoo. Something happens soon.
Your DOJ IG just reported this year that there was thorough vetting by DHS and by the FBI of these Afghans who were brought into the U.S. So why do you blame the Biden administration
Because
for
they
what
let
this
them
man
in.
did?
Are you stupid? Are you a stupid person? Because they came on a plane along with thousands of other people that shouldn't be here, and you're just asking questions because you're a stupid person.
Damn.
And that's Nancy Cordes of CBS News. Is a very good reporter and asking a very legitimate question, and you see how defensive the president is.
Right. It's a factual question. It's true. It is not a stupid question, and the president should apologize to her, because it is part of the problem is the president owns some of this, and that is just the fact. And look, I mean,
yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. He was kind of like falsely comparing this. And like I said, hey, you know, I call out both sides, but he was falsely kind of condemning the TPS program for this situation right here. And the TPS program had nothing to do with it. Now, is he right to say that we should now comb through the TPS Afghanis as well to see if they have any connections? For sure. But to sit there and make that incorrect, assessment, or sit there and try to blame the Afghanis that came through the TPS program or Biden's TPS for this situation right here is incorrect, to be quite honest.
One of the things that I think when you're in politics and you're a leader is you go back and you look to see what we could have done differently. That's what usually happens. In this case, they've decided that they're going to just lash out and apparently going to punish like perhaps millions of people in the process, because again, they don't want to accept that part of what happened here happened on their watch. And look, you don't have to say that it's anyone's fault per se, but you can try to fix the vetting and make sure that this doesn't happen again.
All right, we'll see a lot that will come in the weeks ahead. We'll see how much is actually implemented, how much of it is just talk.
I mean, yeah, we'll see how much. Yeah, we'll see how much is implemented, how much is just talk. Because honestly, I'm not sure if Trump is going to go that hard on them. But who knows? Who knows? Because it does seem like he's going pretty hard in the Somali community in Michigan and over there. Well, not only Michigan, but in Minneapolis as well. And the Somali community is heavily in Minnesota. I mean, damn near like heavy migration to that area. And considering that they came from a warm, very hot country, it is quite surprising, to be quite honest with you. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get right into this here. Trump escalates immigration crackdown after National Guard member dies.
Breaking overnight, the ambush-style shooting of National Guard troops in Washington, D.C. has taken another tragic turn. One of those Guard members has died, the other still fighting for his life. President Trump announcing that 20-year-old Army Specialist Sarah Beckstrom died from her injuries on Thanksgiving. He called her an incredible person who was outstanding in every way. New images from overnight of law enforcement officers lining the streets for the transfer of her body. Beckstrom's former boyfriend spoke to CNN and said she had a huge heart and would do anything for anyone. The other wounded Guard member, a 24-year-old Andrew Wolf, remains hospitalized and is in critical condition. We're also learning more about the suspect in custody, a 29-year-old Afghan national. He arrived in the United States in 2021 on a resettlement program after working with the CIA in Afghanistan, helping American troops. President Trump, in the wake of the shooting, says the U.S. will, quote, permanently pause migration from all third world countries. He also says the U.S. will re-examine all green cards issued to people from what the administration calls 19 countries of concern. CNN's Betsy Klein joining us now live from Washington this morning. What is the latest on this investigation?
And yeah, like some countries in South America and about a couple countries in Africa and almost every country in the Middle East. So yeah, you know, there's that right there.
Well, Sarah, an interagency investigation is now underway to determine exactly how this horrific tragedy could have happened, while the Trump administration, meanwhile, is ramping up its aggressive immigration policies. We know that this suspect is an Afghan national who came to the United States in 2021. He applied for asylum in 2024, and it was granted under the Trump administration in April of this year. Now, we've also learned that the suspect worked with U.S. forces.
Oh, guys, and do me a favor and like and subscribe to the channel. But first, let's double tap that screen and like the video. And if you have any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, by the way. So let's go ahead and let's try to get the support up so we can help us get to the conspiracy hour.
Including the CIA, starting in 2011. A U.S. official tells CNN that he was vetted by intelligence agencies and clean on all checks. The question.
Yep, and vetted by intelligence agencies and clean on all checks. Worked with the CIA in Afghanistan. Came to the U.S. in 2021 under Biden. Granted asylum April 2025, which is really soon. Well, particularly soon. 29-year-old Afghanistan. I mean, damn. Oh wow, bro, younger than me, huh?
That he was vetted by intelligence agencies and clean on all
checks. The question now of his pathway to violence is going to be a major target for investigators. Now, officials say it's still too soon to say what the motive is, but President Trump, as he addressed troops on Thanksgiving, offering his own speculation. Listen.
He went cuckoo. I mean, he went nuts. And that happens too. It happens too often with these people. You see them. But look, this is how they come in. This is how they're standing on top of each other. And that's an airplane. There was no vetting or anything. They came in unvetted. And we have a lot of others in this country. We're going to get them out. But they go cuckoo. Something happens to them.
Now, within hours of this shooting, the president moved to justify an even more intense immigration crackdown. The director of United States Citizenship and Immigration Services announced that at the president's direction, he was ordering the re-examination of all green cards issued to people from countries of concern. That includes about 19 countries, including Afghanistan, Iran, Venezuela, among many others. The president last night also calling for what he described as reverse.
Because the main concern is that, yeah, some of these guys get in like, okay, so we cleared them for the terrorist country in the terrorist or organization or whatever in their country. We cleared them for that. So let's say if it's Afghani and we look him up, all right, cool. He has no connections to the Taliban. But who's to say he's not connected to Al-Qaeda? Who's to say he's not connected to ISIS? I mean, or the Houthis. Like, who say he's not connected out there and he's just playing cool in the area that he's in? Like, there's that possibility. Now, like I said, is it out there? No, not really. Not really. It's highly plausible. I mean, shout out to this guy. What's his name? I believe, see, what's his name? Flynn? Well, let's see what he got to say about this. Check out this video, guys. Here we go.
They brought tens of thousands of unvetted Afghans into the United States of America. Now, NCTC has done their job, and they've identified over 1,400 of these Afghans as having ties to ISIS and to other terrorist groups, yet Biden let them into the interior of the United States. Same thing with a bunch of ISIS-affiliated Tajiks and Uzbeks who came into the United States of America as well. There's around 600 of them that were also identified by NCTC that are here in America right now.
There are over 1,000 Taliban and ISKP operatives in the United States. These are deep cover operatives that report to Sirajuddin Haqqani and then the leadership of the Taliban and ISKP.
And where's this intel coming from?
The anti-Taliban resistance.
Who's running that?
There are several resistance fronts. There's also President Amrullah Saleh, who's leading Afghanistan Green Trend.
And can you talk about him? That's where I was going with this.
President Saleh?
Yes.
Of course, yes.
They brought tens of thousands.
Do you see what I'm saying now? Do you hear me? Do you hear me? So yes, all within the realm of possibility, and that's why Trump is pretty much doing what he's doing now. But shout out to my man Sid. He says, let's see here. He says, look at the airplane. There's no vetting. They're cuckoo. Quiet, piggy. Tim Walz is a retard. What a smart president. God damn it, Sid. I mean, it's funny, but it is childish. I will admit it's extremely petty, but it's funny. Okay. But in all seriousness, though, let's be quite honest. Look at the airplane. There's no vetting, which they did very, very little vetting. And that was a very rush order. So he was somewhat right on that. They're cuckoo. All right, come on. Now, you're right. That is a bit wild. And when he said the girl quiet piggy, that was hilarious. When he said quiet piggy, I almost like, was that girl fat? If she was fat, bro, that makes it 10 times more funny. I know what you're saying, Seth, but that's disrespectful. I mean, true, but it's also funny.
Migration. In a lengthy post to social media, he wrote, quote, I will
Shout out,
permanently
Sid.
pause migration from all third world countries and remove anyone who is not a net asset to the United States. We have, of course, asked the White House and State Department for clarity on what countries that would impact. Attorney General Pamela Bondi, meanwhile, says that the Justice Department will do everything in their power to seek the death penalty for this suspect.
All right, Betsy Klein, thank you so much for your reporting for us. And over to you, Brad.
Thank you, Sarah.
I'll
Joining me
take
now
that
is
for everything
CNN
these
senior
days.
national security analyst Juliette Kayyem. Juliette, great to have you here with us. First, as we think about the investigation, the radius is extremely wide, including the path of travel to commit the deadly act. What do we know about progress thus far and the resources that need to be mobilized for this type of scale?
Well, it's going to have sort of two nexus points. One is going to be in Washington State, sort of his ties, who he was living with, where he was living, family, contacts. Was there a network that was supporting him? Then, of course, in DC, how long was he there? Why did he choose this group of National Guard members? And then, of course, there's the linkage between the two. Where did he stop?
No. I'm sorry. Like, I know this man Sid's slightly serious, but all right. Shout out to my man Sid. He says, I forgot I was voting for who I wanted to see at the Laugh Factory next weekend. I thought I was voting for a chief executive. Yeah, but hey, sometimes you get both, bro. Sometimes you get the 2-for-1 package. I mean, be grateful. You get the Laugh Factory and a chief executive at the same damn time. It's okay, Sid. You can have both. Like, come on now. Let's be reasonable about it. Yes, he got a bit disrespectful, but hey, it is what it is. It comes with the territory. I mean, let's be real. The way he lashed out on that one girl and all that good stuff. Like, are you stupid? Like, man, what, you stupid? Man, you stupid for asking these questions. Like, that was a bit outrageous. But the Piggy one was hilarious because she was trying to overtalk the other lady and she was like, quiet, Piggy. And sometimes, you need to tell these girls to quiet down, man. Sometimes you got to raise your voice to them. They respect. Okay, I'm not going to go that far. All right. Back to the show.
May he been in contact with? Was he calling anyone abroad? So it's going to be
Shout out
extensive
Sid.
in that sense. What's the good news in this?
But shout out to Sid and all the rest of the supporters, man. Like Chase, Culture, Overkill. Oh shit! So appreciate the support, guys.
Tragedy is it's a knowable suspect who's had
In nursing.
ties to the United States essentially for most of his life, between his work with the CIA or with the United States in Afghanistan, through at least 3 vetting processes to get his amnesty status, asylum status, and then of course whatever ties he had with family and friends where he was living.
And so, as information piles up, what does a typical breakthrough moment look like in the effort to establish a motive?
Well, so it's interesting. I've been thinking about this a lot because he's a suspect who we don't normally have suspects who have such ties with the United States. I mean, in other words, when we have a terror or a violent incident like this, it's someone either here who has no contact with the U.S. or with U.S. authorities, or someone who comes in from abroad. This is someone who was vetted at least by the CIA or the National Counterterrorism Center, was vetted when he came over, when Kabul fell in Afghanistan. And then once again, when he's granted amnesty. Look, there's a lot of politics behind this. I think we just need to step outside of that and say either the vetting process was bad, missed something key, or the radicalization process was fast, that between the time he received amnesty a couple months ago and now something happened. So investigators are going to look at some trauma in his life, something that happened in Afghanistan.
Because they did approve him like this year. I mean, so I'm pretty sure they probably ran another check just to see. And of course, they ran a criminal. I mean, he was here since 2021. They must have ran 4 years of records of him being here. Found nothing too concerning. The man most likely wasn't committing no crimes or anything like that. He has a family with kids. So yeah, how the hell he did all this? Like, how did he turn into this? And like I said, it could be that he was always a double agent for another terrorist group, or like I said, as Trump said, he went cuckoo.
That he blamed the United States for.
Juliet Kayyem, thank you so much for taking the time, breaking this down this morning.
So in terms of where things stand this morning, there are some questions about specifically all these countries, right, that the president has referred to, which he calls, quote, third world countries. When we look at the reexamination process, there is also, Eugene, there is a concern about focusing too much on the country and what the ripple effect could be for those who are here in the country who are not a threat. How do you see this playing out?
Well, that will be a real issue that we've already seen.
And shout out Culture Leotard. Appreciate the support, sis. She sent in 10 joules for the thumbs up. Appreciate the support, sis.
Risen by Afghan communities and the associations that welcome and help resettle refugees. There's a real concern about keeping Americans and immigrants safe, how the Trump administration goes about doing that without harming and discriminating against those who have come here to actually be, as he would label it, an asset to the U.S. isn't yet clear. There's some concern that he may not be able to do that in a way that is fair, but he hasn't detailed his immigration plan yet in terms of how he's going to keep Americans safe. And I assume that there will be pressure on him to clarify that.
Malik, the president, and these are the president's words here, said the suspect went cuckoo. There are questions about what may have happened in the wake of that asylum being granted earlier this year. How do you anticipate looking into what changed perhaps for the suspect?
I don't know, man. Bro went through something with the wife. I don't know. Maybe he was a sleeper cell and he heard that code or whatever on the TV, or I don't know. But we will find out soon, because we have to get into the social medias, if he even had one, like messages, relationship with his wife, his kids, maybe other acquaintances he was talking to while he was here. Like, who knows? Who knows? All I know, from 2021 to 2025, he was not a problem. And all of a sudden today pops up and becomes a problem. Well, 2 days ago. But let's get into the next video here of, let's see here, Kremlin Special Envoy Witkoff to visit next week. The question is, does Trump run out of patience with Putin at some point? I mean, let's be real. Everybody's running out of patience with Zelensky. If anything, like, we ain't running out of patience with Putin. We run out of patience with Zelensky. We want to know how long this man want to keep this war rolling.
Let's bring in Dan Hoffman, former CIA station chief and Fox News contributor. Dan, you and I have talked about this at length. The fact is,
I like how everybody's jumping to MK Ultra, because I didn't want to be that guy, but hey, I'm somewhat there myself. Now it's a small percentage. Like, I'm like, man, I'm like 30%. You sure MK Ultra 7%? Most likely not. But hey, man, it got some of the elements in there.
Seems to me that Vladimir Putin is content to grind through resources and bodies as long as it takes to ultimately reclaim as much of the former Soviet Union as possible. But there are some issues here. We're talking about a high death rate. We're also talking about dwindling support from China, North Korea, and, if you want to say it this way, India, by way of its oil buys. How long is he prepared to go with this? And do you see any light at the end of the tunnel?
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving, Kevin, to you and all the viewers. Look, Vladimir Putin has not shown any hesitancy to engage in negotiations with the Trump administration, but mostly because what Putin wants to do is avoid any sanctions and encourage the Trump administration not to give Ukraine weapons, including the Tomahawk missiles that President Trump.
And also, Putin wants that 28-point plan peace deal to be signed, because he gets everything he wants and more. I mean, he gets the land, he gets sanctions lifted. I mean, he gets NATO to promise that they will never let in Ukraine. He gets everything he wants and more.
Had considered giving Ukraine back in October, and then held a discussion which he called productive with Vladimir Putin a couple of days later, and decided not to do that. So I think that's the means to an end for Putin. I would expect Putin to reject any agreement which gives Ukraine any guarantee of its independence and territory.
And shout out to my man Sid. He says, can I send you a short video about the kind of work this guy was doing for the CIA? The night raids make sense if he lost his mind. Please, bro, please. If you got something, let me know. I didn't even know there was a video of, okay. All right, you must probably got a video of the group, of his group that he was a part of in some type of special operation. Whatever you got, Sid, send it over. Please.
Integrity.
My dog.
Wars end when both sides are too exhausted to fight, or one side wins. We haven't reached either one of those scenarios. I think the Trump administration should be lauded for trying to bring peace to the most destructive land war since the Second World War. But I don't see that much evidence pointing in the direction of an agreement, unfortunately.
So tell me then, what is Witkoff's end game? He's going to go there, and the Russians will make all sorts of promises, or they'll pretend as if they want to make promises, but ultimately they want to grind Ukraine down. Maybe they're looking for some concessions, but then again, we've seen this play out before, Dan. We know that what Vladimir Putin has said previously is, we don't want NATO on our doorstep. We'll do whatever.
But just to give you a quick re-summary of his of what he was doing out there. So civically, he reported to have served in a CIA supported zero unit of Afghan National Directorate of Security, in an elite paramilitary team. Elite paramilitary teams that carried out night raids against the Taliban. So yes, and I believe it actually states what group he was under, but there is a CIA connection though for sure. Now, I want to make sure. Let's see. He was a fighter, a paramilitary operator, not just a clerk or an interpreter, how some people was trying to say. He served in the NDS, the NDS 3, one of Afghanistan's CIA-backed zero units. They were elite counter-terrorism strike force, trained, funded, and directed alongside U.S. intelligence and military. And this is all, you can get this all from the New York Post. So, yeah, this is what the New York Post saying. So, yes, that's just the background of what that guy was doing. And everybody was trying to call, oh, he was just an interpreter. He wasn't doing that much. No, guy, the man was really out there in the field, okay? He was in the field.
Takes, and if that means taking Kyiv and everything between there, they'll do it. So I'm just curious, what, if anything, do you think will come of this latest round of talks? So what, even if you'll pardon me for asking,
I'll be on the lookout in Discord, though. I'm going to go ahead and check out Discord right now, Sid.
Mike Witkoff be looking for in this sort of conversation?
Yeah, well, look, the talks have gone on for quite some time, and Russia has refused to a ceasefire, even though Ukraine has agreed to one. Russia's offered absolutely no concessions, even though Ukraine has absolutely discussed making some on their side. So I think at some point, the question for the Trump administration is, does the president run out of patience with the fact that Vladimir Putin is just not interested in negotiating?
Yeah.
President Trump is continuing to try. He's continuing to send his special envoy, arguably his most trusted senior official in the administration, to the Kremlin to try to solve this. And at some point, if Russia decides that that's not what they want to do, then the Trump team will have to look for other options.
I know we're out of time, but I wanted to get you on the record really quickly on this this person who apparently had been training with the CIA. We understand he was vetted by the agency. What can you tell us, if anything, about the circumstance that would bring someone like that here? We don't know what he was doing over the past 4 years. Any clarity you can add to that conversation?
So look, the vetting it's ephemeral, Kevin. If you vet somebody yesterday, they were vetted yesterday. That doesn't mean they're still vetted today. It's why at the CIA, we continue to do what we call operational testing of those with whom we work, especially those Afghans to whom we entrusted our lives. And so this guy may have been vetted years ago. It doesn't mean that he wasn't radicalized in the year since he came to the United States. That's the question for me. Was this an act of terrorism, or was it a lone wolf attack, as a brutal one as it was?
And all right now, but let's go ahead and get into this, because remember, he was part of the truth about the Afghanistan's zero unit night raids. All right, because this was a group that he was a part of. We're about to get an extensive story from shout out to Sid for finding this video, but it does sound like we're about to get a story from this young lady here. So enjoy.
A raid is one of the most defensive and intrusive ways to place yourself in someone's life. To come to people's homes at night when they are most vulnerable in such a scary way. And when that happens to someone who isn't the right target, they're left with that trauma, night after night and years after. It is a psychological strategy. The US knew that when they used it here in Afghanistan. For years, I've gone on a quest to count the deaths from these night raids. This story is personal to me. My name is Lindsay. was 2 years old. A night raid in Nangarhar province killed my sister and mother during the Civil War. My father was killed later in fighting. I was adopted by a British family living in Pakistan. When I was 12 years old, I moved with them to Israel. When I was in my early 20s,
And shout out Culture Leotard. She says, what if he just has PTSD? Not radical. I mean, true. I mean, but damn, like, here's the thing. Usually PTSD like affect those around him. So if he woke up one night, I may be like off this family gun. Goddamn. But if he woke up one night and died, it made more sense than him just driving cross country to go take out 2 National Guardmen. So maybe though, but maybe.
Started looking into my biological family. I didn't know anything about them. I actually tried to hire investigators to help me look into it. They were totally uninterested to help. By that time, I had become a reporter in the UK, so I decided to go back to my homeland and investigate my past myself. But what I found in Afghanistan was bigger than anything I had imagined. A bridge that would tie past, present, and future.
Yep. 2021,
Hours
current
ago,
time.
the last American troops left Afghanistan.
The US's longest war is over. 20 years since it began on October 2001.
In 2001, everything changed. Days after September 11th, the first CIA officers touched down in Afghanistan, targeting the Taliban and Al-Qaeda. Over the past 2 decades, that strategy largely consisted of drone strikes, airstrikes, and night raids. I was in Nangarhar, looking into my personal story, when I met a widow named Masala. She told me the story of how masked soldiers came to her home in the middle of the night and shot and killed her only 2 sons. I knew what it felt to live without knowing why your family had been killed. That it is not possible to move on from the grief without answers. I felt this huge responsibility to look into what had happened to Masala and others. I learned that the raid on her home was conducted by elite squadrons of Afghan special forces backed by the United States. They were known as the Zero Units. Over the last 4 years of the war, these units killed hundreds of civilians.
Yo, he was a part of that? Whoa. He was part of the Zero Unit Days, basically a unit that went out there and took out civilians that were perceived to be terrorists. And you're telling me this guy was a part of taking out his own people like that? Well, let's see how far this gets it. Let's see how far this goes.
They were overseen by the CIA, and their targets were selected using American intelligence. I spent more than 3 years investigating hundreds of night raid operations. I also spent 6 months trying to find soldiers from inside the unit to talk to. I really wanted to find out how they felt when civilians were killed in these operations. I met 2 Afghan soldiers who I'll call Basir and Hadi for their safety. They fought in this unit for years.
زما نوم مستربي دی د افغانستان د صفري قطعې د شرقي زون نظامي پاتې شوی یم. ما ویل چې زموږ غریبه کورنۍ وو. مور مې ناروغه وه. ما پیسو ته اړتیا درلوده. موږ اورېدلې چې دا قطعې د CIA مربوط دی او دوی معاشونه هم په ډالرو دی.
Oh shit. All right, so pretty much these two guys are explaining their story on how they got into this death squad pretty much, and it was to pretty much help their sick mother, and they heard that this squad was paying US dollars, and US dollars go a long way in foreign countries, so they were just desperate. And I mean, who knew they got themselves into this? But let's see how they reconciled with it. Salaries paid in US. To help my mother, I joined the O2 team or the O2 unit. As intelligence come in, the raids is conducted. It is our commander who gives us information. Adi, we just have the shooting orders. Sorry. Let's see here. No fewer than 80 forces conducted a raid. 10 to 12 of them are American.
In 2019, Basir and Hadi told me about a night raid in Logar province when they killed 4 members of a family. I'd later speak to the surviving grandfather and uncle. This was not the first time they had killed civilians, but it was this raid that felt like a turning point in their lives.
Our gate was sturdy, but they destroyed it with a bomb. My granddaughter was close. She was wounded in the abdomen. They yelled, "Come out with your hands up." Speaking about the troops. And then Uncle Masha, I shouted in return, "Stop shooting. People have already been killed." The intelligence was wrong. There was no single Taliban fighter among the dead. These killings happened at our hands. It's going out killing innocent people, basically. from bad intel. Uncle, they saw that the Taliban were. Wait, what? They saw that the martyrs did not look like the Taliban. They were little children. Our fathers already suffered from heart disease. And this tragedy has been a mental effect. This tragedy has had a mental effect on them.
د تفریق تو هدف دا دی چې افغانستان کې تروریزم ختم کړي.
Zero unit aimed at eliminating terrorists in Afghanistan.
ځینو سیمو کې تروریزم
In
زیات
some
کړی.
places, however, they increased it. Yeah, I can see that.
امریکایان وایي دوی
The American claimed they had the best technology.
نو بیا ولې د ملکیانو او
Why can't
دښمن
they
توپیر
discriminate
نشي
between
کولی؟
civilians and
دوی
enemies?
امریکایان دي
They
افغانان
are
وژني.
Americans killing
موږ
Afghanis,
افغانان یو افغانان
and we are
وژني.
Afghanis killing Afghanis. Damn. Well, at least they know what they were doing.
What you are looking at is Taliban fighters inside the presidential palace.
I felt so helpless when the Taliban took control of the country again. After everything I've seen in the last 4 years, I wonder why the US has never been held accountable for the damage they leave behind.
Because who gonna hold us accountable? That's the problem.
Everyone in Afghanistan has a shared pain about what these raids have left behind, whether that's the families or the soldiers conducting them. Night raids failed in Vietnam, Iraq, and now Afghanistan. Who will suffer when America uses this same failed tactic in their next war?
All right, for time's sake, let's skip ahead to where are they now? Relatives still waiting for someone to take responsibility for the killing. Ah, okay. This is them pretty much ending it out. Huh. Okay, and this is the real person. And all righty, I mean, shout out to this young lady for coming out with this story, and shout out to my man Sid for bringing this to us. I mean, yo, Sid, my man. But all right, guys, let's get right back on to the story. Well, I mean, not the story, but let's get on to the next news segment, which is Putin issues a new threat as Ukraine refuses to give up land. I mean, I don't think Ukraine got much of a choice, and you know they can always keep fighting, but we'll see how that works out for them.
Russian President Vladimir Putin says the U.S.'s peace plan could be a basis of a Ukraine deal, but says the war will end, quote, once Ukrainian troops withdraw from the territories they occupy. If they don't withdraw, we will achieve this through military means. Meanwhile, Ukraine's chief negotiator, Andriy Yermak, says as long as Zelensky is president, no one should count on us giving up territory. He will not sign away territory. The Constitution prohibits this. Nobody can do that unless they want to go against the Ukrainian Constitution.
I mean, we know. I doubt that anybody, as long as Zelensky is president, no one should count on us giving up territory. He will not sign away territory. The Constitution prohibits this. Yeah, but so what? You guys are just gonna not give away the land that you guys lost in this war? I mean, can you guys take it back from Russia? You can't. Okay, then. So even if it's against your Constitution, trust me, the Constitution doesn't win you wars. I mean, it does set a foundation of laws, but it doesn't win you a war.
Prohibits this. Nobody can do that unless they want to go against the Ukrainian Constitution and the Ukrainian people. Here to discuss it, national security expert.
Jen, trust me. I mean, if this was happening in America, we feel the same. But if it was some ultimate military force, luckily we're the ultimate military force. But if there was an ultimate military force, we would have literally no choice. And I'm pretty sure I would be sitting here trying to fight to the death over the land. But an L's an L. If they're just an overwhelming force, the overwhelming force I can think of is aliens at this point. But if aliens came down and took the whole west side, there really isn't nothing we could do about it, to be quite honest. Just like how Putin comes through and takes like 20% of Ukraine, there isn't really too much they can do about it. They can try as they might, but they're not really getting anywhere with it.
Rebecca Heinrichs. Rebecca, I hope you had a great Thanksgiving. Now let's dive right into the hard work. And that is, of course, where things stand. We know Special Envoy Steve Witkoff will go to Moscow to talk with the Russians, but it's pretty clear from Andriy Yermak that this whole idea about ceding Donetsk, Luhansk, the Donbass region is not a thing that they're looking to do, and that could be a huge sticking point. And you see that map along.
Yeah, so pretty much claimed Ukrainian counter-defense. Okay, so this is what they're wanting here. So this is all that Russia wants. The only thing they're willing to split up is, they also want this as well, is Zaporozhye, or however you pronounce it. It's this region right here, and they want to split that up. And they also want to split the energy that the nuclear facility or the nuclear power plant uses there. Or that the nuclear power plant generates it. They want to split that power generation. But other than that, Putin just wants all of this, and, he'll be a happy camper. And the Ukrainians are telling him, hell effing nah. And that's understandable. But can the Ukrainians take it back? Most likely not.
Red line. That is essentially the line that they have been fighting on for nearly 4 years. And Ukraine saying, we're not giving this area up. Where do you see things headed?
Well, as you said, Griff, Putin gave a speech here recently where he said that he wants the Ukrainians to leave the territory. Of course, that's Ukrainian territory that Putin is demanding that Ukrainians leave from. Those soldiers have been bleeding and dying for their territory, for home and hearth, for each other. And so even if Zelensky wanted to say that these Ukrainians had to withdraw, he's not going to be able to get him to. And then you have to deal with the rest of the Ukrainian.
AKA, so what, you're telling me he lost control of his army and he's basically not a real leader? Because that's not a good excuse to say, oh, well, we can't do the peace plan because nobody's going to listen to Zelensky anyway. Then why do we even address him then? Like, what's the point of even addressing Zelensky if he cannot stop a goddamn thing? If he signs a peace deal anyway, we still have, Russia still got to go out there and eliminate those Ukrainians? I'm not sure if that's true or not. I'm pretty sure if they get the ceasefire order, they'll be happy to stop. But maybe they're right. Maybe they are that far gone to the point they're not even listening to Zelensky. And it's like, F it, we're just trying to take out these Russians.
Society, who then has to support a withdrawal, a surrender of Ukrainian territory. So that is going to be, I think, impossible.
But I ain't gonna lie, which would be pretty admirable and badass. Like, as much as I talk shit about Ukraine, like losing this war, it is pretty badass that they're still going at it. Like, I got to admit.
For Ukraine.
Trying
and
their
then, of course,
hearts
you just
out.
have the fact that Donetsk is significant on the battlefield. So once if Ukraine were to give up Donetsk, it permits Russia to have essentially a free reign to the rest of the country so Russia could regroup and then just reinvade. So it's going to be impossible, I think, to give up that territory. But to Griff, last point, Putin was
And shout out to my man Sid. He's like, some of what they're talking about is land Russia hasn't taken yet. which is also true though. There is some, yeah, they are talking about like land that Russia hasn't even like that Ukraine hasn't conceded. Like I think it's like this part right here, because there's certain parts, you're right, Sid, that they're still fighting on, but they just want like Russia to just have it. Like, no, look, we understand you're fighting for it, but let's just let us have it, like without too much fighting. And let's be real, Ukrainians aren't going for it. They're not really going for anything, and I can respect it. But the problem is though, that I just do not see them getting back that land. They can hold off Russia, hopefully, and keep them right there, but it is going to look like they're going to have to concede that land and just be okay with keeping the rest of Ukraine, or just risk shrinking their population even more. I mean, stop the war, bring back the women, and just go back to normalcy, which is going to be almost impossible, but anything's possible.
Fine in this speech that he gave. He also said that he didn't want to deal with the Ukrainian government as it was because he believes it's an illegitimate government. So he's back to his old claims.
Well, he raised such a good point. It's worth reminding.
They're trying to say that Zelensky, they're not really going to listen until Zelensky is voted out or the Ukrainian people have chosen a new leader. And I mean, who knows how that will go. And it does sound like if we were to hold an election right now, if they were to hold an election right now for Ukraine, I'm pretty sure the Ukrainian people might go towards not pretty sure. I'm 50-50 on this. They might go towards a more pro-Russian leader who wants to actually seek some type of relationship with Russia instead of going heads on with them. Seeing how that's working out for Ukrainian people right now, I think they're going to vote a little differently.
Viewers that even if Zelensky were willing to give up Donetsk or cede other territory, that would have to go to a national referendum in Ukraine before he could even do it. So it's not like he had.
And and Sid's right. We're not going to sit here and pretend like this isn't painless for Russia. But the problem is Russia just don't give a damn. They have the weapons to blow. They have weapons to throw away. They have soldiers' lives to throw away, sadly. They have enough. To the point where, yes, Ukraine is just not a big enough force or not a lethal enough force to take on Russia. And we can give them all the weapons we want, all the weapons they want, but it's the manpower that's the problem. Russia just got too much people, and Ukraine's military is not technologically advanced enough to handle that or to outweigh that.
Has that bargaining chip just by his own will. But on the flip side, with Putin saying that he'll just take this by force, he's failed to do that. He's shown he cannot do that in the nearly 4 years of fighting. So what's to say he could actually achieve that goal?
He's actually been trying, Griff, since the Obama administration. When the Russians came in and took Crimea, Russia was unable to take Donetsk all the way back then. It's an extremely fortified area, and the Ukrainians have been very tough, even though they do sustain battlefield losses. Donetsk is something that the Ukrainians have been able to hold. And Secretary Rubio has said on November 12th, as recently as November 12th, Griff, he said that Ukraine can't, quote, can't give up Donetsk because it's so significant to Ukraine. And so the American government has acknowledged that and understands that that is simply something that Ukraine can't do. And yet Russia continues to make maximalist demands. So I think a lot of this is smoke and mirrors on the part of the Russians. I don't think that Putin is negotiating in good faith, Griff.
We'll see where that goes. Meanwhile, let's bring the conversation into the Western Hemisphere.
The man don't need to negotiate in good faith because for some reason, Fox News to CNN is still spreading the propaganda as if Ukraine still has a chance. I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, of course, Putin's not negotiating in good faith because he has all the cards. He has more leverage. He don't got to negotiate in good faith. Good faith negotiations only happen when there's like equal leverage on both sides. When one side has too much leverage, trust me, there isn't no good faith negotiation no more.
And focus on Venezuela. Nicolas Maduro ramping up his tough talk on social media. But President Trump yesterday saying that the administration will soon not only stop the drug boats, but maybe by land as well. Listen to.
And shout out to my man Chase. He says, a shit deal to end the war is the only way they don't lose their whole country. Point blank, period. Surrender or lose everything. Those are the options. Exactly. And I'm glad you said it, man. I'm glad you said it. Because I ain't want to just say it out like that because people get too mad at me when I say it. So hopefully they spare you a little bit. When I'll just say, period, point blank, they're screwed. It's kind of over. If they don't give up, they risk losing it all. They don't want to hear that. But shout out to Culture Leotard. She says, my point from this morning, power is the game all over the world. Citizens are casualties of the grab, and they don't care about peace, only expansion. I mean, hey, and this whole, again, Loki, the way Russia's throwing away their soldiers plays more into your point, sis. It plays, well, plays deeper into your point. Seeing that we were comparing the reckless throwing away of life in Ukraine and comparing it to the way they were doing, well, the way Hamas is doing it to the Palestinians. And we're talking about just recklessly doing October 7th, like Israel wasn't about to spaz on them. Or, as they say, overreact.
This.
In recent weeks, you've been working to deter Venezuelan drug traffickers, of which there are many. Of course, there aren't too many coming in by sea anymore, if you probably noticed that. We've almost stopped. It's about 85% stopped by sea. You probably noticed that. People aren't wanting to be delivering by sea. And we'll be starting to stop them by land also.
And should he choose to do that, Rebecca, he has an awful lot of options with the firepower in the Caribbean.
He does, Griff, and it certainly looks like the Trump administration is basically encircling Maduro, trying to force Maduro to surrender and permit somebody else to take over that country. Of course, that's our hemisphere. The Chinese and the Russians have been trying to get access into Venezuela, try to get a foothold there. So this is more about just drugs, Griff, in our hemisphere. This is about the United States asserting itself and making sure that our peer adversaries don't have a foothold.
And Maduro is being targeted because he is the alleged leader of the Cartel del Soles, the Cartel of the Suns. They got that nickname because the Venezuelan generals for decades that have been facilitating this drug trade from Colombia into Venezuela has the gold epaulets on their uniform, hence the Cartel of the Suns. Is there, in the last few seconds we've got, is there a chance that the president can succeed in shutting this cartel down?
Well, certainly he has the ability to shut it down, Griff. I mean, you can see that there's, as the president noted, there's very few drug boats now coming out by sea.
I mean, let's be real. To shut the cartel down, I mean, you're going to have to shut all of them down. All of them. Like, that's how you get rid of the cartel. You got to go after the cartel, literally like they do the terrorist organization, try to shut down the entire operation. And even if they go under different names, they do the same damn thing, but they just operate in different areas. It's a family, basically. And yes, it's broken up into different parts, but it's one big crime syndicate. And, well, let's be honest. Well, that's why we kind of had to switch them to terrorists, because they need to be taken care of with that type of seriousness that you handle a terrorist organization with. I mean, they got more, bro. If you compare the cartel to some of these terrorist organizations, they can take some of these terrorists up top. They can actually go to war with some of these guys and win. So that's a problem when they're at the, well, they pretty much got the same power level as a terrorist group or the same military capability. But let's go ahead and get into one of the most hated guys in Trump's camp, Stephen Miller. Well, I know Sid hates the hell out of this guy. But let's get into it and let's see what this guy says about this. President Trump confirms Afghan national shot 2 National Guards. Let's see what he's saying about this, because, you know, he's one of Trump's head guys when it comes to domestic policy, and he will be playing a key role in how Trump handles this, well, domestic policy, or how he's about to handle these immigrants, especially the Afghani ones. Let's see.
But Stephen, I want to ask you a question. Do you think, given the reduction in robberies and murders and crime in the district, how much safer and more beautiful it is now because of the guardsmen and what happened tonight, do you think some of these mayors and governors are going to be able to resist legally and frankly morally guardsmen coming to their cities to help do the same thing?
Well, I mean, look at the situation in Chicago, where the governor, Pritzker, is fighting President Trump with everything that Pritzker has to try to keep President Trump from ending the murder epidemic in Chicago. Pritzker and Johnson are fighting on behalf of the murderers, not on behalf of the citizens, fighting against the National Guard, fighting against law enforcement, and fighting against federal investigators at every step of the way. Let me begin by saying, to the beginning of your question, that the president's remarks, I think, were among the most moving that I've ever heard. It was perfect for this incredibly tragic occasion, this heartbreaking, anguishing tragedy right before Thanksgiving. I think he spoke movingly and beautifully to what we've lost, but also demonstrated the tremendous resolve and determination to not only continue the mission these soldiers died for, but to expand the mission, declaring that far from being deterred, the commander-in-chief, our president, is sending 500 more troops to the city to show that no terrorism will sway us. And also having a conversation tonight with America, the conversation that we have to have with President Trump saying that Joe Biden, the Biden administration, the Democrats have inflicted on this nation the worst national security threat in our history. We've never faced a threat like this. 20 million people brought into our country from the most failed societies on earth. Afghanistan, Somalia, Libya, Iraq, brought here.
somewhat our fault, but hey, they could have progressed out of it, but still somewhat our fault.
No vetting, no conditions, no rules.
I mean, shit, we still bombing Somalia till this day. Till this day.
Brought here on visas, brought here as refugees, brought here as asylees, brought here as illegals, brought here in every way imaginable, by plane, train, bus, automobile, by land, by sea. For 4 straight years, they deluged this country. And now more blood is being spilled as a result. What you heard tonight from President...
Oh, guys, do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen. Sorry, a bit tired.
President Trump, the breaking news here tonight is saying that his government is going to accelerate efforts to review every person added to this country over the last 20 years, or the last 4 years, all 20 million. Now, obviously, if you're illegal, you're out automatically. But everybody else who was brought here, refugee, asylum status, whatever status, as he said, if you're not someone who loves this country, if you're not any benefit to this country, then we're going to send you out of this country because it's enough already. No one else has to die. No one else has to be murdered. No one else has to be shot. No more empty seats are needed at the
man. I mean, AKA, man, if you're an immigrant here, you want to act all un-American. I mean, you better start acting pro-American. At least fake it. At least fake it. You might as well start wearing uniform right now. Go ahead and get you a MAGA hat. Go ahead and get you a, United States flag t-shirt and preferably a tank top and just start attending NASCAR races. I mean, come on, bro. Or football games. Assimilate. Start going to your local church. Like, you feel me? It's not going to be that bad. You can still be a Muslim. You can still be whatever. Just assimilate.
Table or the Christmas table because of what Democrats have done to this country. So tonight we heard from a commander-in-chief a historic announcement, a brave announcement, exactly what America needed to hear, Kellyanne.
Absolutely. Stephen Miller.
Shout out to my man City. I would never believe you actually like this freak. There is some wild things Stephen Miller do say, but overall, I don't know, bro. I think people just love to hate this man. Did you see the rant that those two ladies were having about this man? What was it? It was Abby. It was on Abby Phillips' podcast, and it was like, please tell me he's short. Have you met him before? Please tell me he's like 4'8". I was like, bro, why are you wanting to hate this man so bad? Like, what? Like, what did he do to y'all? But I guess, his domestic policy upsets people, or maybe the way he views things. Yeah, I can see how that upsets people. And I'm not all the way supportive of Stephen Miller. Like, trust me, I'm not asking for the man to run for president. But it is funny how the left just despises this man with too much intensity to the point I just can't fathom it. I just can't understand it. Okay, I can't. But shout out Sid though, appreciate it.
Amplified it so beautifully tonight. First, they delegitimized the National Guard, and then they dehumanized the guardsmen and guardswomen, and it should surprise no one, yet shock us and sadden us all the same. What happened today, Stephen? That's also a president I know, influenced by you and others as well, who is helping to lead the nation in prayer.
Oh yeah, sure.
And he's praying for those victims. He's praying for their families. He's praying for the other brave men and women in all types of uniform who wake up every morning and run toward the danger to protect our freedoms and our lives. Stephen Miller, thank you very much. God bless Katie and you and the family for Thanksgiving. Appreciate it.
Thank
Stephen
you.
Miller,
God bless.
White House
God
Deputy
bless
Chief of
President
Staff.
Trump. God bless America.
Yes, from the White House lawn tonight.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey,
All
click
right.
here to subscribe.
No, all right. I guess we're gonna get into the controversial conversation hour. There's a lot of controversial conversations. I mean, let's talk about one from Piers Morgan, because apparently that boy Piers Morgan cooked David Rubin to the point where it went viral. And when you get cooked on a topic to the point where it goes viral, I gotta investigate this. Like Dave Rubin, and he's definitely a Zionist, pro-Israel guy, believes anything that comes out of Israel. So let's see what Pierce Morgan got to say to this man, because apparently this whole segment went viral. And we're going to get into it today because we got a lot of people to go over during our controversial conversation hour. And like I said, if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, go ahead and send $2 and up. I'll happy read it out loud. And sorry for burping into the mic. I apologize. But all right, though, let's get into Dave Rubin.
What's going on in your mind when you see one of those moments?
Is shut up and let Dave do his thing.
All right, so let's get into one that I have hit you on repeatedly on Twitter. We've had our little things back and forth, and again, it's always respectful. But I want to show you one. It's a little compilation. It's about 60 seconds or so. Some of the Israel stuff.
Basically, waging war on a very small area of land, densely populated by 50% children, and in the process, you're killing thousands and thousands of children, and will continue to do so. And I have resisted going as far as you have done in your criticism of the Israeli government. I resist no more. I think we've reached common ground about what we view is happening and has been happening through this period of this blockade, which frankly is just starvation of the people there, including so many innocent young women and children. And I think that the incessant bombing and killing, and we don't know how many civilians are being killed, but it is on a daily basis. It looks like hundreds of people every day, with no apparent attempt, it seems to me, to have any real plan for how this ends or what happens when it ends. How many children have been killed?
Pierce, Israel is not killing children.
Israel is killing children every single day.
Pierce, this is a blood label you're putting on Israel. You know it's not true.
Bro, no, it is true. I mean, y'all could just own up and say casualties of war like some of the Hezbollah propaganda guys do, but y'all don't even try to do that. I mean, y'all just try to flat out deny it. I'm like, bro, it's all over X. There are videos and Instagram, sadly, but there are videos of children under rubble after an Israeli strike. So please, 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 at least admit and don't gaslight us like y'all not putting kids under rubble. Don't do that.
It's not actually. And what you're trying to do is be very weaselly with your words.
No, I'm not.
They then moved into a nearly 3-month blockade, which to me is a criminal starvation of a populace, which should never have been allowed to happen.
Yeah, it came out of the Israeli government that they're going to put the Gazans on a diet. And what did they do to put them on a diet? Well, they lessened the amount of food trucks that went in, or food aid that went into Gaza. And they put them on a diet to the point where there were kids starving. That's some diet you put them on. I mean, usually a diet means you eat less food, not die of lack of food. But okay.
The bombardment has been utterly relentless all over Gaza. They've obliterated 70% of Gaza. I think it's completely disproportionate to what happened to Israel on October the 7th. These hardliners on the Israeli government cabinet, the way they've been talking now quite brazenly and openly about ethnic cleansing.
Okay, so it's weird to even have to show that, and we sit in a room
Can I make
together.
one point about
No, when he brings up the two Israeli primary, the finance minister and Smotrich and Ben-Gvir. Now I know Smotrich is the finance manager. I forgot what Ben-Gvir is, but both of them are two prominent figures in the Likud party in Benjamin Netanyahu's administration, and both of them has been known to spout genocidal language. Like both of them.
See, I don't mind that at all. I understand everything I said. But it's interesting. You've only shown my rhetoric this year from the 3-month blockade onward.
No. So
I would say it would be fairer if you'd also shown my passionate defense of Israel.
Well, you addressed it.
To
you
defend
addressed
itself,
it there.
which I maintained for a long time, by the way, and used to get absolutely hammered by the pro-Palestinian side in a way that I've since this year had more hammering from the pro-Israeli side. So,
well, you addressed it there. That's why we put that clip in.
And I think that's just
because there has been a shift. That's what I wanted.
No question.
Right. So I think that is so. First off, you acknowledge that there's been no starvation, correct?
No.
You don't acknowledge.
I don't acknowledge that.
Well, there was starvation of the Israeli hostages, but you
yes.
So where are the videos and images of the starving Gazans?
Well, I mean, it was all over the internet, and then what you guys try to do was start posting old pics of Gazans back when before y'all had completely decimated Gaza. And then here's the thing: then they found some fat Gazans to take a picture of, as if those guys weren't starving themselves, or weren't they skinny? Well, we're talking about the starving children. And there's plenty of pictures of starving children and babies all over the place. So, yeah, there's no denying that there was starvation going on in Gaza. And anybody trying to deny it, well, let's be real, you're just not looking at both sides. Which is, I guess, I mean, hey, if you just want to believe one side, that's your prerogative, okay? I ain't going to sit here and judge you for it, but I would say, hey, if you want to be educated on the topic, I would look at both sides.
I've seen a lot, but you would dismiss them all as fakes.
No,
Yep.
I wouldn't. I mean,
yes, you would, bro. I mean, that's all they've been doing.
if you can show me one, I'll tweet
The problem,
it out.
okay, here's
Yeah.
my problem with this.
Yeah.
So the problem is all the my number one problem with this.
Yeah.
You can say there's no starvation. I can say there's starvation. The UN says there was starvation, but you guys don't believe a word the UN says. The other official bodies say there was starvation. You don't want to hear a word they say. Israel denies everything. And in the end,
I mean, what was it? A group of scholars who study genocide came out and said that there's a genocide going on in Gaza. And once again, you know, these scholars have been studying genocide, I don't know, probably like estimate 5 to 10 years at least, somehow are just all wrong. It's all Hamas, even though it's outside of, you know, this study, or these guys, these historical experts on genocide is outside of Gaza. But F what they're talking about. Just listen to Israel.
Biggest problem is that Israel will not allow, to this day, international journalists into Gaza to do their jobs. And I keep asking, why is that? Because you and I can...
Well, because they're virtually all activists, not journalists.
No, I don't mean Palestinian journalists.
Yeah.
I mean international journalists.
No.
I mean the international.
So
yeah, I mean, let's be real. You guys kicked out the what was it? The Al Jazeera guys, and then let's be real. The poorest excuse of why we let them in if we know they're going to give a bad reporting on Israel. I mean, bro, you guys will lose your shit if Trump kicked out almost every left-wing media out of his press conferences. So that's kind of what you're saying. You're only going to let in people who's going to talk good about you guys. Now, who's only going to give the unfair reporting overly weighted in y'all favor. So pretty much you're only going to let in your propaganda artists. And we're just supposed to, and the thing is, they tell us to our face. They pretty much did this in our face. And then they expect us to believe anything they say without letting in no other journalists in, and only the journalists that they allowed to do the little, I guess, tourist run with. And they showed them a glimpse of Gaza. And they're like, you know what? Everything's all good here. There's no genocide going on. I mean, okay, guys. But when you sit there and you try to keep out journalists who are against you guys, or you don't let in other international journalists or anybody else, yeah, it's kind of hard to believe what you're saying. And especially if information only comes from you guys, and if anytime information goes against you guys, you don't really offer no proof, you just say it's a lie. I'm sorry, it is hard to follow you, dog. Like, I wish I could, Israel, but you're not really giving us too much to go with. Even when my man Shane came up here and said that Hamas was handing out pamphlets, they weren't. No, Hamas has never handed out pamphlets, not even on foot. And I looked this up extensively. And here's the thing. If this man was up here, and shout out to my man Sean, all respect to my guy, he would tell me, yo, you're wrong, Set. You just haven't looked at the right people. What do you mean? It's Hamas. Don't you think they're that crazy? I mean, without no proof, I know they're crazy enough to pull off October 7th, but to run around handing fake pamphlets out in the middle of a war, not so much.
Where
let in
Reuters,
let in AP, let in the BBC, let in Sky, let in
it's also
NBC,
a war zone.
let in
it's
ABC.
a war zone.
Oh, and shout out to my man Jay. Says, what up, Set? Hope your Thanksgiving was good. Yeah, it was pretty good. Man, still got some leftovers to destroy, but hey, it was good. It was good. Appreciate that, Jet.
Yeah, but they operate in war zones all over the world.
But so when this all ended a few weeks ago, when Trump does this thing, where are all the thousands of starving people? I mean, we're seeing videos of restaurants that are
let the journalists in to do their job.
But I mean, right now, where are they? These people have phones.
How do you know?
Live stream. What do you mean?
Do you see where they are?
Of course, there are
How
plenty
you
of videos.
can't?
What do you mean? There are plenty of videos.
The media
they
are not
phones.
allowed to do their jobs, Dave.
No.
And I have a big problem as a former editor of a national newspaper.
But the Gazans have phones, and they're showing videos of.
You can say that no Gazan has starved at all. That's entirely your prerogative.
Yeah.
The reports by almost every official body say the opposite, but you don't believe them. My view is you're entitled to.
I know, it's like we got, bro, like it's like this. We tell these pro-Israeli guys something, and we got like 3 or 4 sources. They tell us that's all a lie, and I'm like, well, what's your source? Well, one source is Israel, when they're the guys we're accuser. So y'all just believe the accuser. I mean, well, the perpetrator, pretty much. Sorry, but y'all believe in the perpetrator. Everybody's pointing fingers at Israel. We're giving y'all sources of why these fingers are being pointed to Israel, and you guys say that's all a lie. Well, who's your source? The perpetrator. Bruh. You cannot. Yeah, I just can't be serious. This is not a serious argument, and I'm just sitting here just like my man Boozy. Like, Boozy, where you at? I should have this.
That shit is hard. Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
That's how I'm seriously here looking at you, some of you guys sometimes.
Not believe anyone, right? It's fine. I had that thing with Meghan Markle. Didn't believe her either. It cost me my job. However, the best way to get to the truth is let journalists who are used to covering in war zones, let them go in and do their job, particularly now we have the ceasefire. So let them go in. There is a reason the Israeli government is not letting the media in. And I fear I know what it is. They are terrified about what the world will uncover.
I just think that's just
Well, let him in.
I just think
there's one way to find out.
But there are quite literally, I think, almost 2 million Gazans there. They have phones. They're releasing videos now. They're at restaurants. They're out and about. Why did none of the Hamas fighters, when they're releasing the people, look hungry? A lot of them look fat. They have fresh clothes
I've
and
seen
fresh
lots
haircuts.
of images of Palestinians looking hungry.
Yeah,
and you wouldn't
exactly.
dispute that 20,000 plus children have died, right?
I mean, like, bro, like, are you serious? Like, bro, when they released, like, what was it, like 6,000 Palestinian prisoners? Bro, some of them people looked emaciated. So I don't even know what video you were seeing, but nah, they looked pretty hungry, to be quite honest with you. And then let's be real, there was probably like one Hamas hostage that was looking hungry. The females that were given back looked like they were well fed and good to go. So I'm not saying that either side treated their hostages too well. I'm not saying that either side treated their hostages the best, but when it came to starving of hostages, both sides did it. Both sides did it. There was a starving on the Israeli side. There was starving on Hamas side.
So whose fault is that? Because this seems to be the one that most.
But to sit there and deny it, that is going on, that, you know, Israel set it off to go off in Gaza is, come on now. They've even admitted it themselves.
People are annoyed at you about, because you keep saying proportionate. That's the word that has bothered me with this. So what if someone killed your wife and your daughter and kidnapped your son and raped and pillaged your whole community and all that stuff? What would be your proportionate response?
Well, you got to get. I tell you what, it wouldn't be my portion of response is not the complete decimation of their entire land that they come from, where majority of the people who committed that attack did nothing. I mean, well, majority of the people there did nothing to me. There was a select group of people that attacked, that end up killing my family members, and I want those people gone. I don't want the entire race of those people gone. So yeah, let's say Mexico came over and they didn't attack and it killed some of my family members. And let's say it was a group of Mexican terrorists, right? Okay, then I want that group of Mexican terrorists eliminated. I don't want to go over there into Mexico and just decimate all of it, killing hundreds of innocent people. No, that's not going to make me feel right at the end of the day. That's not going to satisfy my thirst for revenge, I guess, or my bloodthirst just to kill innocent people. What's going to satisfy it to make sure that group is, unassembled, dismantled, whatever. As long as that group is out the way, I'm good. But taking out an entire group of people and then trying to make it make sense on the guidelines that, they voted this group in, I'm sorry. That's not going to rock with me. I don't care how much of my family members they kill. I want to go after that group and not the entire people. And if you're calling me a coward for that, then I'm sorry, but you're the coward.
Get it into the context of why I
criticize. You're going after innocent people instead of going after the main ones.
That's what happened. I do believe the 3-month blockade earlier this year was a criminal blockade. I believe it was deliberate starvation of a people, deliberately denying them food and aid. If you
has any other country in the history of the world been told to feed the people that are killing it? If you look at the Geneva
Convention, but then no other country.
And that's the problem with a lot of these pro-Israelis guys. Like, they forgot that the Geneva Convention exists. They said, war's war. Bro, we all understand that. But the problem is, that's why the Geneva Convention happened. That's why people were asked to sign on to it, because we didn't want this to be repeated. You guys saying war is actually a pretty dumb thing to say, because it's the whole reason why we had the Geneva Conventions, why we had these international laws marked down as war crimes. And you guys are acting like that don't even exist. Like, what you mean? We could commit war crimes. It's a war. No, you can't. No, you can't. According to the facts, Israel signed on to the Geneva Convention. You guys got to abide by it. Therefore, you just can't act willy-nilly. But for some reason, the world is letting you act as such.
wants to have the control that Israel has over Gaza, right?
Well,
which again is a whole separate issue. Isn't
Egypt could open the door.
Of course it could, and it
Yeah.
should. And it should. I don't dispute
Nobody's
that for a
annoyed
moment.
at Egypt.
I don't dispute that for a moment.
Yeah.
And look, I've always supported Israel and its right to exist. And when this happened, October the 7th, one of the worst things I've ever seen, and I steadfastly supported Israel's right to defend itself.
Yeah, I mean, we all did. I mean, we all defended Israel's right to defend itself against Hamas. Okay, we were all on board with that. If Israel told us, yo, we're going to go after the entire Palestinian people, we'd have looked at them like they crazy, like, whoa, buddy, hold on. You know Hamas isn't all the Palestinian people, right? And you said there's only 25,000. So, I mean, what the hell are you going after 2 million people for? So, like, whoa, buddy, slow it down. That's the problem. Like, we thought y'all was just going after Hamas. We didn't think you was going to go after all Palestinians and start treating their life like it ain't nothing. Like, we didn't think that was the plan. But apparently y'all had a mask off moment after October 7th. Like, it was a mask off moment completely during the first week.
And I still do. However, I kept asking from early on, what would be a proportionate response?
But
Right,
who has ever been asked to have a
in the
proportionate
history,
response?
let me ask you.
So they should have murdered 1,000 people and raped women.
Let me throw it back at you.
Yeah.
In the history of,
I mean, let's be real. Proportionate response would have just been taking out Hamas and taking out all the Hamas cells and being strategically doing so, surgically doing so. So you have the least civilian casualties. Because I'm not saying there'd have been no civilian casualties, but it'd have been way less if there was a more surgical like move here and not just something reckless as just carpet bombing Gaza. Like, I'm sorry, that was a reckless thing to do, and they end up honestly most likely killing some of their own hostages doing so.
Of the Israel-Palestine conflict, 75 years or so.
Yeah.
There has never been a response from either side to an atrocity by the other. Both sides claim the other side's committed atrocities, right? There's never been a response, anything on this scale. So we had, on October the 7th, 1,200 people were killed. We had nearly 7,000 more wounded. We had 255, 6 people who were kidnapped, including a baby, including Holocaust survivors. Absolutely horrific. But the reason I asked about proportionality, show me another moment in the 75-year conflict where the response has been to kill 60 times as many people, and where you have hang on, let me finish. Where you have a government with people like Smotrich and Ben-Gvir.
I mean, like I said, the numbers, 1,200 to 1,500 Israelis died. But I mean, okay, cool. Well, tell me where a 60%, 60 times. There's about 63,000 people that's been reported dead in Palestine so far, or in Gaza. In Gaza so far, like 63,000. Yes, you done lapped them 60 times, aka Israel done committed about 60 October 7th, maybe like 50 October 7th in Gaza, 50 of them. But it's all good though, because it's Israel.
Who begin publicly, openly talking about ethnically cleansing all the Palestinians from Gaza, about annexing the West Bank, about taking complete control of all of it, to the point that Donald Trump had to step in and say that is not happening, and credit to him for doing that.
Sure,
so
but
when it talks about
random ministers
talking
about.
And shout out to Asher Rose. Appreciate the support, sis. She says, happy late Thanksgiving. Hey, appreciate that. Shout out. Miss Rose, and appreciate the support, sis. I'm glad you're here. Hopefully Thanksgiving went well as well. Hopefully you was kicking it with the family and all that good stuff. And tell them Set said hi. All right, I'm just playing, but let's get back into it.
But they are senior people in the government.
No. But them talking about things is different. I mean,
I hear that a lot.
But is there literally? Can you name one Palestinian leader, either Fatah or Hamas, that isn't for a complete genocide? Is there one?
There isn't for a complete genocide.
Yeah, of the Israeli people. Is there one? Can you name one Palestinian leader that isn't for
Yahya
a complete
Sinwar.
genocide?
Yahya Sinwar. He was actually the guy that was leading the protests before October 7th that the Israelis was recklessly shooting at. Yes, shooting at the protesters that was innocently protesting. And they ended up arresting this man, Yahya Sinwar, who was a big figure in Hamas. So, yeah, he never had a pro-genocide message in Hamas. So, yeah, that guy, Yahya Sinwar.
We don't know, Alicia, what to think about Hamas, for example. I think Hamas are a despicable terror group.
But so what would its proportional response
so my
be?
point, well, my point is this. You have
I'll be real with you. That ain't the guy that's leading Hamas. Like I said, he was captured and he was recently released, I believe. So, yeah, the guys who've been running Hamas, hey, they weren't being directed towards that type of leadership. And there's guys who do want the extermination of all of Israel. or all Jews?
Unique population in Gaza, where half of them are under 18.
They're a
There is a
radicalized group, for
unique
sure.
proportion of kids in this part of the world, right?
Mhm.
So at what point do you try and find a different way to resolve this? It turned out,
I think one of the biggest BS is that when they tell you, well, voting has consequences. A majority of them voted for Hamas in 06. In 06. Majority of the people that have voted for Hamas is not even alive. Actually, majority of the people that voted for Hamas, like, bro, it's probably maybe like less than 6% of the population due to the fact, well, not 6, maybe like 10% due to the fact that 50% is under the age of 18. 50% is under the age of 18. So when people say majority of Gazans voted for Hamas, that's wrong. And especially since they were voting since 06. Like, are you serious? That is a terrible argument to make.
that Donald Trump found a different way to do it, right? Donald Trump did not agree with Israel continuing to just level Gaza to the floor. He did not agree with Ben-Gvir and Smotrich saying kick all the Palestinians out. Actually, he wants to rebuild Gaza now and make it a prosperous place for Gazans to live, right? But he also wants a two-state solution, which I don't think Netanyahu wants in a million years, right?
Well,
So
I don't know that Trump wants a two-state solution.
well, I think
I don't think he's
I think
ever said
ultimately,
it.
if he could achieve it where you can protect the security of Israelis, he would.
Yeah.
Because
Dave Rubin, you don't want a two-state solution, and neither does Israel.
I mean,
it's the only way this ever gets resolved.
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with that.
You
I mean,
don't?
well, the Palestinians already have a state. It's called Jordan. They have the majority Palestinian population. They're ruled over in a actual apartheid by the Hashemite
But look
king.
at Northern
but nobody
Ireland. Look
wants
at
to
Northern
talk
Ireland.
about that.
How do
right?
you know, this is how people in Northern Ireland used to talk, right?
Yeah.
On both sides, you'd have implacable positions. We can never do peace with these people. They're terrorists. They're terrorists. They'd all the loyalists and the IRA call themselves terrorists for 7 decades, right? And eventually, you had new clear thinking by Bill Clinton, by Tony Blair, by Senator Mitchell, and we managed to get to peace that nobody thought was achievable amongst warring people who lived amongst each other.
But how many?
Very similar
How
to,
many times
to
should
the
the
Gaza-Israel
Israelis?
border.
But how many times should the Israelis offer peace? I mean, I'm sure.
But I mean, let's be real. The Israelis haven't really ever offered peace. I mean, you've recklessly bombed these guys leading up to October 7th. I mean, let's be real. There hasn't really been any real peace between y'all for decades. So when they sit here and tell you, well, the Israelis offer peace, no, they haven't. Actually, there was 2 days into the war. 2 days into the war, Hamas offered to give the hostages back as long as Israel doesn't go into the Gaza Strip. So you can't really say that Israel was searching for peace.
Well, where the Bill Clinton says his biggest failing was getting Arafat to not accept.
And I think Arafat,
they've been offered,
Arafat
10 times.
Arafat should have taken that deal.
Yeah.
I'm completely with Bill Clinton.
So, but again, what is a proportionate
I don't know.
response? So what would you demand if your wife
Well,
was
if I'm
murdered?
an Israeli,
if
so
you're-
here's my question: if I'm an Israeli, or if I'm a Jew living out of Israel around the world, right? And I was in New York recently. More Jews live in New York than live any Jewish community outside of Tel Aviv. I've read.
Not much longer.
Huh?
Not much longer.
We'll
in New
see.
York.
They're
They're going to move
still
here.
the case.
Yeah.
But I look at it. I think, do they feel safer by what's happened, or do they feel less safe? I would argue that the conduct and the way that the Israeli government has waged this war, particularly this year, has actually inflamed hatred of the Israeli government, but also by association.
Now let's get into this Oslo Accords, because sadly it was probably like one of the best efforts to get a whole little two-state solution in Israel or Palestine. But let's see here. Let's see why the main reasons why it was rejected. Why many Palestinians rejected the Oslo Accord was because no real state, just limited anonymity. So the Oslo created the Palestinian Authority and carved the West Bank into areas A, B, C, but left Israel in overall control, especially of borders, airspace, security, and most land. Area C is 60% of the West Bank. A lot of Palestinians felt this lock in occupation instead of ending it. Well, damn, yeah, locked in occupation instead of ending it. Settlements kept expanding. Oslo never actually froze Israeli settlements. Through 1990s and after, settlement construction and the settler numbers kept rising, which Palestinians saw as proof Israel wasn't serious about a real withdrawal or statehood. Refugees in Jerusalem kicked down the road. The core issue, Jerusalem, borders, refugee rights of return, settlements, and securities were positioned to a final status that never came. Critics say this let Israel enjoy recognition and security cooperation without ever paying the price on those big questions. And then there it is. Hamas and other factions excluded. Oslo was an Israel PLO or Palestinian leadership deal. Hamas loudly opposed Oslo from day one and boycotted the PA, or the Palestinian Authority. Over time, as the Oslos failed to deliver a statehood, Hamas, we told you so, and stance gained support. So Hamas hit them with the I told you so, and their stance gained support among the Palestinians, which probably led to their victory in 06. But yeah, I mean, let's see. Why did Israel? Let's see, security. But all right, let's go.
Israelis.
Oh, and shout out Tony Tigers. Appreciate the support. She sent in 100 joules for. Well, yeah, my bad. She sent in a high five for 100 joules. Appreciate the support, sis.
And Jewish people. I don't think it's made them more secure. I think it's made them less secure. So in all wars, Dave, at some point, you have to have a political solution. The only solution that seemed to be being offered by Netanyahu, Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, and the others was to raise Gaza to the floor and to expel all Palestinians.
So
thankfully,
raise Gaza to the floor, expel Palestinians, and just, well, reconstruct it. Like I said, the Gaza Revere is the vision, right? Like I said, I don't want to go to no type of resort built in Gaza where I have the ghost of Hamas soldiers in my hotel room. I'm good. I don't want it. I don't want those problems. But shout out Culture Leotard. She says, once again, proving my point, Dave Rubin does not get it because his ego and belief that they are the chosen. You can't displace people because you think some dirt belongs to you and can't prove it. I mean, especially through DNA tests. You ain't heard me say that one.
Donald Trump sees it a different way, and I thank God that he does, because this had to end.
I think you're having a disconnect between what Bibi and Trump think. I think they're completely aligned on this.
Netanyahu would annex West Bank tomorrow.
He's been in power for 20-something years. He could have done it any point. Notice he hasn't. I mean,
come on.
And shout out to my man Sid for sending 100 for 2 joules.
But he hasn't.
But it's like the argument we haven't dropped an atomic bomb on Gaza, therefore, obviously,
well, if they wanted
fair
to,
and love and war, right?
No, but there's a couple things here. I mean, first off, I don't think any country in the world has ever been asked to feed the people that are holding its hostage, right? Mm-hmm. Like, have you ever called for any other country to do that, or anyone?
Well, okay,
has anyone ever called for that?
Well, British prisoners of war in World War II were fed.
Yeah. But
what's the difference?
What?
Prisoners of war in World War II were fed. So what's the difference?
Actually, prisoners of war throughout time was fed. Actually, I think there's even some religious beliefs that you take care of prisoners of war. It's like there's laws to war, especially when it comes to prisoners of war. So yes, bro, there were times where prisoners of war were taken care of, fed, and until the war was over, until they could determine some type of hostage deal. So yeah, bro, what are you talking about?
Because they were holding hostages. They're holding their people. I mean, to me, it seems that you as a British citizen,
British people being held hostage in.
Oh, and shout out Sid for sending in the happy poo for 10 joules. Appreciate the support, Sid.
But you as a British citizen, if French terrorists came in and killed 1,000, well, what the equivalent would be, many more than 1,200. But let's say they killed 10,000 British people, and they took your wife and killed your daughter. Would you be calling for a proportionate response?
No, but
yes. I mean, no. Be quite honest. I'd be like, yeah, I would be calling for a proportionate response against a group who did this, not the entire country, as if the entire country is responsible. That's what I don't get about these guys. It's like, bro, you guys are, it just seems like they're naturally bloodthirsty towards the Palestinians. It's like, all right, well, if they take this one family member of mine, I think they think it's okay to go out there and decimate the entire country. I mean, even Brandon Tatum sounded completely insane when he said, well, if it was me or my family, man, I'd have turned guys into a parking lot. Bro, that's genocidal language. You just pretty much said that you'd put women and children under a parking lot and vaporize them or just bomb them out of existence. Like, do you hear yourself? Like, I don't understand what the hatred is towards the Palestinians, because we can over there and sit there and be like, well, Mexico attacked us and they killed some of my family members. I'd want that group eliminated. I wouldn't want the conscience of innocent civilians being bombed on my conscience just because of something that happened to my family members. I wouldn't want to put that on somebody else. If anything, I'm only going to creating more of that group of terrorists if I have that ideology of just taking out whoever just because somebody hurt me and my family. No, we go after the group, we leave it at that, and we go home. And I'll feel good about that. But taking out a whole group of people, I just don't get where y'all going with this. Like, you just can't convince me that that's cool. But shout out to Cultural Retard coming in again. Appreciate the support, Sid. She says no DNA test goes back to the Bible. None of us can prove where we are from where we are from the 12 tribes. At this point, we have mixed so much there is nothing to connect us to the people in the Bible. I study DNA too. You know what? Well, no, why did I hear that when they actually like dug up some of the bones and they did some DNA testing, they found out that, yeah, like most of the Israelis there have no connection. And we're talking about the bones of like the people in the third temple and all that good stuff. Well, not third temple, but the old temple.
Would you say do whatever the fuck you have to do to get my wife back?
You should never ask what somebody.
Well, maybe the mixed breeding did go too far. I don't know. Even if we did mixed breed that far, we should be able to pull up a small percentage of like relation to them.
Who's just lost their family would do in that situation. Obviously, they're going to be speaking from a totally different.
Well, I'm asking you hypothetically, if they literally took your wife.
Yes, but I don't think it matters what I think is the grieving father or husband of people who've just been slaughtered. Governments should be above that. They have to take a decision which takes everything into account. And the question I come back to is: do you believe that Israel is now a safer or less safe place for Israelis and Jews than it was before?
Way safer.
Is it?
They're external.
Okay.
They're external enemies. I mean, that's empirically true. They're external enemies, from Iran to Hezbollah to the Houthis. They're basically destroyed.
You know, there've been reports.
I know, you're welcome.
You know, there've been reports that for every Hamas fighter that's been killed, terrorist I call them, for every Hamas terrorist that's been killed, they reckon they've been.
She said, and shout out to Cultural Retard coming again. Israel or Israelis are Anglo-Saxon or Persian Arabic, which is true. Honestly, I mean, bro, they can even be Hispanic as well. What do they call them? I know AOC is one, but what do they call it when you're an Hispanic Jew? I forgot the name, but I know somebody knows it. And shout out to my man Sid for coming in with the 10 jewels for the happy poo. And then shout out Chase for matching Sid. He's came in with a happy poo as well for 10 jewels. Appreciate the support, guys.
Place 5 times of people with the same ideology.
But that's that's like saying you can't defeat Nazis.
Well, I agree.
We dropped
I agree, and I've made
right?
I've made that point.
Japan.
I've made that point myself.
Yeah.
But I do not think, in answer to the proportionate question, I'm very glad the ceasefire came when it did. I'm very glad the hostages got released. They should have been released, obviously, immediately. Should never have been taken in the first place. I'm very glad Donald Trump made this happen. I fear if he hadn't got involved in the way he did, and clearly directed Netanyahu to do this, the hostages would have died. And so, you know, again, I come back to this. What was the Israeli war aim? The government said they wanted to defeat Hamas completely, and they wanted to get the hostages out. The hostages are now out. Hamas is not defeated, but they are heavily dismantled. They've accepted.
I mean, here's the thing, that's wild, because we're talking about, at the start of this, they said there's about 25 to 30,000 Hamas operatives, right? Or Hamas soldiers. Now, when they kill 60,000 of these Palestinians, you would think that it'd be like, okay, yep, war over. Trust me, we overdid it because there's only 25,000. We got 60. But they're still saying that there's still more Hamas. You know what? That just makes sense. Why? Because, I mean, when you recklessly bomb like women and children, don't you think you're going to radicalize the survivors of some of these people that, you know, didn't have all that hatred for Israel, probably thought Hamas was tripping and they're overdoing it. And now that, you know, Hamas kind of was proven right or vindicated through the Israel's reckless bombing of Gaza, thus probably killing hundreds of people's, you know, family and friends. Don't you think I might have radicalized a couple people? You know, just like that video in Afghanistan. Don't you think that might have the same type of consequence?
They can no longer have power.
I'm just saying.
The Arab countries around them have said they can't have
deeply
power.
Think about it.
The argument now is about whether they should give up their arms. I believe they should be compelled to do that. The unanswered question is...
And shout out Sid for sending in the 10 jewels for the happy poo, and shout out Sid for coming in again for sending the flower for the 30 jewels. I mean, Sid found the gifts and my man going crazy.
To Hamas, you've got to give up your arms. Then you have the opportunity in Gaza for a peaceful resolution. But I think Israel will look back. I've met a lot of Israelis.
So what would you
I've met a lot of Israelis and Jews in the last few months,
yeah,
who've felt that I've been absolutely right in what I've said. Not all. I met others who said, the same questions you're asking me. I think they're perfectly valid questions. I'm very happy to debate them. But don't be under any illusion there aren't a lot of Israelis and Jews who agree with me that the Israeli government, which is a hard right government, Smodrich and Ben-Gvir are not just right-wing, they're absolute far-right headbangers.
But meaning what? Meaning what? They have to
meaning
take
what?
it?
They want to ethically
Meaning
cleanse
what?
the Palestinian people.
Yeah.
Come on, Dave.
Yes, they do. They talk about it. Actually, bro, Smodrich is such a savage. He literally said he don't want to give up no Palestinian prisoners for any Israeli hostages. He said, no, we don't work with terrorists. So one of the main reasons why Israel wasn't getting the hostages was because of those two, because they wanted to prolong the destruction of Gaza on the premise of, they're not giving us our hostages, but they're the ones not trying to make no deals for hostages. They're over there sitting in front of these hostage family members telling them, oh, what? So you're just going to sell out to the terrorists, or you're just going to give terrorists back? Bro, these people don't give a damn about the terrorists at this point. All they care about is their kidnapped family member. But that's what Smodrich was hitting them with. And this is his own citizens in Israel, his own people.
They're in the government and they haven't taken an extra inch of the West Bank. They're not.
Is this guy stupid? Oh, hell no. Hell no. Bro. He can't be this uninformed, bro. Like, really? I mean, Dave, when the president of the United States has to call out the West Bank expansion that's been going on in Israel, that's how you know it's real. When the President Trump says, I will not let Israel further annex the West Bank or tell Israel to stop its settlements in the West Bank, what, you think he was just saying that for no reason? What, you just think he was just calling out a dream or something? Like, what do you think that was? And as an avid Trump supporter, as an ardent Trump supporter, I would think you would know what Trump has said before when it comes to the expansions in the West Bank, because he's even brought it to the attention of the world. When Trump's talking about it, you know it's real. Even Trump has said it twice that he doesn't want Israel to keep expanding its settlements. So what does that imply that Israel's doing? Like, they're expanding settlements in the West Bank with guys from New York and New Jersey. That's not even from Israel. I wasn't even born there. They're just coming over because they have a right to return.
That's not true.
They haven't.
They've been expanding settlements left, right, and center.
They haven't.
Yes, they have.
Piers, they
you know they have.
Piers, have you been to the West Bank?
You don't think there's been any expansion of settlements on the West Bank?
They build apartments. They build apartments in current places.
Has there been an aggressive expansion of settlements in the West Bank during this war?
An aggressive expansion of settlements
in the West Bank during this war?
No, 100% not.
There has been.
Would you say it's a square mile?
I don't know the territory. I just know.
They've taken whole neighborhoods. They've kicked Palestinians out of their whole neighborhoods and took it over and resettled Israelis or Jewish guys in there. And some of these guys ain't even from Israel. They're from New York. Like, bro,
you stupid.
Aggressive expansion of settlements.
But that's just, I mean, Piers, that's just.
But again, this is the problem. Okay, so here's the problem.
Have you been there?
So here's the problem.
Have you been there?
I
know people will love that on the internet.
You say none of this has happened. Yeah. You see everything to the prism of, there's nothing to see here, Gov.
No.
Israel has done no wrong.
No.
Have they done any wrong?
I don't know how to conduct a war exactly.
And shout out C. He said Dave took Russian money, LOL. I mean, yeah, through that one linked company. I remember that one. I was like, ooh. And they try to say, well, we didn't know it was Russian money. I mean, we get that, but y'all still took Russian money. Even if there is a plausible deniability to it, y'all still kind of took Russian money. Maybe y'all should have did a little bit more research on the company you was taking that money from, but you still did take Russian money, even if it was unknowingly, as they allegedly say.
I know that if
it's on my question. Has the Israeli government done anything wrong in the way they prosecuted this war?
Not that I know of.
So that's
they're desperately trying to.
Okay, so
Sephardic Jews have only proven they are European. Sephardic, yeah, because I remember AOC was calling herself that, a Sephardic Jew. So yes, I mean, yeah, that's what it's called. Thanks, Culture Leotard. Because I was low-key, it escaped my mind. It definitely escaped my mind. But yeah, Sephardic Jews have only proven they are European. Huh? Really?
Existential war. You do what you have to do for your people.
Okay,
as I think is exactly what you would demand of your government.
Well, except that when my government,
they were in Spain at a time.
went to war in Iraq, for example, I led the campaign against it, and I was proven right. I think it's more complicated.
But that's a war across the world
Yes,
where
but
there
this
were no
isn't a
British
war-
people being hidden
This
under
war
the
didn't
ground.
start on October the 7th. This is a conflict that's been going on for 7 decades. That's why I compare it actually to the war that was conducted between, say, the IRA and the British government.
Well, your government did 75 years ago offer the Palestinians a state for the first time because, as you know, the Palestinians never had a state. It was the British mandate.
I think
of
the whole
Palestine.
way it was organized at the start was deeply flawed. But I also read a very interesting piece by a guy called Jonathan Frick.
Well, literally, I mean, bro, from the beginning, the whole creation of the state of Israel was a problem starter from the beginning. Like, I know it, I'm not even going to get into it, like going that far into history, but it was really foolish to sit there and think you were going to put a Jewish homeland in the Middle East, buy the land from underneath them, send a whole bunch of weapons in there to terrorize them out their land, and thought that everything was going to be cool after. I mean, what did you expect? But like I said, I mean, the whole part about just buying it from what's under them and just slowly forcing them off the land. I mean, what do you think was going to happen? Like, what, you thought everything was going to be cool. You just thought all the Middle Eastern countries going to be like, oh, well, it is what it is. Alhamdulillah. Like, no.
Friedland, he's a British Jewish journalist, who said he could have written 2 columns about what happened in 1947, 48, 49. He said, and one would have been very pro-Israel and one would have been very pro-Palestinian. And he said that as a Jewish journalist. I think it was an interesting perspective, is that I've heard both sides argue passionately, but the crux of the combined debate is that it was very badly handled and should have been handled a lot better. You know, hundreds of thousands of Palestinians were just...
Man, we should have let, bro, man, it should have been in Madagascar. Would that have created problems? Maybe, but it wouldn't have been with the Middle Easterns. So, yeah, maybe we should let them have Madagascar. And if you didn't know, yes, Madagascar was in one of the options for placing Israel. The reason why they went with the Middle East, or they went with Palestine, because, well, the Zionists want to really sell it the historical value of having a Jewish state.
Place from their homes, but also hundreds of thousands of Israelis and Jewish people, as they were then, but obviously became part of Israel, were displaced from their homes in the region. So there was a lot of displacement of people's lives, uprooting of people's lives going on.
Sure.
And a lot of like enforced things by countries like Britain. You will do it this way. I think it could have been handled a lot better. Then a lot of the trouble could have been avoided.
All right, let's not end on this. Let's end on this. But just, no. I'm happy to do it. I wish we had more time, and this is why I prefer to do things face to face.
Yeah, but you're getting cooked, Dave. You're getting cooked. It's like, how do you not know all this? Like, at least though, like, you could deny everything else, but at least don't deny the West Bank expansions. Like, come on, if anything, you got to at least accept that. If anything.
Instead of with the screaming lunatics on the other side. I'm telling you that the expansions, like if you can't even tell me they've expanded a mile, it's because you.
Well, no, I don't know the exact geography.
But even a half mile.
I do. Well,
no, they haven't. Though.
Here's the problem.
They haven't.
My final point is, here's the problem.
When they say a settlement, that means someone built an apartment over there.
Till this very day, the Israelis are expanding their settlements in the West Bank. Till this very day. So I have no idea what this guy's talking about. It's almost been like globally recognized, but you know, man, these pro-Israel guys, man, hey, man, it's like, it's astounding how much they don't know.
Deny all of these things, to which I simply say,
or maybe, like I say, you know, maybe he's getting that $7,000 per post, you know, $7,000 for doing this interview plus the ad revenue. Boy, that's money.
You might be right. No. The Israeli government has done nothing wrong. There's been no expansion of settlements. The war's been prosecuted as the most moral army in the world going about its business, to which I simply say, let the journalists in. Let's find out.
I mean, I don't think any army
was feeding
people and dropping leaflets.
Do you agree that journalists should be let in?
Well, now you could let people in. It's a little less dangerous. Let them run around with.
You know what? Let the war.
I mean, you should have let them in at the beginning, man, when things were at its highest. And if journalists died, so be it. Let it, like, man, look, honestly, the security risk the security risk or fatality risk is up to their employers and the journalists themselves. They want to go out there and risk their lives for a good story. So be it. We didn't let them do it in the past. Let them do it now.
People have phones. These people have phones, right?
Yes, I've seen loads of footage that contradicts what you're saying. You wouldn't believe the footage.
No,
you just say it's fake.
Yes, there's literally footage from what was it? I think there's humanitarian services right now over there in the West Bank, and there were settlers who literally chased off a reporter. Bro, there were settlers that killed an American Palestinian citizen. They killed this man in a mob. An American who was a Palestinian got killed by Israeli settlers. Well, what the hell are we even talking about?
We'll stop the camera.
It's been a huge problem.
Then we could, or we could do it right now. I mean, if you want to bust out your phone and show me all the starving people, what I see are hordes of young men with perfectly cut hair who are in shape with clothes that fit. I mean,
you don't honestly think that life for a young Palestinian kid in Gaza in the last 2 years has been anything but utter hell, do you?
Well, they unfortunately elected Hamas, who then...
and I don't disagree with you about a single thing you're about to say about Hamas. I agree with every word you're about to say. Let's park that to one side. I'm not denying for a moment.
I agree with every single thing about Hamas. They're terrorists. Like what they committed was an atrocity. But we're not going to sit here and say that all of them deserve to die or that all of them deserve this bombing because what? Like a bunch of old guys back in 2006 voted for Hamas? Like you're acting like they voted for Hamas last year. No, they voted for Hamas almost 10 years ago. Yeah, almost 10 years. Well, actually over 10 years ago. Sorry about that. But over 10 years ago. So what are you talking about? How is them voting Hamas have any relevance to the people of today when most of them are under the age of 18, which means AKA most of them was like 2 years old. 2 years old when Hamas came in. But shout out City said, did you see what the Israeli security force did in the West Bank today? Bruh, man, damn it, Sid. Now I gotta go look it up, bro. Now I gotta look this up. Let me see.
That they are a despicable terror group.
I think somebody said war is hell.
It is, but ultimately you have to resolve it. And I'm very, very...
Yeah.
Oh, is that mine?
Oop, they're giving us the signal.
Sorry, no,
all right, we got
my alarm.
You got your alarm. All right,
that's my assistant's beams in saying, get him out of there.
All right, 60
Interviewing
seconds.
is hell.
60 seconds left. Well, this is what it's all about, right? I mean, this really is what it's all about. It's what we both do for a living, and it doesn't change my opinion of you in any way or anything else.
And and here's the thing: we should be able to have a spirited debate about these things, right? And I don't, for a moment, claim that ultimately history will prove I was completely right about everything. This is just my honestly held view, though. I don't come at it from a partisan perspective. I think if people look at my record over the entire war, for example, I've been very pro-Israel for a long time. I became increasingly critical of Israel. I've been steadfast in my hatred of all things Hamas. So people can judge me accordingly. But you and I can have a spirited, fiery debate, right? Without any problem. And I know at the end of this, we'll shake hands.
Yeah, of course.
And if we see each other, you come to London, we'll go to my pub, we'll have a pint, whatever, have a nice dinner. It should never impact on that. I saw John Stewart said a really interesting thing last week.
All right, now shout out to my man Sid. Let me go ahead and read this report out from what happened in the West Bank today. All right, so here's the gist of what's happening in the West Bank today. The UN, United Nations, condemns killing in Jenin. So the Human Rights Office said it's appalled by what it calls the bizarre killing of 2 Palestinian men by Israeli border police in the West Bank. This is about the raid in Jenin, where video shows 2 Palestinians apparently surrendering, then being shot dead by Israeli forces. This happened today. Multiple outlets, Euronews, NPR, WUNC, Sky News, Middle East Monitor, etc. have verified and reported on that footage. 2 raids, demolition, and injuries in multiple areas. Local and activist reports say Israeli forces demolished buildings in Jenin refugee camp, carried out more raids. There are also reports of large number of Palestinian injuries in Tubas, and other parts of the northern West Bank, Israeli operatives and clashes. So yes, in the parts of the northern West Bank during Israeli operations and clashes. And of course, there's 3 ongoing settling violence and displacement backdrop. The latest UN update says that in just one recent week, there were dozens of settler attacks, Palestinians injured, olive trees vandalized, and families displaced due to settler violence. This is all happening today. 2 effing day. They did this, okay? 2 effing day. This came out. So shout out my man Sid. Shout out to Sid for driving that point home for me. Thank you, Sid. Thank you for driving that point. We needed that. I needed that. Who would have knew? Because sometimes I get so tired of checking in on what's going on there, pissing me off because it's like an atrocity every day.
What he was talking about, if you've got obviously he's a liberal. If you've got a big right wing, headbanger of an uncle and it's Thanksgiving, do you snub him? There's a lot on the left want to do. It's a big thing. The progressive.
The worst part about it is like when I'm looking up the sources for this, They're all mostly foreign news agencies. Like, what was it? Euronews, NPR. NPR is us, though. Sky News and Middle East Monitor. These are all like foreign news channels. So you're not going to find it on your ABC, your CNN, your Washington Post. Yeah, you're not going to find it there, sadly. You're going to have to go a bit outside of our, well, honestly, of our global news, of our international news. You're going to have to go a bit globally. But all right.
Left, you don't, or the same way that if you're a conservative, should you snub some progressive left woke member of your family?
Most of us would prefer not to get shot at this point.
Right.
Snubbing, we could probably.
No, I agree with. Listen, I totally agree.
Yeah.
And the woke left's war on free speech is a cornerstone of my book, and culminates eventually in things like the murder of Charlie Kirk, which is where if you try and silence debate and free speech, that's what happens. And if you call everybody a fascist or a Nazi, that's what happens. So that's all covered in the book. But I think what's really important, the point you made was that even if you have an uncle and you're a liberal and your uncle's very right wing, that he may have other qualities like John Stewart's uncle has, which are incredibly great qualities.
All right, guys. So if you want to look for you want to look for the story in the Jenin killings, let's see, video and UN reaction, go to what was it, Reuters, The Guardian, The Washington Post. They've also did a story on it. Let's see, Wall Street Journal on Israel's internal probe. CBS News. Let's see here. Let's see, Muslim video and rights group framing. Well, yeah, and UN rights. So yeah, there's a lot of places you can go to get the information. So I just look up. Let's see, JENIN killings, Jenin killings. So look up that, and you'll be able to find out everything that Sid and I have been talking about.
Did you pillory somebody or disown somebody because one part of their makeup doesn't suit you? That's where wokeism has taken us, I think. It's taken us to a thinking that if you don't sign up to my worldview, I'm going to shame you, cancel you, disown you, destroy you, maybe ultimately try and kill you.
Find it.
That, as I point out to them, is the personification of fascism. And yet they would say they hate fascists more than anybody else in the world. So there's an underpinning hypocrisy that runs right to the heart of wokeism, and it's that.
Fortunately, I'm not a leftist. Otherwise, I could have poisoned your coffee.
Yes.
It was good to see you, my friend.
Good to see you.
If you're tired of the mainstream media circus and want more honest conversations, go check out.
All right, I found it. Oh, man. The next conversation we're about to get into is going to be really triggering, but all right, let's go ahead and show it, man. Hey, man, you know me. Hey, man, this is uncensored media as much as possible. They're most likely going to hit me with the age restriction on here, but it is what it is. But all right, this is the video that's been going around. Right? There's the Palestinian guys. Shirt. They surrendered. All right, push to the side. The board kicked. All right, pushing them over to the side. Whoa, 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 whoa! Oh shit! Oh shit! What was the point? If you were just gonna do that anyway. Just let him go back under there and just shot them both. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, that's an ugly thing. Yeah. Well, and that's the footage that the world is reacting to right now. I mean, that the UN's kind of going off about. Let me see here. Is there anything else? Tribal bears in West Bank. There's a lot of things going on in the West Bank, but the hell? Well, let's get off the topic real quick, but let's go back to the show. Now, this next guy is going to trigger you guys a lot, but it's okay though, man. We're here for it, man. I'm going to walk you through it. We can get triggered together. Okay, well, maybe I could walk you through the triggering. It's pretty hard to trigger me at this point, especially when it comes to, news and news segments and what other people's opinions are. But all right, let's get right into it, guys. Y'all going? Shout out to Eddie Dean on Islam, 9/11, and propaganda.
All right, I'm here with Eddie Dean of The Dean Show. I did your show about a year ago. I didn't realize how big it was, and just so many people mentioned it. I thought I was doing some small little podcast, because this is like, at your gym. I had a jiu-jitsu seminar, and you're like, "Oh, you want a podcast?" I'm like, "Oh, you're a super cool guy." So of course, but just great response. And I was like, you have a massive show, I realized. So first off, just how long did you start your show, and what made you start it?
It's good to be here with you, brother. Yeah, it was back when YouTube just started.
Mm-hmm.
That was about 2006. That's when I started the program. Yeah. And it was at a time when I really wasn't planning. YouTube had just started, and I was, at that point, I was looking for a way to, because I'm going to touch upon a topic that some people hear this name and whatnot, and then they're like, "Who you got on your show? You got one of these Muslims on the program?" But I started the show because, at that time I started, because I got to go into this because the context, and I'll give you the context. I started practicing, I got to a point in my life where I started to search for the purpose of life, why we're here. I'm getting older now. Gray hairs are kicking in. You've been to all the clubs, partying and whatnot. And I used to run my own nightclub back in the day. And from there, I started searching, looking. Make a long story short, after I looked at all the different religions, I found that Islam provided me all the rational, logical evidence that it was the truth. And Islam simply means.
So you weren't Islam, you weren't Muslim young.
Well,
but
my parents come from Bosnia. That's Muslim, but nobody was practicing or anything. So anyways, I looked into it, and I started, I saw, okay, this provided me everything I needed to know that it's the truth, based on reason, logic, evidence. And anyways, then from there, I was like, once I started practicing, I saw what Islam promoted: peace, love, mercy, justice. And then I was like, man, I said, there's so many misconceptions out there. There's so much propaganda against it. And I was like, the best way to, combat that is through media, through doing what we're doing here, having discussions and whatnot. And that's what kicked off the program, was me starting the program for this purpose, was interviewing people who are from Italian background, Polish background, getting people's stories so people can see from themselves, people's journeys and take from it if they want it, if not. And then we also we're going through step by step many of the misconceptions. I would bring on scholars, and then we tackled what is jihad, what is Islam, basics of Islam, so people can be like, okay, now instead of going to the people who hate Islam and the media to give a false portrayal of it. I thought, okay, I'm a Muslim now. Let me go ahead and instead of Fox News representing us, let me go ahead and do that myself. Yeah.
It's so great. Now we have the opportunity to speak directly to the people. That's why I started my podcast, because there's ideas I want to get out there and no one's doing it. And then I realized, wait, I could just go and start it. Yeah. And me, I'm actually pro-Islam. I get attacked for that sometimes, but I've had so many Islamic friends. I've been to a lot of these countries, and of course there's awful Muslims out there. There's awful people of any faith, but there's so many good Muslims. They're so family oriented.
And shout out Chase for sending the clutch for 30 jewels. Shout out Sid for sending the happy poo for 10 jewels. And shout out Asher Rose for sending the high five for 100. Sid coming in with another 100. Shout out Asher Rose for sending a flower. A floor flower combo. Appreciate the support. And shout out Coach for sending in another flower as well. You guys are spamming the flower, so shout out to the flower. And Culture coming in again with a happy poo. You know what? Apparently the happy poo is, I guess people think it's cute or something. I guess it is. It's adorable. Look at it.
They take the religion more serious. So overall, I've had great experiences and interactions. One thing, obviously, if hospitality, if you visit these Muslim countries, they treat you insane, too good. You feel almost weird sometimes. The hospitality is the best hospitality I've ever seen. And there's so many positives of Muslims. Again, your kid's so polite and well mannered. It's you guys are very good at, not all obvious exceptions, but Muslims are very good at keeping family units together and big family units. No one ever talks about the positives. They talk about the negatives. I think it's deliberate. I think there's a campaign trying to drive Christianity and Islam against each other. What's your thought about that?
When you said something, you said I'm pro-Islam. I mean, just for people to know, it's like saying I'm pro-submission to the will of God, because that's literally what Islam means. Islam means to acquire peace by submitting yourself to one God. That's what. So you said pro-Islam. pro submission to the will of God. That's what you said, because you'll say Islam and people will get freaked out. Like, what's that? Some Arab religion, you know?
Well, a lot of my followers, you know, aren't Islamic. So what does Allah mean, real quick?
Allah is simply an Arabic word that means the God. Arab Christians also, who, if you open the Bible, the Arabic Bible, just right there on the first page of Genesis, you'll have Allah right there in the Arabic Bible. Jews also, Christians use this term Allah, and it is simply the creator of the heavens and earth. That's it. It's interesting. We were talking about earlier, Jesus, who spoke Aramaic, he would say, if you say, how do you say God in Aramaic, the language of Jesus, is Allah. Allah.
So Jesus called him Allah. That's
Allah.
crazy.
People can do this right now. Go
In
and see.
Aramaic. In Aramaic, yes. If Jesus, the language that Jesus spoke was Aramaic, so if he was addressing God, he would call him Allah. Not Allah, but Allah. If there is there much of a difference? No, but I mean, hey man, don't lose your ish over it now, man. Let my man cook.
So that's in Aramaic, but if you go now in Arabic, Allah. This is the creator, God Almighty. Yeah.
And also, you guys have tremendous love and respect for Jesus.
Yeah, absolutely. So you could say we're pro-Christ. What do you pro-Christ? Because Christ comes from the Greek word Christos, which comes from the Hebrew word Messiah, the anointed one. So we believe as Muslims that he was the Messiah. He was chosen by God. We believe he was a prophet, a messenger, and he was delivering the same message as Abraham and Moses and all the other prophets, to worship the one creator, God Almighty.
Yeah, I believe there's one God.
That's
not
one
organized religion, but I believe there's one God.
Just one. That's it. Yeah.
You know, early on, I didn't really know any Muslims. I was never like extremely anti-Muslim, but maybe a little bit 9/11, just because there was a media blitz just so heavy against you guys. It's like you're treated like terrorists. I mean, I never like fell for it, but maybe like a tiny bit. But I could see the demonization. But then I started meeting some Muslims, and they were the kindest, most helpful people. And I was like, this is all like propaganda.
What happened to Building 7?
Yeah, that was a little weird, right? No plane hit it.
That's a whole different rabbit hole. But you see, like, you know, this is set up propaganda that now you got to go ahead and use somebody as a scapegoat. And I think this, just by itself, Islam condemns things like this. Yes. All right. There's a clear verse in the Quran, chapter 5, verse 32, that says killing one innocent human being is as if you killed the world. Yeah. Saving one innocent life is you save the world. So you have a right to defend yourself, your family, your land, just like, you know, good old America, right? If somebody Chinese come over here trying to take our houses, you know, take our land,
we're gonna fight them.
I mean, I don't have to say it. You got it.
Yeah. Actually, I've done a couple podcasts gone deep on 9/11, and it's I've done some deep digs in 9/11 in a few of my podcasts, and it's, in my view, and I'm willing to debate anyone on this, that it's definitely a mix between, you know, Israel, CIA, and I think there was some Saudi Arabia connections, obviously, but Israel seems like that they were the person masterminding that. And we're not going to go into the podcast because it would take like an hour. There's so many connections, but I'm willing to debate someone on it because it goes deep. I think it's pretty clear Israel was involved in it, and obviously the CIA had helped covering it up. And once you see that, it's like, whoa. Our own government was involved in this, and they used that for the Iraq war, the Afghanistan war. That didn't help America at all.
Yeah,
we didn't even get cheaper oil.
Yeah, absolutely. So I mean, if you look at that, I mean, if you go down that rabbit hole, I think smart people, they start to, like you almost become an expert in that area. You're ready to debate anybody on it. But most people, they just swallow a hook, line, and sinker what, you know, they've been told from the media, and you know, oh, Muslims are terrorists. Muslims did, you know, because I'll ask people, average people, I'll be like, so what do you know about, we talk about this, that, and the other. And when it comes to Islam, I say, what do you know about Islam? Nothing except what we heard after 9/11. What'd you hear? All the negative.
You're a bunch of terrorists.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Good point. The propaganda has been so strong and works so well. There's some people waking up now, but I think there's currently another wave of this propaganda happening. Have you noticed that in the last 6 months?
Huge. And just off your point, what you're saying, if Muslims just hated Christians, hated, you know, Americans, look at you. I mean, look how many people go down to Muslim majority countries. Yeah. Look what happens. How did they get treated?
I get treated amazing. People always tell me, these people want to kill you. You can't go to the country. I'm like, what are you talking about? I've been to their countries. I've traveled around by myself.
I mean, yeah, that's why the Taliban bros, the guys who go over to Afghanistan to kick it with the Taliban it was such a popular topic about maybe like a half a year ago, maybe less than that. But yeah, it was a popular topic because everybody kept saying, "Oh, you go here, it's gonna be dangerous, you're gonna die or whatever," and like, "Oh, they're gonna chop you up," but you go over there and you have a good time. I mean, you're treated with respect. People are fascinated by you. I mean, it is what it is. But you know, people will fearmonger the Middle East like it's just some place that no American can go to. When yeah, you actually can. But hey, it is what it is, guys. It is what it is when it comes to that propaganda about Muslims. Because not all Muslims are these jihadists that just want to kill you because, well, be real with you, not. Most of them don't want to kill you because you're American. It's usually because of the history of America and their country. But that's a whole nother topic. Well, we'll get to that topic. And shout out to my man Sid because of shout out Sid. Because yes, the call-in line is now open. And yes, we can now do a conspiracy hour. Shout out to Sid. I'm gonna go ahead and get that call-in line posted because I know Sid want to have a conversation about the recent events so far, and then we can go ahead and get him going into conspiracy hour. Just give me like 5 minutes.
Strangers have invited me in their home to drink tea and sit there and have conversations. Like, it's the best. I mean, I was there with a girl, and she freaked out sometimes, like going to strangers' homes. But I'm like, I can just tell this is a good person. Let's just go have tea and eat dinner with them. And it's like, you don't get that in America.
Yeah,
they want to hear my story, like they get to learn who I am. I've also sometimes I've been to these countries in bizarre situations, like the King of Morocco, the sheiks of Abu Dhabi. So that's obviously not going to be a typical situation. But I've also traveled around these countries by myself.
Yeah. To answer your question, you were saying what do I think about the what's happening? How a new wave, and you can see that it's huge. I interviewed a I don't know if you had him on your show, Dr. Jones. You had him?
Dr. Michael Jones? Oh, yeah, he's great.
You interviewed him?
Yeah, I did.
So we spoke about this at the time when Charlie Kirk had just got assassinated, and then he ended up speaking and pushing back because he wanted to keep having people like Dave Smith, who I interviewed. I think you've
interviewed him too. Yeah,
real nice guy.
That's interesting.
Yeah, Dave Smith, also Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson. So I guess they were trying to dictate who.
Yeah, there was huge pressure on Charlie Kirk to pretty much not host Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, none of them, because they were pretty pro-Israel. I mean, they were pretty not anti-Israel they weren't anti-Jews, but they definitely were speaking out against Israel. And I would say Charlie Kirk's donors didn't appreciate that at all, not at all. And they kind of were threatening their money or threatening pulling their money from his from his organization, which is TPUSA. So let's be real. I could see why Charlie was starting to come around to that. I'm gonna have to leave the pro-Israel movement because you guys aren't being fair. It's like if I don't agree all the way with you, then I'm not getting this money. And you know what? I'd almost have to look at Charlie Kirk a bit naive, like, yeah, bro, that's kind of what a lot of people do. I'm be honest with you. Like, you ain't gonna get no lobbying money if you ain't out there shaking ass in a circle for some corporation or shaking pom-poms for some corporation. But all right, man, let's shout out to my man Sid. Brother, how's it going?
Yo, what's up?
It's all good, man. Good so far, bro. Oh shoot, how was your Thanksgiving?
It's good, man. I'm sick though, so kind of sucked because I had a cold, so I just stayed home. But
well, shoot. Hopefully you got to see the fam though, at least, or somebody came over.
yeah, I got some food brought over. I'm feeling a little better now, but you know how it is getting over a cold.
Yeah, I know how you feel. Dog. But all right, so shoot, what you want to talk about so far? Because I know you had a huge problem with how Trump was coming at the reporters and how he's coming at this whole like third world band.
Dude, I just think it's not fixing any problem. Every time some sort of tragedy happens, it's just this reactive sort of knee jerk reaction to now we're gonna ban like all people coming over from third world countries, or not ban them, but like start reviewing all of their process, like even if they're here on green cards and stuff. I mean, this was the government of being efficient. And now they're telling us that we have to go and re-look at all these people that have been here for decades or are here on green cards or all this stuff because one Afghan national, went and did this heinous act on the National Guard that are fucking picking up trash and beautifying DC. And the woman who died in this attack, rest in peace, is reported talking to her family saying it's a waste of time that I'm even here. Why am I even here? It doesn't even make sense. You know,
I mean,
like,
yeah, that's true. No, you're right. No, you're right. There is reports that she was kind of like doubting the reason why she was there, but as she was there, she kind of learned to like it. Now, I mean, you're gonna learn to like it if you're just chilling around with the people and all that good stuff, and everybody want to walk up and take pictures with you. But I do get what you're saying. Why? But the sense of duty may have not been all the way there for her. I can understand that argument.
She's 20 years old, right? Sitting in DC. She's not even from there. I mean, she's from close to there. She's from West Virginia. But she dies like standing around at these tourist locations and picking up trash. All for the like aggrandizement of Donald Trump. I really don't know why these people are here still. Like, what are they doing?
Well, they are helping out the crime there in that area, so we can't just say it's all for the aggrandizement of Trump if there's actually some real result going on. Like, I do
but it's so temporary. It's like, this is not a permanent fix. Do we expect the National Guard to just be in cities indefinitely, like permanently, and that's just going to fix all the crime problems and
Now, I
stuff?
think
You
it's
know,
supposed
like,
to be the locking up of these guys who the police has refused to get around to, and once they do that, then that should help out, and then you will start slowly seeing them be removed. Now, that hasn't happened yet, but that's where I believe they're going. I don't think this is just going to be a permanent, permanent police state, as you guys are saying, where the National Guard is going to be there until the end of time.
but if most of them are laying low while the National Guard is there, and the National Guard has no authority to arrest them, like, how is that even gonna come to fruition? No, they don't.
They have a right to help them and uphold law, but they can help law enforcement, so they can ride around with them. So they definitely can, help law enforcement. They also definitely are helping law enforcement out. Like, you're right, they're not making arrest, but they can help law enforcement out, though. They can also hold checkpoints and all that good stuff.
Yeah, but the cops ultimately, like the police that were already there, are the ones that can ultimately do what needs to be done. That's why the police are the ones that. But it was because DC was at a 30-year low in crime when the National Guard was deployed there.
Yeah, but they were coming down from like a record high and a 30-year low. Actually, I think you are right about that one. Actually, I think you are right about the 30-year low. But after coming from a record high and only going down like 25%, that ain't perfect. And let's be real, there's still crime going on, rampant crime. So and here's the thing: when Trump brought the National Guard in, it lessened even more. So I mean, shouldn't we be happy if it was down now 40? Now we're down to even better than a record 40 low.
Well, I would say what happened is what all of us that were against these deployments were talking about. Like, we didn't want to see this happen. They didn't need to be sitting there. They didn't need to be picking up trash and beautifying DC and being deployed from the states that they signed up for the National Guard to defend.
So wait, are you of the mindset? So is your mindset like it's kind of Trump's fault the reason why they got shot, or you're just saying, or you're just disagreeing with the deployment still? Because I don't think that's fair to blame Trump. But go ahead.
Well, ultimately, it's the guy who committed this act's fault. Like, right?
Yes.
But I will say, when this first happened, I saw people saying, this is Mark Kelly's fault. This is the Democrats that posted the videos saying that you should disobey unlawful order. It's their fault. And then, as more information came out, then it's Biden's fault because Biden let this guy in after they withdrew from Afghanistan under Trump's withdrawal plan.
Yeah, that wasn't right.
And it was just.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Carl.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Sid. Hi, Set. Hi, mods. Okay, so Sid, I always try to pull people back to the beginning, right? So we have all this information, but we're not actually going back like an investigator. You know what I'm saying? So when we first of all, we shouldn't be putting fault on anyone. Every individual human being has their own ideas and they have their own motivation. And if they want to go out and do something extremely ridiculous, it has nothing to do, their ideology could have something to do with it, but they are an individual. They will decide if they're going to go and do something to harm another life. That to shoot another person is probably the hardest thing a human being will ever have to do in their life. Okay. So one thing that I told, because I have a lot of teachers that I talk to a lot of times, and they don't understand the National Guard. And what I always, and Seth probably knows this from before, go do your research on the National Guard. Why was the National Guard even implemented? What was their goals? Why were they even, why are they even the National Guard? These are part-time people who work a regular job every day. They do drills, what is it, like 2 times out of the year, and like they don't get paid nothing. Their job has to let them go to these drills. When they get activated, they become active duty and they have to do the job. National Guard was originally, when the British was trying to do the most, they were citizens, young boys, like 18, 19, 20. They were the ones who protected the community against tyranny. So when you think of the National Guard, I know it's hard sometimes for a lot of people to really like, what is the National Guard even for? They're not active duty. They don't do nothing. They pick up trash. Like, that's not their job. They literally can be activated in the United States of America because originally that's what their job was, to protect the citizens from any type of, tyranny or harm or hurt or whatever like that. That was their original job from day one.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, and I'm saying they're picking up trash because that's what they were doing in DC.
I know a lot of people say that.
Here's
If you only knew what all the military did, active duty does worse. So just so you know, your taxpayer dollars are being trashed. But anyway,
I've dealt with recruiters. I've had National Guard recruiters come and try to recruit me over the years.
Yeah.
Right. And the whole idea is that you stay in your community and you help your community with natural disasters.
Yes.
There. But you know what's going on is these states are sending their National Guard to Washington, D.C. Like the people that got shot were from West Virginia. They're not part of the D.C. National
Okay,
Guard.
so think about it like this. The ICE people who are actually doing their jobs because they have a directive, right? And their directive is to accomplish the mission. That's it. But they are human beings and they're also citizens. So if the citizens of the community want to hurt the citizens who are doing their job, the National Guard is going to come in to protect what they're not protecting necessarily. Well, they're protecting both. They're protecting the citizens of the community and they're also protecting the citizens who have the job.
Yeah, but the citizens of DC overwhelmingly don't like the troops in the street.
It doesn't matter if they like it or not. It's the fact that they won't go home and write letters to DC and say, I don't like this. They want to come out of their house with sticks.
They should write letters to their governors because ideally, governors and states control their National Guard. We don't want calling up the National Guard and federalizing the National Guard all the time. And the National Guard that we're talking about in this instance, They're not deployed in the states where these people are allegedly having problems, like you say. They're deployed in Washington D.C. specifically.
They are deployed
Well, hold
in
on now.
many
Let's
states right
remember though,
now.
there was just a shooting in D.C. by some guy with CIA connection that might have been connected to another terrorist group. So
Somebody got robbed
him
too.
bringing in extra National Guards is actually reasonable.
Yeah, somebody got robbed too, and they were. Listen, I've been to DC, okay, and I was in DC a long time ago, and I just want people to know that DC was never safe. Like I don't know where people think that DC is safe. It was never safe. Okay, I got old memories.
America's not a safe country. What did Charlie Kirk say? He said, like, "Oh, I'm willing to have kids die in school shootings for our Second Amendment or whatever."
Okay,
It's always
well, we're not talking about that right now. We're talking about why is the National Guard? Why did the government decide, the state government decide to go and get the National Guard going?
no. Trump
And so
decided.
it was Trump, but it was also the state. The state has to decide to get
In
their
terms of
National Guard
Michigan,
going.
it was the governor, but in DC, well, Trump kind of overpowers Bowser in that regard because it's DC. That's a special
Right.
case.
That's his.
When it
That's
comes
his
to Memphis, though, he did get cooperation with the governor of Tennessee, which is a red
loopholes.
state, by the way. So
Loopholes. Yep. Exactly. But at the end of the day, the National Guard is not there to hurt anyone. They're literally there just to make sure that you can do your job and you can be a citizen. That's it.
I don't think they are, and I've never said they are, but
They're not hurting anybody. We have not heard any stories of any National Guard putting their hands on nobody.
I agree, but the National Guard has now been hurt. People, and this guy wasn't from DC. This guy drove across the country from Washington State.
Okay, but that's a separate situation, and we had this conversation in the chat. You have to understand that you cannot raise a child to be a killer and not expect him to have some type of mental health disorder.
We raised this child to be a killer.
Exactly. We also raised, okay, I ain't gonna say the other guy, but we raised him too. He was trained by the CIA.
That's what I'm saying.
We raised the other guy too. So what I'm saying is I get what you're saying, that we can't keep doing this type of stuff. And then listen, casualties of war.
But we're not at war. We're not at war with our own country.
We're always at war. It's always a power struggle.
I wouldn't say war. I would say in danger of a terrorist. Like right now, it's kind of like a code yellow in a way. It's like the terrorist threat is kind of high right now. So I could see why Trump is bringing more National Guards to DC. And as far as like the National Guards go all together, it has been a positive. Well, we have positive results.
They're not doing anything to anybody. They're literally trying to make sure what they've done.
If there was negative results or no results coming from the National Guard being there, I would I would be on your side about this. I would. I'd be like, then what the F they're doing there if there are no results?
Right. Yep. They're literally trying to make sure that both sides are safe. That's literally all they're doing.
They're following orders, and I get it. And I'm not saying they're out there hurting people or anything. Okay. But like I said, the woman who lost her life, unfortunately, in DC, was even questioning why she was deployed to the street. She's like, "Why are we out here?"
But time out. If you decide to join the military, they tell you everything you need to know. It's not like it's a secret organization that you're joining. They let you know. You got to follow directions.
When has this ever happened where like a president just willy-nilly calls up National Guard as much as Trump has been doing?
But listen, when you join the military, willy-nilly my ass. Okay, when you join the military, you are expected to show up and show out. They know, every single person who enlisted knows this. If you're sitting there pretending like you enlisted into the military to get your college money and you ain't got to do nothing else, you lost your mind.
The National Guard is a little different, to be fair, because usually For decades and decades, it has been being called up whenever there's an emergency in your state
Yes.
or a natural disaster in your state,
Yes.
and you go there for a minute, and the rest of your life you have a job or you're in school or you're raising a family. It's never been you get called up to go to the capital of the United States and fucking sit at the
But we
train station.
also don't live in the 1800s when they originally started. We're not in the 1800s. It changed a lot. We became modernized. We didn't have to call the National Guard for the things that the National Guard was made for in the original, like what they were made for. But it came to a point to where civil unrest has become like we cannot have a civil war in the United States. And the National Guard was there. Their original job was to be there to stop civil wars. They literally stood between the British and the people in the United States who were already here. They stood between them and said, you cannot hurt this community. You can't hurt these people. And we're going to be the military to stop you.
Now they are being used by a malignant narcissist child of an executive to foment more unrest. Like that's
The
just what's
unrest comes from misunderstanding the history of the National Guard. The only reason why people are unrested is because they think that because the National Guard has been called, is that they think that now we're going to be living in a military state. We just went through COVID. We're all still trying to figure out like how much powers does the government actually have over us? Right. So a lot of people are still in that PTSD Stockholm syndrome. And they're like, you just shut everything down. The government just shut everything down. So now, yes, probably sending in the troops is not good for anybody's mental health as far as understanding why the troops are there. But it really is up to the citizens of every single state to understand, well, what is the National Guard even for? These people work at regular jobs. They're security officers. They're, they work at the bank. They're just regular people who decided to serve their country within their country. And we're not used to having military people within our country. And so I went to Germany and I saw the military who had these huge guns that we don't have over in the United States, but that's their job. That's the regular police. So what I'm saying is that socially, we're not used to actually having like a military person walk around in a uniform. But at the same time, it's like, if you can't sit in your house and write a letter or write an email or make a call, and you want to come out of your house and you want to go hurt the ICE people or the people who are doing their jobs, then somebody has to protect ICE. They are citizens too.
My claim is not against the National Guard or to deride the National Guard.
Mm-hmm.
My claim is that Donald Trump is misusing and abusing the National Guard.
No, he's not. He is the commander in chief.
And now 2 of them have been shot.
Oops.
But that's not his fault that somebody decided to come and take out those 2 people. That man had his own transgressions that he was working out. And he drove that far to go and hurt those people. That has absolutely nothing to do with Trump.
In the streets, were in a city they weren't from, and a National Guard that they didn't sign up for, questioning why they were even there in the first place. Because all they were standing around them.
Check this out. You come to my ice cream shop and I don't give you the ice cream that you asked for. You get upset and you try to burn my ice cream shop down. Is that Trump's fault or is that your fault?
I don't know. Did Trump put me as an arsonist next to your ice cream stand? I don't know.
How are you an arsonist? How is anybody an arsonist? Like we have to stop putting these extra labels. These are human beings. These are the National Guard are human beings. Trump is a human being. He has children. He has a wife. He's a human being. Biden is a human being. I actually felt terrible about what they were doing to Biden. I felt like they were dragging my grandfather into the public place and making him behave and act in a way that he could not.
Okay. Well, they're still doing that, but also I've said multiple times in this conversation.
Sorry, that was funny,
Right?
Sid. I give you.
I've said multiple times. I'm not talking shit about the National Guard. I'm saying the way that Trump is
Say
using
your
them.
words. But I am talking about the way that you're saying that Trump, like, look, when we say that we have to blame someone for something, so we're blaming Trump for activating the National Guard, and you're saying that the way that Trump got the National Guard activated, you believe was not a valid reason. That I understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and
I completely understand that.
just declared unlawful.
But at the end of the day, just like so when you start a job,
Hold on. Well, real quick,
get,
culture. Wait, hold on,
sorry,
Sid. Sorry, Sid. Did you think it's an unlawful order that the National Guardsmen are there, or?
Well, the deployment of the National Guard in D.C. was just declared by a federal judge in D.C. as an unlawful deployment, and it was appealed and put on a stay. But yeah, as it stands right now, it is an unlawful. Or it is unlawful.
It was
Not
appealed
because
and
the
put on a
federal judge
stay.
said so.
Right.
That's the problem. I put too much faith in these district and federal judges. Too much faith that they can tell the president what to do.
Trump, Biden, Obama, Clinton, all your presidents are the chief commanding officer of the United States military.
Yeah. Each one of them was told something they did was unlawful by a judge. Each one of them. That is how our system works. Our
Yeah, they go to
judges
the
are
Supreme Court and then
Totally
they decide.
understand, but that's not how the military works.
Yeah, it is. Our military still has to follow the laws too.
Think about it. If it was an unlawful order, then why aren't they going back now? Because it has to make it to the Supreme Court, and most likely it probably won't even make it there because DC.
That's not why. It's because the person that is because the judge that ruled it unlawful put a stay on it to give them time, so they didn't just say immediately you will have to exit. That's why,
bro. They're bringing in 500 more, so obviously they're not hearing my man.
I'm saying the chief commanding officer, which means the direct decision comes from, as far as I know, being a military spouse, the direct decision comes from the chief commanding officer.
And the courts can challenge it, but they're gonna have to bring that up with the Supreme Court. And
exactly, and they gotta prove it. Listen, the National Guard is not bothering nobody, and I understand. Look, the National Guard is not bothering anybody. We both agree on that. And I understand that you're saying that he should have never activated them in the first place. Understand. That's a lot of people's they're saying, why were they activated in the first place? And I get it. It's like, because I even thought about that about Chicago. I'm from Chicago. And when the idea came out to activate the National Guard in Chicago, I was like, activate them. But that's, I was coming from emotion because I'm sick of everybody shooting everybody. Okay. But I know the ins and outs of Chicago, and I know how deep it goes. It goes down to 5th and 6th grade already becoming a gang member. And I'm sick of that. But National Guard is not going to affect or fix that. Right. So for me, I'm saying, okay, well, how long does the National Guard need to be in Chicago? And if they activate them, are they actually going to fix anything? Because Chicago been Chicago since the 1800s as well. And we've always been a state of violence. You know what I'm saying?
Gang violence specifically, though.
Exactly. Because Al Capone Okay, it is not called the Windy City because of the wind. We do have wind, but Al Capone was the reason why Chicago is called the Windy City, because he was able to move drugs through Chicago so fast.
But all right,
I got you.
Go ahead, Sid.
I don't even know what I was going to say. I mean,
sorry, Sid.
No, what's your name? You are delightful. I like talking to you. You're a really nice person.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm Couture Leotards, even though it's set.
Okay, yeah, I saw you in chat. Yeah. All right.
Sorry, I'm effing up with that.
I guess all I was saying is, like, you said you're a military spouse, and that the final order comes from the chief executive or whatever. It's like, that's not true, though. The president theoretically could issue an unlawful order that you would expect your spouse not to follow, right? Like, let's say the president said, I don't like the results of this election. You know, let's send in the National Guard to...
That's not reality. So let me explain.
It's not reality, but it is something that could happen. You could imagine it happening. Even if it's not this president, maybe it's a Democrat, maybe, you know. But you could imagine it happening, and you would want military members to say, you know what, that's an unlawful order, I'm not going to follow it.
Okay, so let me explain the military life. You got your chief executive, right? That is the president, right? The president has all these men and women, I'm sorry, sitting around him. He sits and he gets briefed on a regular basis from, like, the head of, they call him the SACIer, the head of. These people are like the top political people in the military for the Air Force, the Army, the Navy, like every single branch, right? And the oceanic, nobody ever talks about the oceanic people, but that person sits there too. All of these people are sitting around and they're saying, hey, this is what's happening in this part of the country, and this is what we have been doing. They brief the president on what's going on in every part of the country. Because when we were talking about Venezuela, I had posted, I was like, we already been in Venezuela. We've been in Venezuela. Okay. We are active and always there. So all of the Caribbean, we're always in the Caribbean. We're always there. Okay. Because we were stationed. The president basically just gets briefings, and the briefings are, tell me the most important stuff that's going on, or what's popping off. When the president gets these briefings, basically what he does is he'll either go to his advisor and he'll talk to them and say, okay, this is going on in Venezuela. Here's what I'm thinking about doing. What's your, legal person? He has a whole nother meeting with a whole table of people, law, people who understand America and how it's been going since, right? They are always going to advise the CEO, but the CEO is going to make the final decision. Period.
Now, hold on. I think I can maybe add a bit of a simpler way to kind of explain it, because, like I said, you got to understand, when these orders come down, before it makes it down to the National Guard, the upper command would stop it if it's an unlawful order. They also do have legal departments as well. So there's a lot, it goes to a lot of scrutiny before it even makes it down to that officer. It's not like it's just sent straight down. If it is the president.
Yeah. That's how it used to work, but
no, it still does.
You really think Pete Hegseth, the guy that was just
Pete is your friend. He is 1000% about the military. That man is he breathes and
he doesn't. No. He does not know what he's doing. He's trying to frickin' court-martial Mark Kelly somebody that has more experience than
Douchebag! Like the guy didn't even have his
no.
like. How are you a captain and you ain't even got your stuff on your uniform right? That is a Article 15.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Pete Hegseth could only wish to have the experience and
Pete
prestige that Mark
Hegseth
Kelly
has
has.
more experience. Remember, Pete Hegseth was in a
You almost called him
special
Hegseth.
unit.
Yeah, special. Emphasis on the special.
Yeah, he was in a special unit, so he has far more experience than
Yeah.
Kelly does. Kelly went on there with his
All right, but
uniform,
culture.
and he didn't even have his
Let's have
stuff
him.
right.
Let's Sid have his rant about Hegseth.
I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Kelly was an officer, but okay. So, did you see this? Did you see the reporting from Washington Post about Hegseth, where on the first Venezuelan boat strike in the Caribbean, there were survivors, and his order was to kill them all, which they decided to do, which is a war crime because it is providing no quarter, and
we got to know the full that we got to know everything that happened within that moment, because like I said, there's information that was left out of it due to intelligence. And, and here's the thing, you're like, Sid, you're right, there might be some duplicity involved because they're hiding behind intelligence right now, which is wild.
Are we at war with Venezuela?
No.
Okay.
And even if we were,
the war on drugs
probably
part 2 though. It's the war on drugs part 2. You know, Latin America.
Exactly. I was gonna say, even if we were, you probably wouldn't even feel it.
But we can't just say that these societal ills are wars. We can't just say that our creative language, by saying war on this, war on that, gives us actual power to start drone striking and striking with missiles and blowing up random shit. Like, okay, yeah, you can be creative with language and say drugs are a problem. They kill people. People that choose to buy those drugs. By the way, we're the buyers. We're the consumers of those drugs. That is on us as well. But we can't say that is a war.
Okay, well,
that comes from politics. Like nobody's saying war on drugs. That came from George Bush.
Yeah, but why is the top military guy playing politics?
He's a politician.
Hegseth? No.
They're all politicians.
No, Hegseth is the Secretary of Defense.
Yeah, no, I know.
He's not a politician.
But they do play politics though sometimes, and like I said, they are hiding behind the whole intelligence of a need-to-know basis, because we don't know if these guards are narco terrorists, fishermen, innocent civilians, even army men. They could have been. We don't know until they release the information, because nobody knows, and we're all in low key. The left is making assumptions, and the right is running defense.
So
isn't it better to make assumptions than run defense? Like, according to this administration, they're the most transparent administration
because the right
ever.
does not.
Why don't we know what's going on?
Because the right don't want to believe that Trump is just our armies out there just recklessly killing, people. But the left would like nothing more than to point that out, or like nothing more than for that to be a fact.
I don't think most of Trump's base would care. I really don't think most of them will care. I think you could say that these.
A lot of people would care if we were just killing innocent people in the ocean. Like, yo, you're wrong.
Yeah, because
you would care. You would care. I believe you guys would care.
Obama got
Obama got elected twice and still has like above water approval rating. I mean, Obama's not like a pariah.
Well, he's still the political messiah of the left.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, he's still got positive approval rating. People still like him. He got elected twice. I mean,
Chicago. He's from Chicago. He has the pimp walk, and he got listen. No, it's not nothing about his politics. That's not why people like him.
You think it's just because he's classy? He's just because he's like slick?
That's it. He's classy. He's able to. He's an intelligent person. He's intelligent.
Of course, yeah, he is.
And the ladies love Obama, but they still do.
Exactly.
I think all our lives were better under Obama. I do think that.
Mine wasn't. Okay, so let me tell you this story. Okay, so here's what I learned about civilians getting military information. Okay, so someone was deployed to a said place.
Yeah.
And I was on the phone like, oh my gosh, I was watching the news and they said this, that, and the other. That said person was like, that is none of that is happening where I am right now. Zero of it.
Right.
All the stuff you just told me is not actually happening. The advice that I got was stop watching the news because they either don't have the story at all, they have part of the story, and like you said, the intelligence part they can't tell, so you're only getting a portion of the story, which is not the important part. Or they just lying. They literally just lying to make remember that the news is entertainment. That's all they are.
They just want to make it as sensational as possible. I totally agree. And whenever your spouse was deployed to that specific area,
I didn't say myself.
well, okay, yeah, you just whenever that random person was deployed to whatever specific area, yeah, no, I totally get that. But the thing is, when they're deploying the military to parts of the United States where we all know people here and we can talk to these people and we can see what's going on, it's a little different.
No, it's not. It's the same thing.
But we can see what's happening. I could go to this DC right now. I know multiple people that live in DC.
Right,
I
but
have
you can also
relatives.
walk up to the National Guard and have a conversation with them.
Of course, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying the National Guard's doing anything crazy. I'm saying they're sitting there wasting their time.
No,
they're sitting there wasting
actually
their time.
aren't. No, they're not. They're actually doing their job.
Yeah, what would they be doing if they weren't doing this? Training?
They'd be
this?
No, Seth, you know the National Guard. Seth,
on the madness, okay?
Yes.
Seth, you know people in the National Guard like work full-time jobs that are not military jobs,
Yes,
and like
regular people.
yeah,
you're right.
So that's what they would be doing.
Yeah.
Working their regular jobs. All right, that's great and all, but you know, they're doing what they signed up for to protect people from both foreign and domestic.
Exactly.
You know what? That trash can be a very domestic problem.
But beautifying DC and cleaning up graffiti and picking up trash, that's not protecting anybody. I mean,
I don't know where.
You're protecting it from pollution. You're protecting it from being litter, from being filthy.
Nah, I don't know where.
Don't even. You don't even.
All right. You're right.
But I don't even know where that keeps coming from. Where do people keep coming? I have heard that so many times.
I'm using Trump's words. Trump said they're there to beautify DC.
That's not their okay.
Protect it from uglification. I
don't want to go into what active duty members actually do because they work 24/7. But
that's different. That's totally different.
No, it's not different. About those guys. What type of work can you do for 24 hours, 7 days a week?
I could probably argue online that long. I don't know.
There was a lot of EverQuest. There was a lot of EverQuest. Okay, a lot of EverQuest going on. Okay, a lot of nothing. Okay.
Yeah.
So
okay. Well, those guys are like those guys. That's different. Like that's different than the National Guard. I don't know. I view all the other branches as a little different than the National Guard.
They are a little different because they're active duty, but they all fit the same bill. And really, at the end of the day, they are all human beings. They
of course.
And you can bring water to the National Guard. You can chat with them. How you doing? You okay? You need some help? You want some food? You can do all of that.
Yeah, no, I go to school or I go to class with multiple people in the National Guard. They're not deployed in my state, obviously, but if they were, they're part of my community. I'd even if I disagreed with the deployment, I'd probably be like bringing them Starbucks gift cards and shit like
There you
that. Like,
go. Because, like, that's the part. It's like, as a civilian, you have to recognize that you're not going to agree with every. Imagine being a full-time military spouse where every 4 years your spouse is re-signing a contract and you're going to have a new president. You don't know what new war you're about to get into. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's like
I
every
guess.
year, but you just kind of got to accept it because you're like, but the bills are paid. And
But that is a problem with the way we see our government right now, because the president has no place declaring war. The president has no authority to declare war.
George Bush did.
That's within Congress. Well, they granted him the authority to do so.
Yeah,
Congress
is that
declared that.
crazy?
Yeah.
Them loopholes.
Well, Congress has never authorized Trump to do any of what he's doing.
They need him. They have tried to put this man before he even could become CEO of his job. They didn't even let him get his name on his pen. Okay, they didn't let him get he couldn't even get no business cards. Okay, he couldn't even come into the office and sit down and take a breath. They were on his behind before he even started with the whole federal thing.
Poor Trump. Poor Trump.
It's not poor
He's
Trump.
fine.
It's not poor Trump. This is why a whole bunch of people with melanin had voted for him, because they saw that the judicial system, they were like, this is what we've been talking about.
Dude, Trump committed crimes on camera, on video, on recording.
All of his crimes are being taken away right now. They literally just today.
Yeah, because
retracted
he's
another one.
president. You can't fucking charge the president. That's a huge flaw in our system.
Yes, you
I
can.
think you should. No, you can't.
Yeah, you can.
The Supreme Court
crime. Yeah,
the Supreme Court granted the president
if he committed an actual crime. The problem is they keep making shit up.
Immunity within his role. And, like, let's be real, the president can't go out there and say, "Oh, I'm the president, I can kill whoever I want."
All he has to do is say it's for national security.
Nah, that's not how that works.
Yeah, you can't review it. Do you want to read the opinion right now?
You can just shoot somebody and just say, "Hey, yo, man, in terms of national security, I had to shoot, bro."
No, but he could go to his FBI, direct them to shoot somebody. Yes, he could. This is
Patel is busy worried about his girlfriend. Okay,
that is still a crime outside of presidential duty, especially if it's a United States citizen.
Maybe not his FBI, because his FBI director is too busy going to wrestling events and seeing his girlfriend like sing or something.
He got his boots
But if he had a more competent administration, yeah, as long as it's within the executive branch and he orders it, you want a vigorous and effective executive. That was what was in Trump v. United States. And so as long as he is communicating within the executive branch, is not even susceptible to judicial review. So
Johnny just said in the chat, you do recognize that Richard Nixon was charged.
No, he wasn't. He was pardoned. He resigned and Ford pardoned him immediately.
But he was still charged. He was definitely charged.
He would have been if he didn't get pardoned. He would have been. But, dude, every day under Trump makes Watergate look like a fucking cakewalk.
Okay, but what I'm saying is like, I feel like, okay, I know that Richard Nixon did Watergate, and yes, we cannot trust anybody. All humans are going to do whatever they want to do. I'm not saying to trust all the humans. I'm just saying that, like, pull back a little bit on the conspiracy. It really doesn't happen like that. There's so many people involved in the checks and balances, especially when it comes to the military. It's so many people involved in checks. Like, most of the time you can't get anything done because it's so many people that you have to go through with the checks and balances.
I got you.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm not lighting my hair. I'm not lighting my hair on fire or anything, but I do have criticisms of Trump.
Yeah, criticism is good, and I'm not saying that I'm a Trump lover either, because I do not put any president on a pedestal.
Right. Yeah.
Because they're humans. They make mistakes and they're probably not going to make good decisions. But at the end of the day, when do we allow our CEO to give us 6 months at least? Like, can he do something in 6 months where we ain't all on his nuts? And like, then come back and say whether, his decisions were good or bad or whatever like that. Like, give him 6 months. We all get 6 months in our job. What is it? Is
No,
it 30 days.
he
90
said
days.
more than that. It's almost been a year.
Right. It's almost been a year. And as far as a lot of people are concerned who understand what he's doing, they're like, what is the big uproar? I don't understand what the problem is. We literally voted for this man to do what he said he was going to do. He's probably one of the besides Clinton, he's one of the presidents that actually said, I'm going to do this, this, and this, and actually accomplish it. To me, Clinton was the only other president that actually did that.
What does he accomplish?
He said he
Okay,
was
who's
going to.
echoing? Did somebody join?
Yeah.
Do you guys hear that? For whoever joined, you're echoing a little bit. I don't know. Sorry. I didn't mean to shut down the conversation. Okay, but what has he accomplished that's so great?
Okay, so we all understand that this is America, right? And people can come into America. We actually do have federal laws for people to come into this country, right? So when they come into this country, they do have to come through a legal system. When I go to Germany, I can't just go to Germany and decide to go live in Germany and I could just go to Germany and not have the paperwork that I need to stay there. But Germany doesn't allow me to stay there. Canada doesn't allow you to stay there. No other country in the United States of America allows you to stay in their country without getting the proper paperwork to be in there. So why?
Yeah, neither do we.
Yes, we do.
There are illegal immigrants that come here. Yeah, of course, but
there's illegal immigrants that go everywhere. But at the end of the day,
okay,
it's
so
like, what are we
I'll
doing?
grant you this. I'll grant you this. He closed
Yeah.
the border.
Yeah.
He closed the border. What else?
Can I say something?
So for me, it's about like
wages raised under Trump by about $5 in his first term. I mean, inflation was well handled, and the economy was doing real well until COVID struck.
Yeah,
I'm talking about right now. Inflation is higher.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Than when Biden left office.
Yeah, but remember,
like at like 3.2, 3.4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, now it's at 4.4.
But no, it's at 3% still.
No, it is not.
Yes, it is, my man. But you know what? Actually, I'm gonna have to look
it up.
Maybe. Let me see. Like yeah. Let's talk about inflation today, or core inflation as well. Let me get both of them. Let's see here.
Inflation has risen under.
While the current headline inflation is at 3%, the cost of beef and veal has increased by 14.7 compared to previous year. This is USA Facts. So this is like the most current inflation rate right now. Inflation rate for Y charts is at 3.01 compared to the 2.92 last month.
So let me say something real quick.
Because I worked in the grocery. They're hiking prices, and it doesn't have anything to do with anything. They're hiking prices, but that doesn't have anything to do with inflation.
Let me jump in here real quick with a little bit of something. Whenever you guys are looking at inflation, what you guys and looking at these financial numbers, what you guys and most Americans don't do is y'all don't take into consideration that these numbers are going to take a while to wash through the system. In other words, whatever Biden did in his last 2 years, whether or not Trump gets into office, what Biden did in his last 2 years is still got to wash through the system. It's just like what happened when the shipyards went on strike. Yeah, they went on strike for 7 days, and we didn't feel it immediately. but like a month or 2 months later, we felt it for 2 weeks. That type of stuff takes a while to get through the system. And
Yep.
by the time you actually feel it, it's usually twice as long as it was when it initially started. That's
Mm-hmm.
basic economics for everybody. So you
Yep.
can't sit up here and blame Trump for the reason why prices and stuff haven't gone down.
Mm-hmm.
Anything that Trump is
Okay.
doing right now, hold up, I'm not done yet. Anything that Trump is doing right now financially, it is going to take at least 1 to 2 years to actually start showing results. That's basic finance 101.
That's Bible.
Okay.
All right, now
I
yeah,
have
go ahead.
I have a question. I have a question then. So, would you guys all agree that military recruitment is up?
Yeah, well, according to the
Yeah.
administration, yes.
Yeah, because there ain't no
Where is that
jobs.
going? Where is
Everybody
that
getting laid
going?
off.
Okay. Okay. So, is that something we can attribute to Trump, or is that on Biden as well?
No, it's something we can attribute to Trump, and I served under Biden. There were people
Yeah.
getting out of the military left and right, and there were people that were
Okay.
literally
So,
walking. Stop
the
and
good
let me finish
things,
my thought. Let me
the
finish my
good
thought
things we
before.
can attribute to Trump, but the bad things we attribute to Biden.
So let me finish my thought before you jump in. The worst thing you can do is cut somebody off in the middle of their sentence.
I think
Um,
I was talking and like trying to make my point, but
I was trying to answer your question.
okay, go ahead.
So no, military recruitment was actually down. In fact, there was whole headlines about it, and even YouTube channels started picking up the crisis and talking about U.S. military recruitment numbers. Under Trump, the recruitment rate shot back up because a lot of service members felt like we weren't getting into stupid conflicts that we had no business in. It's the same reason why law enforcement and different security jobs are seeing spikes right now. What I will say that Biden did great, and I've always praised him for this, not really praised, but gave him props, gave him his proper due, was he continued the microchip ban that Trump did. And on his last term in 2019, when Biden got into office in 2022, well, 2021 and 2022, Biden actually kept that microchip ban going. In November or December, Biden doubled down on it and added additional restrictions, which put China in a chokehold. I do it like that Biden actually showed some backbone and deployed the U.S. Navy and the U.S. Armed Forces to Taiwan in preparation of something going haywire because Nancy Pelosi wanted to go and have a meeting with Taiwan. And she said it correctly. China doesn't make our schedule. We make our schedule. Like, yeah, there are some key diplomatic points that I will give Joe Biden and the Democrats. They showed their backbone when they were supposed to, but it was so few and far between that we can't say, yeah, that was them for the most part.
All right, go ahead, Sid. Well, while Sid gets back to the mic, I do like to show this graph right here because this is what I try to explain to people. There was an over a 20% rise across the board and over CPI, an overall in the consumer price index. 20% rise. The only thing that Biden handled better than Trump was the rising cost of healthcare. It actually rose more under Trump than Biden. But here's the problem. To catch up to this, it doesn't mean that we lower inflation by 20%. It means we have to raise wages by 20%. Because prices were raised by 20%. And sadly, that price raise due to inflation don't go nowhere. We have to outpace it through earnings. So that's why we say, yeah, it's still a Biden situation because Biden did the worst thing. He had crazy inflation where prices skyrocketed 20%, but he had no way of finding a way to get Americans 20% more income. Or maybe he did, and we didn't let my man, follow through, but he ain't say nothing. And not like he could.
But then you have to tack it on top of it that not only did you like wreck the economy by allowing this inflation to run rampant, you also allow banks to charge whatever the hell they want in terms of insurance rate. And then you allowed these foreign countries to not only double down, but like pile on the tariffs and basically rob us blind. Under Biden, we paid more for oil from the Middle Eastern countries than we did our own American homegrown oil companies.
Oh, and this just drives into my point real quick though. This is what drives into my point. The fact that Trump was handling immigration and other things as well, I mean, creating business opportunity and lowering taxes, that actually led to a raise in the wages. So this is the wages. This is how wages went up. Now, what happened under Biden? Crazy immigration, and what happened to wages? Now that you got a whole lot of people that we can pay less than the minimum wage, well, no, the average wage went down under Biden while inflation went up. So that's one of the main reasons why we got really screwed under Biden. As prices went up 20%, wages went down maybe like 10-15. We're in a hole.
And then you got people literally saying, "Hey, I'm watching the price of eggs skyrocket," and the government is literally telling you, "Don't believe your own eyes. Just it's good. You're living the best time right now." While eggs went from like a couple dollars to like $7, $8.
Yeah,
that's what the government's doing right now.
If Aldi's has expensive eggs, you already know you cook.
It's over for you.
So, Sid, to answer your question, eggs aren't $7, $8 a carton.
Yeah, eggs are.
On the west side,
milk
bro.
isn't
over here. They're like
milk.
$3.50, $3.80.
Yeah, eggs are not that expensive. And I still don't understand where people are getting these prices from. And I really think that it's like specifically from where their area.
I'll tell you right now, it's right here. It's like when you compare like the New York, like red states to blue states, you kind of see that there's a 20% difference. And this is just Ohio to New York, a 20% difference in groceries.
Yeah, but
so Ohio is 20% less in Ohio.
New York charges a tax on milk and ice cream and stuff like that anyway. So New York is just expensive, period.
Hey, Seth, compare Missouri to Illinois. As everybody likes to do like all these famous rates, let's just bring it down to the Midwest just to show you how bad the Democrats are with finances compared to Republicans. Missouri, Illinois, they're two side-by-side states, and you'll see the difference.
Well, who wants to live in Illinois versus who wants to live in Missouri?
There's a lot of people that are flocking.
A lot of people are. Yeah. It's a beautiful state. Illinois is a beautiful state, and Missouri, it's a beautiful state. The Midwest is really
but who are people moving, or where are people moving to more?
A lot of people Florida, are actually flocking to Missouri or Florida.
Texas,
Missouri.
Ohio.
I want to say family. When you have a family, they're trying to go more to like community,
like
family oriented, not the single life. New York is like the single life.
Illinois.
Gotcha. All right.
Also,
so Illinois is 13% more expensive than Missouri to live in. So and it's just across the board. You'll be paying more in Illinois for restaurants, groceries, transportation, housing, clothing, etc.
I'm not even lying. Like whenever we have to travel from St. Louis to Illinois, the prices in Missouri are like $2.60 something for gas. You go over there, it's still $3.
I want to go back a little bit because you guys just said like Biden raised inflation.
Yeah.
How did he do that? And what do you think?
Oh, it was usually the bills, like the Inflationary Reduction Act. He did some good things in there, like he expanded the insulin cap to everybody instead of just elders, which Trump did, and that helped a lot of people out. But it was like the Inflationary Reduction Act added a lot of spending, and people were warning Biden that your bills is adding more spending, you were printing more money, and he hit us with don't worry, it's transitory, whatever the hell that meant at that time.
So why did the United States have lower inflation rates than every other comparable nation at the time?
I mean, bro, come on, like, hold on, Sid. Like, we're the cleanest shirt in a dirty hamper, basically. That's not a good argument.
Yeah, what did he inherit? He inherited a fucking pandemic, like 100-year, like a century pandemic.
True, but that didn't mean that you do crazy spending at the consequence of the American people.
Right.
Trump has done more deficit spending than Biden.
You're right, but guess what? It didn't make sense for Biden to go ahead and add on to it at our expense.
It did
I
because we
that.
were going to be fucked
Nah, he'd have been a
otherwise.
better leader if he'd have found out how to balance the budget and reallocate instead of just dumping a whole bunch of money into stuff. And all that did was make things more expensive. And it didn't work.
Most of the things in all his bills paid for themselves.
No, it didn't.
No,
We're
they
paying for
didn't.
them because of the inflation.
No, we could even see what the OMB reports were.
Bro, due to his look, I'm not saying that Biden didn't do anything good. I'm saying that, well, the road to
No, I
evil
know
is
you
paved
weren't.
with good intentions. And it was, and what he was signing on was expensive $1 trillion bills that end up being passed down to us through
And
inflation.
I'm guessing you fully support the one big beautiful bill.
Now,
Yes,
you know
I
that's a bit
do.
different, but
I
please
do.
tell me you're
There's
right.
Oh,
some
that's
stuff in there.
different. That's
There's some
different,
stuff.
huh?
Hold up,
Yes,
Sid.
it is the
I
difference.
will say there is some stuff in there that I don't agree with, but largely cutting programs that we don't need to be spending money on and getting people off of systems that they don't need to be on for lifetimes. Yeah, I agree with that.
Whoa, that's weird because it doesn't even balance the budget. It doesn't even. It is a deficit spending bill.
They
Do you even
haven't.
know how
They
much of a
haven't.
deficit we're in, Sid?
Yeah, and they
You keep
haven't
saying that.
actually sat and they
And this is
haven't actually,
contributing to it.
Actually,
but
we're
they
gonna have to
haven't
see at the end of
actually
the year and
balanced the
see what the
budget.
deficit is. Because if it's
Wait,
look,
don't tell me.
Biden was running $2
Set.
trillion deficits. If Trump can go lower than that, then he's doing all right. If he can show a
Set.
constant lowering of the deficit, then all right, cool. But if
Set.
not,
You
then
know,
Sid, you got a point.
do
Wait,
you
I'm
know that?
gonna say something right now before you start speaking, Sid. Does everybody, without Googling it, does everybody know what the deficit is? Because I do.
Wait, like the complete 38 trillion one?
No.
Or the
That's not
yearly
the
That's the
deficit that they
debt.
run?
That's the
The
debt.
yearly deficit. Or the yearly deficit.
No, I'm saying the deficit as it is. The running deficit.
Not, I didn't think they released
Take
that
your
till the
best
end of the year.
guess. Take your best guess.
It's almost 2 trillion. It's 1. It's like 1.7.
1.7.
No.
Really?
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
All right, let me
The
look.
The
deficit.
deficit.
Wait. The deficit is 12 trillion and some change. That's our running deficit.
The deficit.
Our debt is about 38 trillion. Our income is about 27, 26 trillion, which leaves a $12 trillion deficit year to date.
Yeah. I would almost guarantee our deficit's almost 2 trillion. It's not 12 trillion.
Yeah, the
It's
yearly one.
It's 2 trillion for the yearly, not the total running. That is why I said, do you know what the total running
Well,
deficit
the
is?
total running is going 12 years into the future. That could all be nullified.
It's not 12 years into the future. It's all the money we spent in the past plus what we're currently spending now.
That's fine.
Do you know who the biggest deficit spender is?
I'd ask you that question because you're speaking on it as if you know basic, like how to read the economy, and you don't even know what the running deficit is.
I do.
And I just
You said it
proved
was.
that.
You said it was 12 trillion. It's not 12 trillion.
Let's see here. Federal budget deficit for the fiscal year of 2025 is about 1.78 to 1.8 trillion. That's down
It's like
slightly.
exactly what I said.
That's down slightly, about 2% from the fiscal year 2024 of 1.83 trillion, a shortfall. As a share of the economy, fiscal year 2025's deficit is roughly 5.8 to 5.9 of GDP. So in the plain language, the U.S. is currently running the U.S. is currently running about a $1.8 trillion annual deficit, and that's on top of the already very high debt.
Please tell me that's not exactly what I just said, Set.
It was.
Read the rest because there's more.
Let's see here. The very latest months. All right. So the first month of the fiscal year 2026 showed a monthly deficit of about $284 billion. Let's see. Inflated by timing shift due to long shutdown. Right now, I'm looking up everything. The U.S. currently still wondering about that 1.8 yearly deficit, roughly 6% of the entire economy, even without major war or recession. So we're still basically about that $2 trillion deficit a yearly.
Yeah. It's not 12.
I'm getting
Are you looking it up? You were the one that said don't look it up.
I do wonder where you got the 12 trillion from, though. But it is all good.
No, I'm finna get him the actual source.
Hey, original, can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah, I'm finna get the actual source, by the way.
I was gonna ask you, are you beaming?
What?
Okay, never mind. No, you sound exactly like someone on a different podcast.
Let's see. So
Who was
Is it
also
the
in the Navy.
Echo?
No, it's not the Echo. He was also in the Navy, but he does he owns his own business and he does what do you call it?
So let's see here. The 12 trillion is usually talked about multiple year totals, not 1 year. For example, the CBO and others have done projections like 12 trillion in deficits over the next decade. And some analysts of big tax / spending plans say they've increased debt or deficit by 10 to 12 trillion over the next 10 years, not a single year. So it's the 10-year that I believe you was looking at, not a single year or the complete deficit.
Yeah, but it's also talking about how different administrations have said they've decreased the deficit.
No.
Well, right now
They're
it's only down
talking-
by 2%. It's looking like Trump is only going to have the deficit down by 2% according to the
2%.
current trajectory. It depends on what he does in December, if that goes up or down or stays exactly where it's at.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why I said across the board, the complete deficit, we're 12 trillion or more in debt. Depending on
No,
what
we're
he
at like
does,
36. You're confusing debt and
38.
deficit.
I think it's 38. Actually.
They're not the same thing.
No, I know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the deficit. The deficit.
Well, you just
is
said
about,
that.
Well, my bad. Okay.
We need to
The
consult
deficit.
Ray Dalio and that thick ass book that he wrote about the deficit.
The deficit is about 12 trillion. Our yearly deficit, what we spend annually, is about 1.8 to 2 trillion. Both points are right. No one's right or wrong here. Both points are right.
How did Trump contribute more to that than Obama did?
No, Joe Biden did.
No, he's comparing him to
No.
Obama. You're comparing Trump to Obama's president. Well, presidency.
Oh, Trump did more deficit spending and added more to the debt than Obama did, and Trump did it in 4 years.
But COVID though, that's why he
kind of got that COVID.
But
Biden doesn't get that. Biden didn't have to deal with COVID.
2 years out.
Oh yeah. No, he wasn't. He was elected in 2020.
Yeah,
in 2021. I'm talking about 2021 through 2022.
Exactly. Yeah, COVID happened, and then people were getting like their insurance payments from their jobs. Everything was closed, so
We was
people were
heading out of
still getting
COVID around
paid.
that 2022 time. My man was still doing that reckless spending. Actually, that's when we had one of the craziest dips in the stock market, which nobody said
What
anything about. But hey,
what about the PPP loans, where the Federal Reserve, the PPP loans, where the government lost almost $100 billion because they were just basically handing out fraudulent loans.
They all going to jail right now.
Yeah, and they need to call and collect.
Those were now under Trump as well.
No, they were under Biden.
Both actually,
dude.
Because it was the unemployment scamming that was going rapid under Trump, and then it was the PPP loans that was going rapid under Biden. So both, there was heavy fraud going on under COVID. Heavy.
So that has nothing to do with the actual presidents. Again, when I was saying, like, we got to remember that individuals are going to look for loopholes. That is the individual's fault.
That's true.
What's the other dude's name?
Original?
Yeah. Could you mute when you're not talking? Because the echo is so distracting for me.
I don't know how I'm echoing when I don't have you against any speaker.
Okay. Is it just me, or do you guys hear it too? Me? No, you guys don't hear it?
No, I hear it, Sid, and I mute myself when I'm not talking.
All right. I'll do it.
Okay.
All righty. But Sid, you were saying something?
Yeah, okay. So we were talking about the PPP loans. That was under both administrations. That was under Biden and Trump. And I also don't know why you'd say, oh, Trump has an excuse for all the debt and deficit spending he did, but Biden doesn't. Because Trump had to deal with COVID, but Biden didn't. I mean, Biden had to deal with more of the time span of COVID than Trump did.
Yeah, but here's the thing though.
So
Biden should have went for spending less 2 years into it so the inflation problem wouldn't be that bad, but he continued with his reckless spending habits. That's the
No,
problem. But here's
he
the
passed
thing.
one.
If bro wasn't
No,
spending like that, he'd have been able to pass off all the blame on Trump, and I'd have had to sit there and eat it. Like, you're right. He didn't do that much spending, and Trump did majority. Here's the problem. It's not that Trump did less spending than Biden. It's that there was already reckless spending made that was already translating over to us. The fact that he added on top of that is crazy. Remember, it went up.
Well, what Trump
Remember,
did
it was
was
20% right, 20% price increase across the board, except for healthcare, of course, but 20% across the board.
here's the issue with what Trump.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, the issue with what Trump did is that he did tax cuts without spending cuts, and then the pandemic hit, and he did two stimulus bills, and Biden did one stimulus bill. So two of the three stimulus bills were done under Trump, but Biden gets all the blame for the stimulus bills that contributed more economic thrust into the lower and lower middle class parts of the economy that
I don't know
contributed
about
to
that one.
inflation.
I want to give
Okay,
it to Trump, but you remember how the Dems were talking? You think Trump gave you that? It was actually the Democrats that gave you that check. You think the Republicans really want you to get some money? So
dude,
I don't know.
Trump's name
Those
was
are the
literally on
propaganda
the
I was running
checks.
at that time.
Trump
so I
literally
will
put his
say
name on the checks.
I know,
no, I
because the
will
Dems were trying to say that they were the ones that were giving it to people. And I mean, for some, it was a childish back and forth, but I guess Trump said, nah, y'all go make sure it's for me. Because the Dems
Well,
were
yeah,
trying to say that they're the ones
they
passing
both
it,
did,
not the
and
Republicans.
I think we needed them.
so
I
I
actually
will
think
say
Trump did right there, but it did contribute to inflation.
so
I agree with you on that.
I will say one thing, that under Biden, when the world was opening back up, Germany, Germany, Poland, England, South Korea, South Korea, Japan, Australia, hell, well, not really China, but India, most of the African continent, the places in the Middle East, they were already open, at the end of 2021, because there wasn't doing anything besides opening the economy. And the reason why Biden opened the economy was because everybody just said, screw it. This is stupid past this point. And I know, because there was a bunch of people in the media that were going back and forth about how people were being reckless, blah, 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 blah. Also, what happened was that they were tapping into the U.S. financial reserve. That was a big argument that really everybody tried to quail, but both administrations, more so Biden, used the emergency reserve fund that was specifically set up for cases like that. Trump dipped into it, and yes, he did drain it a little bit to send out the stimulus checks and try to keep the economy alive. Biden drained the hell out of it, not only with the first round of stimulus checks, but also the reckless spending. He only had about a few $100 billion in there after Trump was done with it, and not only did he drain the rest of it, he ran it into the negatives. That's what the Federal Reserve was irritated about.
Yeah, probably why they had all them insurance hikes under them.
Yeah, they did.
Well, not interest rate hikes, or rate hikes. Sorry.
I mean, yeah, and like I said, both the Federal Reserve was irritated with both presidents because it took like Bush and Obama in half of Trump's first term to get it where it was. And then at the end of Trump's first term, it went down, and then under Biden's term, it basically got nuked.
All right.
Yo, Seth, I actually have a question for you.
Sure.
Oh no, go. Okay, real quick. So we've talked about tariffs a lot, you and I.
Yeah.
And you've said that tariffs aren't a problem. They're not inflationary. This and that. But what do you say to Trump revoking tariffs on a couple different
Lowering them?
countries and
Yeah,
revoking
lowering them
them?
for grocery products, right?
Removing them. Yeah.
No, he lowered them, I believe. He lowered them. He didn't remove them completely, but he definitely lowered them.
He removed some. Here, like for example,
Canada.
from Brazil.
Canada. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So
we was getting
the
apples
complete
from Brazil
50% coffee
in
is
our
gone, or
country.
did he lower it? I believe he just lowered them. I didn't think he removed them.
I'm pretty sure he removed some tariffs entirely. I mean,
I
we
only
can look
know
it
of
up.
Canada. I only
All
know
right.
of
Well,
Canada of him
and here's
actually removing.
the thing. I was actually talking about this earlier. Well, actually, a couple of days ago. That now I get where you're trying to go with this. Well, if he lowered them, doesn't that kind of play into my point that it's a tax on the consumer? And kind of, but not really. So let me tell you why. Because if they're lowering tariffs, right, and that means they're saving more money on tariffs, that means they can buy more product, thus have more supply, thus lower their prices. It can also translate that way.
But why did they lower it and cite the affordability crisis?
Didn't I just tell you? Because they be able to buy more, thus increasing their supply of what they're buying, thus being able to lower their prices. Because with
But
low scarcity,
the tariffs don't make them be able to buy less.
yeah,
right?
it does. Remember, because they're adding on top of the import costs. So let's say this. Let's say they want to balance out, and they can go ahead and lower the amount that they buy. That and because they're lowering the amount that they buy, that could have been a raise to prices. That could also rose prices. But now that has been lowered, or as you say, possibly taken off, that means they can increase the amount of imports they're buying, thus lowering their prices because now they have a bigger supply.
But we're lowering our tariffs. We're not lowering like other people's tariffs.
And that means they can go ahead and buy more.
No, because it's not on what we export. It's what we import. It's
Yes,
what
and it's the
other
tax on the import, and the importer pays the tax. So if the importer is paying less tax, that means it can afford to spend their money somewhere else since they're paying a less tax on or less tariffs.
It's
so
got,
they can go ahead and buy more product.
All right, Sid, let me break it down to you like this. Let's say there's a mom and pop shop that's renting out a space renting out a space to sell their goods and services to the public. If the place that they're renting from hikes up the rent that the mom and pop shop has to pay, this means that the business has to hike up their prices, which ultimately means they're going to sell less product. But because the renter wants to make more money in the long run and have a steady stream of income from the mom and pop shop, they're going to lower the rent to something reasonable. That way, less of the mom and pop shop's money is going toward the rent and more of it's going into gross domestic product, which benefits the renter.
In my example, why did they raise the rent in the first place? Just to lower it.
Price control.
Price adjustment sometimes.
Sometimes you want
was something that we were paying. It was a tax on consumption.
No, not really, dog. No. You're trying to stretch it, and I get what you're trying to say, but like I said, I've already kind of went against that point by saying, well, lowering the tariffs could just allow them to buy more products, thus increasing their supply. Now, you can sit there and still say that, oh, it's a tax on the consumer, but that's just not translating into CPI.
Why does it allow? Why does lowering it allow them to buy more products?
Why does lowering it increase the supply of product? Because think about it, you're lowering the price of imports. That means he can sit there and buy more if they want to.
To buy more.
Well, all right. So let me try to tackle that question from a different angle. Let's say you just put the tariffs on a particular country. I'm the USA, and let's say you guys are whatever country is being tariffed. If I put the price control on you and I hike it up to like 40%, meanwhile S.E.T and Couture is at like 20%, they're gonna fill that gap with their product because now I'm not buying from you as much. But if you come to me with a deal or we work something out geopolitical, and I say, all right, I'm gonna go back to you and make you my main guy, I'm gonna lower the tariffs on you. We don't know now from the outside looking in. You're asking about a question. Okay, why did you raise it just to lower it? But when you're thinking about it from geopolitics, they didn't do it for nothing.
Yeah, no, he did. I mean, the tariffs he lowered.
Come on, no, he did it for a reason. He put blanket tariffs so China had nowhere to export their product so they can get it relabeled. That's what the blanket tariffs were for. You may not like it, but that's what it was for.
Remove those tariffs, though.
Huh?
So why has he removed those tariffs?
Sorry, I can't hear you, dog.
He asked, why did they remove the tariffs?
What? Remove what tariffs? The blanket tariffs? They haven't been removed yet. They're still being debated in the Supreme Court, I believe.
They removed tariffs off entire industries.
They removed tariffs off entire industries?
I thought it was Canada.
No, the only industries that don't have tariffs on them are the ones that are promising to build in the U.S. They get a break from them, but that's it.
And they have a deadline for that break.
Has Trump removed in the past weeks? Because he's removed a couple. And
are you talking about Canada?
Because you might be right.
Yeah.
I feel like Canada was the one that he actually like fully blown was like, nope.
After that commercial about Ronald Reagan and his views on tariffs, they kind of F things up.
Yep.
I mean, if you really be clearly Canadian like that, I mean, Canada's not one of the biggest. Like we don't do a lot of exchange.
We're not a trading partner.
Yeah,
they're not a major trading partner.
Exactly.
They're actually a consumer of our product. They're not a
exactly.
Can you see it? Let me see here.
Mexico is the biggest labor trading partner we have in the region, and the biggest trading partner that the United States has year to date is China, which is why the tariffs hit them so hard, because we're the biggest consumer and they're the biggest product exporter. No one else can buy the volume and the amount of products that we can. Not even close, not even all of Europe, which is why it's such a blow to China.
Alibaba and Temu.
All right, so here we go. So let's see. Yes, this month Trump has removed tariffs on a few hundred food and agriculture items and lifted reciprocal tariffs on some partner exports. And this week he's extended/expanded exemptions on selected Chinese and other goods. But the overall tariff is still very much in place and broad. So if pretty much the only reason he removed them if they're playing nice.
Basically.
What?
Or of course to lower food for, or of course to lower the prices of food.
Sid, one thing I realized was that, so I know you, I don't know if you have children or not, but there's like Juicy Juice. And if you look at the back of the stuff that you purchase from the grocery store, you'll see that a lot of remember the whole story about the guy in America with the apple tree? Why are we buying apples from Brazil to put in a juice?
Basically.
Real quick, I know you guys are hearing me. Can you guys hear me at all? Or do I need to fix that?
It's like you're going in and out, almost like you're not close enough to your mic, or like it just goes in and out.
I don't know what's going on with that.
AI can't fix it.
But there was tariffs released from China where, let's see, U.S. extended tariff exclusions from a range of Chinese industrial and medical products for another year, covering things like electronic motors, blood pressure monitors, pump components, air compressors, and some solar-related goods. It doesn't remove all China tariffs, but it lets some specific items in without the entry duties or the extra duties like tariffs.
So from what I understand is when COVID happened and we were trying to get all the masks and all the medical stuff that we needed, China was playing hardball. And so when Trump, because remember, Trump was in office when COVID was going. So when he got a second chance to come into office, he basically laid it to China saying, you're not going to stop us from getting the medical stuff that we need for our people in our country. And so he went hardball. This is just my understanding of what I've read. He went hardball on China because so much of our products do come from China. And that's been forever. You know what I'm saying? Like, or excuse me, not forever, because I have stuff right now that I look at the bottom and it was made in Minnesota. But Trump got upset at the fact that China was trying to like do some extra stuff when we needed equipment and medical stuff when COVID was happening. And they were trying to like raise the prices. Oh, we can't send it, and all. They were doing all this extra stuff. So when he got his second term to come in, he was like, "Okay, China, you played your games, and now I'm going to tell you how we gonna play these games."
I mean, to put it in perspective, there is also like now China is in response to tariffing or straight up refusing to sell us rare earth minerals, and it's like, okay, that's fine. Well, the EPA is getting dismantled anyway, so we won't need your rare earth minerals.
And aren't we getting
Okay,
that
then
from
what?
Ukraine?
No, we're not even really getting that. There's this thing that the U.S. tends to do, and I kind of don't like it, but at the same time, I get it, where we'll pretend like we don't have enough of a certain thing or
Yes,
anything,
scarcity. Yeah.
and then we'll buy it from other countries or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
just to like make their country feel important. But in reality, like oil, we don't need any oil from the Middle
I was
East.
gonna say, i.e., oil, Afghanistan,
If you
all of that.
if you look at shale oil and domestic oil, all of the U.S. oil reserves are full to the brim. They're
Yep.
ready to be mined. They're ready to be extracted, and we can sustain ourselves for literally at least 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
The same thing goes with copper, zinc, nickel, cobalt, lithium, gold, silver, platinum, tungsten, and that's just even the uranium. We have uranium here.
Yep.
So we don't really need other countries. Why we keep doing it, I guess it's to screw them over in the long run. Who knows? It's ignorant, but we don't really need those type of materials. And so by eliminating the EPA and getting rid of some of that BS red tape, we're able to tap into our own energy sector independent of what China does. And that's kind of what these tariffs are for, is to kind of put the brakes on us relying on other countries when we could do this stuff ourselves. This is part of the reason why getting rid of illegal immigrants and getting rid of a lot of immigrants in the workforce is such a big priority. Because how are you going to restore Americans back to America first if their stuff is made overseas, if their jobs are held by foreigners, and if their wages and price of everything don't line up?
The whole 1980s.
And all right, guys, we already had spent about an hour on the conversation, so we're gonna go ahead and move on to conspiracy hour on this one, guys. So great conversation. We will get into this conversation about, well, Islam later.
Man, nah. I got some stuff I want to say because Seth, we done already been down this road. You tried to tell me all what I was saying was wrong, blah blah blah. You played
about it's not all Muslims, it's all radical Muslims.
You played two.
We've had this conversation.
No,
it is.
That's their belief.
No, that is a small section of Muslims. Those are the radicals. You guys take it for the large.
Bro,
I got a question.
We discussed this last night.
No. Let me get in here. Because I'm gonna keep going back and forth with you, and I got receipts, bro. Like you already know.
I'm being real with you. No, you got out of context scripture.
What do you mean out of context? When the Quran
real quick,
says
wait.
Hold up. Wait, what's going on?
Yeah. No, Set, will you explain what he's talking about right now?
Now, he's pretty much saying how Islam... Now, the way where gaming views Islam is not in the best view.
It's not views. It's not views. Don't say that.
It's not the best view. It is a view. That's your view of Islam.
No, I read the Quran.
Out of
Word
context,
for
though,
word.
because the
No,
way you
in
no, there's
context.
no way, dog. Because you're over here saying that it's okay. That in the Quran it says it's okay to lie to Muslims, and they don't say that. That's taken out of context. In the Quran,
They
you
said
say
it's
it's
okay
okay
to.
for them. They say it's okay for them to kill for their religion, but it doesn't say that.
It does.
No, that's the hadith. That's the wrong
Bro.
one.
No,
It
it's not in the
doesn't.
hadith. It's in the Quran itself. 90%
And
of the
most
Quran
likely
is
taken out of context.
no.
It doesn't say
90% of
directly that you can go out there and kill people for Islam. It doesn't.
it
Okay,
literally
wait.
does.
Real quick.
You could beat your wife with a strap.
It doesn't say that either.
Basically,
It actually says to
it
treat
does.
women well in Islam.
Wait. Okay. Original. I want Set to explain what is going on, and then you can explain your side of it, but don't explain it over each other.
Okay. Set, I'm gonna let you go first. You the host of the
Yeah.
show. I want you to set your point up. Do what you're getting suggested. Set your point.
All right. So now people want to often talk about the treatment of women. If you actually look up how the Quran say to treat women, you'll see that there are radical factions of Islam that take the words and completely bastardize them. But if you actually read, it does say to treat women with respect, don't annoy them, treat them well, provide for them. That's all in the Quran. It doesn't, and guess what? It also doesn't say that they're allowed to lie to people in order to convert them to Quran. They say they're allowed to lie to people so they don't get killed. Because we're talking in reference of, I believe it was the Crusade. Nah, not the Crusades. But in that time, there were Muslims who were getting killed for being Muslim. So they said, okay, it's okay for you to lie and say that you're not a Muslim to protect yourself. That's what they were talking about. A lot of what you guys say is taken out of context. That's kind of why I want to play this guy's video so he can explain it to you. This is actually one of the most rational Muslims, and this is how most Muslims are. This is how Muslims, I mean, in real life, this is how Muslims are all through America, but you guys want to take out the radicals and frame it as all of them. And I'm gonna be honest with you, like, let's be real. I mean, they've been doing that to MAGA. They do that to black people. They take the worst of us and paint it as all of us, but here we are doing the same thing to Muslims.
All right, so here's my point. There's the American and westernized Muslims that you know and that you're aware of. That
But they're around the world as well. I'm sorry, go
please.
ahead.
Okay,
Not
I didn't
Malcolm
cut you off. So there are the Muslims that you know that are westernized. They're called westernized Muslims.
Yep.
These Muslims go to these different countries and they quote unquote assimilate. The name of the game is to blend in. There are other, and I know this because there are tons of Afghanistani and Iranian refugees who fled from Iran, who fled from Afghanistan, who fled from Pakistan, who love the West, who love Europe, who love Canada and the United States, who straight up told us what the game plan is because their countries had been conquered in the same way. He says they always convince people that they're the victims. They're the ones that are always. These are sources. These are personal sources that are in the Middle East. Think about the people in Palestine and in Gaza. These are the people in Gaza that. Now, CNN scrubbed this video, obviously, because it didn't fit their narrative. But there was a video in Gaza while I was deployed where we had sent some aid over. This is under Biden. He had sent some aid over to Gaza. Hamas took over the aid that we dropped, that we sent to their port. Hamas took it over, made all the Palestinian women basically do crazy stuff in order to get the aid. I was there when that type of stuff happened. You get Hamas, you get the Houthis, you get the Taliban. These aren't individual sects. Their idea on how to go about certain things may slightly vary, and I mean slightly, but their core ideology is the same. There is the Muslim world, and then there's the infidels. That's how they see it. If you ever, and I hate to say it like this, because you haven't been face to face with people who legitimately want to kill you because you're not them. It's a difference. There is no peaceful There is no bartering.
No
There is no.
conversation.
There's
Yeah.
no conversation. There's
Yeah.
no love. There's no nothing.
Reasoning, no logic.
It's either you convert. You have to pay blood money in order to not be killed, or you kill. Majority, if you ask, let me now before you
Like
start
you're
saying
naming
wrong,
radical jihadists, and you're kind of
That's
going on a
not
tirade about radical jihadists. You can't sit there and prove that 2 billion Muslims believe in what you're saying.
Let me
that's
finish.
not. They're not radical jihadists. I like.
Stop. I'm gonna bring
He's
Then who are y'all
not talking
talking
about
about?
radicals.
Stop.
Yeah,
He's not talking
no.
about
Just
radicals.
to be real,
Stop. Let me bring something up.
I'm more on Set's side. I'm more on Set's side right now. I don't know,
bro.
Because you ain't met them real. You ain't read the.
Because
You
I'm
ain't
not
met
trying
the real.
to paint an entire
Right.
group with a broad brush of a bunch of violent
If you
people.
can,
But you are.
If you can
yeah,
you
you
let me
are.
get?
You are
Can you let
exactly.
me get?
Go ahead.
Can
Go ahead. We'll
y'all
let
let
you
me
go.
get to the finish? Like,
Okay.
golly, I don't like when people do that because I don't like yelling.
All right. Yeah, I'm sorry.
If you think I'm lying, go to the end on live. I want you to do this on live.
Sure.
One, Google what Muhammad said would happen to him. Would happen if he is a false prophet. He says in the Quran that his aorta would be cut if he was a false prophet. In the entirety, at the end of the Quran, or at the part where Muhammad dies, that entire chapter, he literally kills. He goes on a he goes on a conquest. He kills like this entire Jewish village, and he captures this Jewish girl and makes her his wife by force, obviously. And he had just killed her family in front of her. This idiot then turns around and she makes him food. She makes this dude food with poison in it, and he eats it. Think about that. He killed this woman's family in front of her. She cooks for him, and he ate it. And at the end of it, while he's on his deathbed, he says, "It feels as if my aorta is being cut."
You want to go through shit that the Bible says that's nuts?
No, it's not the Bible.
That's not the
I
Bible.
know.
That's the Quran.
I know.
So hold up.
I know.
So
I'm
hold up.
comparing it.
Let me address that. Let me address that real quick, Sid. So what you guys are about to do, and this is one of the things that people always do when we bring up something about Quran, is
All
they
right, hold on.
immediately
Before
hop
you
to
go, in early Islamic sources, there isn't a story where Muhammad clearly forces a free woman who is saying no to becoming his wife. But he did marry or have sex with a woman who were captives or slaves from a modern point of view that raised serious questions about how free their consent could be.
Read it from the Quran.
There is,
read it
bro.
read
It's
it
right
from the
here.
Quran.
Bro,
No,
it's telling you right here. I'm giving you the sources. Like it's right here. There's Islamic sources, Arabic sources.
Dude,
So
read it
if
from
you
the
can't
book
even tell me the
itself.
passage in the Quran, why don't you give me the passage? I'm literally giving you the breakdown due to what you Google and ChatGPT is giving me, and now you're going like, well, this is not telling me what I want, so I want you to go straight to the Quran, and hopefully that tells me what I want. And then here's the thing: I have to read an entire story about that war in context, and not just take it out from there where you want me to. I have to read the entire story, as all stories should be read within full context, not just picked out to make people sound terrible or look terrible.
Seth, here's what I'll say. Like, I'll put if I can find the video, I'll put it in the Discord. There is a woman that I believe someone is interviewing, and she's being very kind, very nice. She's smiling. And he's like, "Yeah, but I'm an infidel," and she's like, "Yeah, you are," and she just smiles and laughs. So what he's saying is the same experience that I've had, and I'm talking about with actual people. And so what I've been told.
Hold on, before you get into this,
I'm sorry.
Now, are you talking about radical Muslims that have an ideology that
No,
want to
they're
kill you, or
not
are you just talking
radical.
about?
They're like kind people. They're like kind, regular old people. Like,
So you're talking about your average Muslim then? Okay.
Like average everyday people. And you know, when you're kind as well, and you ask a lot of questions and you listen, they will share. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. I talk to these guys. Actually, I don't know if you guys know, but I grew up with a Muslim stepdad. So trust me, I
I
know.
want to, yeah. Okay. So what, that's why I was saying, not Malcolm X. Stop thinking about Malcolm X.
Oh no, we're not
So
talking about Malcolm X, bro. I'm talking about your regular Middle East. I know what you guys are talking
yeah,
about, and
Malcolm X
I'm
was a
just,
regular, he was a
and
little
I
militant,
believe you
but
guys were wrong. I'm talking about the African Muslims. Don't talk about them. That's like
no. I'm not talking, I'm not talking, I'm talking about Americans.
okay.
American Muslims, okay? These are American Muslims, and then these are people from the actual from the Middle East, okay?
Mhm.
The contrast between the two people, American black folks that decided to become Muslim, the people from the Middle East told me those are soldiers. That's all they are, is soldiers.
All right, but
They
all right, hold on. But I do
Mhm.
got to read this out because this actually lays into Gaiman's point. So the
Okay.
controversial case people point out, when critics say Muhammad forced a woman to be his wife, they mainly mean a few specific women. The sources are old, not always consistent, and are read very differently by Muslims versus critics. So, one, she was a Jewish noblewoman. Two, her father and husband were killed in battle and she was taken captive. Sources say Muhammad chose her from the captives, fed her, and then offered her a choice: return to her people as a free woman or embrace Islam and marry him. She's said to have chosen the marriage.
Now that is actually in the Bible too, because in the Bible it says if you
So why my man Gaiman out here acting like Muhammad just, took this Jewish lady and said, yeah, you mine now, regardless, and I'm about to rape you.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that part. I'm talking about like what I learned from actual people from the Middle East and what I learned from people here in the United States. And what the people from the Middle East said, the people from the United States are just soldiers. They're not actually Muslims. We get them to believe that they are so that they can be soldiers to carry out when the time comes. They're going to carry out our mission, because once you get people devoted, they're going to carry out your mission. And I was like, that's odd, because why would this person that I've known my whole entire life, even though they have a different religion, why would they go and hurt me? But then, we had, what's her name? The girl who had to hide in the house. So,
Okay.
you know what I'm saying?
Hide in the
So,
house. What are you talking about?
in Nuremberg. What's her
Anne
name?
Frank.
Anne Frank.
Right.
Anne Frank
Huh?
and her family had to go hide in the house because they were Jews, and the people that were hiding them were hiding them in the back from
I ain't gonna lie,
from
I'm a little confused now.
Oh no,
well, anyway.
She's a girl who perished in the Holocaust.
Yeah, it's Anne
No,
Frank.
I know who Anne Frank is. I'm saying the disconnect is like, how did we get to the Holocaust from?
Well,
Good
I'm
point.
saying,
Good point. Like we were all Muslims.
Okay, right.
That's why
So
I'm
we're all
confused.
new, right? So the people in the America believe that they are the same Muslims that the people in the Middle East are, and the people in the Middle East are saying you're not the same Muslims as us. You're soldiers, and we're actually the people who are going to get all the stuff. We're the authority. You're literally just a soldier.
My point is, how do you get so many people that are like in Dearborn, Michigan, or in New York, or in certain parts of Texas, and these are actual videos of people chanting "Death to America, Death to Israel"?
So those people are the actual Muslims that I'm talking about.
No, that's what I'm saying. Is you
Yeah,
can't sit up
those
here and
two.
say it's an. You
Right.
can't sit up here and say that's a radicalized group
Right.
when
They are.
it's. My
Not
question
all
to you
Muslims
is,
feel that way.
wait,
It's a very small
Set,
group of Muslims.
No.
Before you go,
Also, imagine.
Can y'all stop over
Imagine
talking me? I
Israel.
hate shouting.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so in my question to you guys is, how much is and to Sid's point, I think I already know where he's going. Yeah, I don't like the fact that Israel is everywhere and entrenched in everything too. I've been saying that for a while. I even told Seth that I don't like that they're everywhere and everything, and like we're just supposed to accept it. No, get them out of here too. I've said this before on live.
Civil rights movement says that you can't do that.
I don't give a damn. Anyway, Muslims. How many Muslims would be? How many? I guess the question I'm trying to ask is, at what point does it go from, oh, that's just a minority to okay, this is the ideology? Because we see that
60%.
No, we see that in Europe. All right, they were saying the
That's
same
not
thing
even
you were
60,
saying.
but that's still small. But even in Europe, they're saying that's a small percentage.
No,
they're not saying that
it's
60% of the Muslim population, or else I'd agree with you. Like, bro, if we were dealing with even like a 40%, I would low-key give it to you. But we're dealing with single digits here.
No, it's how okay. So how would the UK have an entire like continent-wide, nationwide march because they're tired of Muslims? You don't get that unless it's a very
That's not true.
large percentage. It is.
Well,
No, that was like
rate.
a million.
How do you get
that was like 1 million plus people, if that even.
So CID, I can tell you right now that I actually lived in Europe in the 90s, and they were at like M80s, like it was crazy. I accidentally walked into a protest where they were protesting Muslims coming into a certain part of Europe. That was in the 90s.
No, that's fair. I've spent months in Ukraine. I've spent a couple months in the UK. I've traveled outside of the United States. But I just don't know what you guys are trying to get at here.
Quick question here, though, guys. We all know there's about 2 billion Muslims, right?
Yeah.
Now, how much would you consider? Now, we can all sit there and agree that not all 2 billion of these guys want to take over a country, want to destroy a country, want to kill you or me. So we can always sit here and say that maybe the most conservative number, maybe like 30 million Muslims will want to kill everybody, want to take over. But over 2 billion, though? Come on now. We're being y'all being overly paranoid. Okay, go ahead.
Wait. The most.
CID, hold on.
Real quick.
Time out.
Real quick. I want to make one point.
Can you stop yelling?
Okay, sorry. Okay, I want to make one point. The most conservative religious Muslims are in agreement with you Christians on 95% of the issues.
So how many soldiers did it take for why I can't remember nobody's name? The Nazi Jew. How many people did it take for him to do what he did? Hitler. Sorry.
Well, Hitler definitely did have the overwhelming force. It's not like my man was outnumbered. In this case, they would be outnumbered. If all the radical jihadists to try to take over America today, they'd be outnumbered.
Right. So they're waiting.
Severely.
They are patient. They are taking their time, and they're trying to recruit.
Well, then we can stop this. Then just have more kids. We ain't got to worry about that.
But we're not having more kids. We're declining in children.
Then you're
we are already outnumbered. We're already outnumbered.
Wait, so
if they wanted to do this, we're already outnumbered.
People aren't getting married. Nobody's having kids anymore. Like, what do you like? We're already eradicating ourselves.
Well, then I guess we need to start putting the brakes on. Then
wait. Let me hop in here with this.
Then we lost.
Okay.
We lost. Who cares?
So I'm gonna hop in here with this. First of all, Christians and Muslims are staunchly opposed. As a matter of fact, if you've ever been to any Muslim country as a visitor, the number one thing that they tell you, even with me having been in the military and been deployed to Muslim countries, is stay away from faith. Particularly if you're a Christian or a Jew, because it immediately paints a target on your back. And yes, there are times, and I have talked to other service members, and for the sake of confidentiality, I won't name drop, but I've talked to other service members who have been targeted in both non-malicious and malicious attacks, exclusively malicious attacks almost, for the overwhelming majority of them, because of their religion. They do not like Christians. They do
At
not
all.
like Jews.
I mean, I
They
don't know
may
about that, dog. Come on now.
no,
You got Lebanon,
no.
Jordan, Egypt, Iraq, Indonesia, all you said Christians.
Hold up. Lebanon was actually 100% Christians back before the 70s, or the 60s, and then
That is not true. That is not true.
It is. It is.
No, it is not. No, it is not.
I've been. First of all, I've been to Lebanon. I read their history.
Good for you, sir. I'm sure you've been there.
Well,
but
let's be real. Due to your military deployment, you low-key met with the worst of the worst of these guys, and you're trying to say that, oh, I met with the worst of the worst. Let's
No,
it's all
no,
of this.
that's not. That's not. That's not true.
That's not true.
Also, what he said about Lebanon is completely false.
No, Lebanon was Christian. It was Christian.
You said it was completely Christian. No, it was not.
Mm-hmm. It was.
We could easily look this up. I mean, do you want to wager on it? You want to bet on it?
I ain't gambling money online, but I'll look it up.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, go ahead. Why wouldn't you bet money if you're so sure? Easy money.
But all right, though. But we do know that there's countries.
Let's
Here's
go
the
on.
thing, though. Here's the thing. They believe in Jesus. They believe that the man was the Messiah. Like, if I was to play this video right now, you'd be shocked at what this man is hearing. And this is most Muslims. But you guys will sit here and be like, oh, that's not all. That's not him. That's not how they all think. But yes, they do. You just don't want to sit there and accept that Muslims are actually peaceful. You've been propagandized to think that they're violent people.
No.
Okay, so what about Sharia law? Why is it everywhere they go, they implement Sharia law?
Well, they don't got the Sharia law course like people were talking about. I know that.
No, they're
real quick. I guess we're not getting the answer on Lebanon. But real quick, Seth, I do agree with what you're saying.
Lebanon was Christian. It was Christian, and now today it's modern. Modernly, it wasn't completely Christian, but it had the highest amount of Christians in Lebanon at the time that it was Christian. But now it is completely Muslim.
It's not completely Muslim, but yeah.
That's what it says.
The Christians that are there are hiding underground.
Yeah.
I have some Lebanese friends, but
and also in Egypt, it's actually kind of like a 50-50 split. But even Egypt doesn't want the Muslims there because they don't want the issues that the Muslims bring, and that's word from the Egyptian government themselves.
No,
what is
getting paid off from Israel? But okay.
Just to put it out there, what is everyone's religion? If you're willing to say,
I gotta remain neutral.
Okay.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, let's
remain neutral.
Hey, I like.
I'm an atheist.
Let's set that's lead. We're just gonna keep it as neutral. I mean, congratulations for outing yourself, but I feel like you shouldn't.
I could guess. I could guess, and I would guess all three of you are Christian. Seth might be Muslim, but
his father was. But that doesn't mean that
I would guess he's probably
Christian. My mom was a Baptist Christian, and my stepdad was
There you go.
Yeah.
I wouldn't assume that he would be Muslim. But what I would say,
I said he might be.
Well, like I was explaining to the guy this morning, like he said, I'm a Jew. I was like, yeah, that makes you biased. So I don't even start off with that, because at the end of the day, it's experiences, and I know that experiences are not necessarily like it's anecdotal, I guess, evidence. But at the end of the day, when you literally sit down and have these conversations with people from the Middle East, and you have conversations with Muslims here in the United States, it is a very different conversation. I don't believe it's radicalism. I believe it's deep belief. Like I was saying about the Jews and the Muslims over in Israel, I believe that you're talking to two rocks, and you're telling two rocks and two mountains, you need to move. And it's like, no, I'm a rock too. I'm a mountain too. So no, I'm not gonna move.
But just to be fair, this whole conversation has been telling like Seth and us, not necessarily from you, but that we don't understand because we don't talk to Muslims. We've never interacted with Muslims. We don't know the culture. And you know what? Like, you don't know that about us. Like, I've I know a bunch of Muslim people. I'm sure Seth does as well. And so, like, the military experience, the amount that you've talked to people that live there, it really doesn't matter,
But
especially if you're not
Muslim,
willing to put your religion on the table.
but Muslim people live
So what,
everywhere.
Couture, let me respond to this. Okay, so Sid, let me break this down. What you're making is a point of authority argument because the entire point of you asking that question was to be like, okay, well, of course you're going to see it this way because you're this way or you're that way. If you're
Well,
going to
no, it's
make
to
an
say that you
argument,
haven't been the
stop
only one
over
that's talked.
talking and stop shouting because now you're
Okay.
starting to make my damn ears ring. That's why I'm telling you, quit. Please stop shouting. One, it doesn't. Whenever you're having conversations like this, if you're going to have a true debate, I know because I did speech and debate for a while, you never bring in anything outside extra because then it taints the entire debate because now everybody's biased on everybody's opinion and everybody's facts because now everybody is thinking that they have one particular set of data or the other. On some things and some things throughout this debate, yeah, I have had my perspective changed a little bit. That's because I'm not looking at their religion or what their personal political background is. I'm hearing their words and their research for what it is. You never, ever, ever ask somebody to throw something personal out like that. Secondly, you never discredit somebody's professional experience in a particular area because then that makes everything else you say kind of dumb. You can't discredit my military experience because one, just because I'm a service member doesn't mean I didn't also act like a civilian after hours. You saying that civilian,
Yeah, but you
that
use that to
military,
discredit us.
Good point.
stop.
No, you're lecturing.
Stop. No,
We're
stop.
not
Stop
going to
screaming.
just sit here and let you lecture, bro.
Ain't nobody lecturing. Stop screaming.
You are lecturing.
I don't think he knows he's screaming. I think that's the level that he's talking at because that's what.
Okay, I'll try to turn it down. I'll try to turn it down.
I don't think you're screaming. I think you're just trying to be heard.
Yeah. Like it has nothing to do with what you have to say and everything with the volume because you've been real loud.
Okay, earlier I was told I couldn't be heard, so
when it
I'm on my
comes to
phone.
okay, that makes a lot more sense on why it's so loud.
I'll be quiet.
No, I didn't say you had to be quiet. I just said that makes a lot more sense because you probably have the phone speaker like right up against your mouth.
Yeah, no, I'll talk quieter.
Oh, okay. So
that's what I meant.
My experience, just in case I accidentally casted that net of I'm discrediting what you all have to say because of my experience. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm saying that right now and I'm owning that mistake that I made. That's not what my intention was. My intention was based off of the military and civilian when I got off of work from being a military service member. Here were my interactions with these people. Yes, I kind of had to live as a pseudo Muslim, not all the way because I didn't even believe in anything, but I had to abide by some of these rules, customs, and courtesies. So, and I've had conversation, I've sat down, I've had drinks, I've taken people out, I've, had lunch with, not really lunch, but lunch-ish dinner with Muslims during Ramadan, like, when the sun went down, it was dark, we could finally go out and eat, right? This is just my experience. Some of the time I dealt with bad people, and that's one of the misnomers. Yeah, just like a lot of people assume that law enforcement, they see everybody as a threat. Nah, it's like actually about 40% of the job. The remaining 60 is just interacting with people and just hearing their story. And a lot of these people's stories all sound the same. Now, like he said, he went to Ukraine, he's been in Europe. I'm like, okay, that's pretty cool. I learned something new about him. That's never been his experience. Didn't discount that. Here's been my experience. Here's what the people told me. Said that hasn't been his experience. Some people told him different. So did Sid. So did Couture. Okay, let's try to overlap these things and see what's fact and what's fiction. But to say that neither point can be right, to say that there is no evidence, or to try to say, oh, that's a small minority, is factually irresponsible. Because there's a reason I don't agree with it. I'm gonna go on record saying this right now.
All right,
I
explain.
do not agree. I do not agree with what China's doing to the Muslims. That's what I'm going on record and saying right now because of what I'm about to say. I said this before on S.E.T channel. I'm saying it again. Don't agree with China's doing, and I think they need. No, I don't think they need to be held accountable. Period. But you get what China is doing to the Uyghur Muslims only comes from a visceral reaction to having seen and experienced what being exposed to a Muslim ideology is like. You get Russian responses to Muslims after having seen and experienced and knowing what being around that type of environment is like. You get Turkey bombing and subjugating Syrians and not letting them in, Palestinians, I'm sorry, and not letting them into Turkey because, to Seth's point, they don't want that radical BS at their doorstep. You get
No, I didn't. Hold on. I didn't say that. I said because they're being paid off by America to ignore the Palestinian plight.
No.
Yeah. And that's called an emotional response. That's called an emotional response, by the way.
No, I'm talking about Turkey. Turkey has a bit of a vendetta with Syria, so some of it is what Seth said, and some of it is like a personal vendetta with Syria.
With Ba'athist,
yeah. So you don't get what happens in certain countries like the Congo in North Africa, where you got slaughterhouses running, and you say, "Oh, that's just a minority," which is why I asked Seth, how much is a minority before this becomes a pattern of what something is?
40 to 60%.
Because if most of these countries are having the same type of reaction or experiencing the same thing in reality, you can't say, "Oh, well, that's just a radical or a run of the mill, once in every blue moon type thing."
Would you say the same thing about the Jews?
Let's be real. Let's
be
real.
Wait,
China's
no.
only treating them that way because any religion goes against their communist control. Remember, like religion leads people to rebel, and China knows that. That's why they don't accept Christianity or Muslims.
And original. Would you say the same thing about the Jews?
Absolutely. So I call them both rocks. They're rocks. You're literally asking two mountains to agree with each other.
Right, and to Sid's point, yeah, I would say the same thing about the Jews in Israel today. Yeah, I've said on S.E.T channel, and S.E.T back me up if I'm wrong. I said they have their hands in too many cookie jars, and they need to stay in their own damn pot.
Facts.
Right or wrong.
Yep, you said that plenty of times.
You just say like the Jews have been kicked out of so many countries. It's their fault. It's their fault they've been persecuted. It's their fault.
No, it's not their fault they're being persecuted. It's the people that are persecuting them fault.
Okay, so why would you say that about Muslims?
Good point.
Wait, I didn't backtrack
Yeah, nobody
on any
said
of
it's
that.
their
Well,
fault.
he kind of is. I mean, if you kind of
fault.
think about it, he's saying that Muslims are kind of getting kicked out or being hated in every country they're in, or every non-Muslim country they're in. So you're kind of laying out the story of the Jews in a way, like, well,
that's what I was saying about the civil rights movement here in the United States. Like, so I had a conversation with someone where they had posted a video about Dearborn, Michigan, and I was like, okay, so what are we doing right now? Because we have the Civil Rights Act. If that's their religion and that's how they roll, then what are we doing? Are you mad that they're mayors? Are you mad that there's police officers? Like, what are you talking? They came to America, they got jobs, and that's what the Civil Rights Act was supposed to be for. So now that they are pushing, because it's a majority of them in a certain area of Dearborn, now that they're pushing like their Muslim values and they're trying to, like, I guess, change American values. Well, what did you expect was supposed to happen if we have the civil rights? They can come here. If they're citizens of the United States of America, they can serve in certain parts of the government. They can be a voice for their people here in the United States of America. What are we fighting with them for?
Sure, I have no idea. Because to be quite honest with you, like people like to say, "Oh, there's an Islamic plan to take over the West," when there is not one legit mainstream Islamic source that says that. I mean, they say all types of things about Islam, but the problem is that they're wrong about it. And I'm not here trying to convert people to Islam. I'm here just to correct people on. You guys are trying to paint these people as an evil like cult, but they're not.
No, I never
Actually,
said that
they
they were
believe in some
evil
of the
cult.
same things Christianity do. They have the same conservative values. They believe that Jesus was the Messiah. Like, what's the difference? I don't know why y'all beefing like this. And then y'all villainize.
I don't think they're evil.
It is why.
I don't think they're evil. I think they are a rock. So that's what I keep saying about the Jews and the Muslims. If you're both rocks, then who's gonna move first? Because both rocks are saying, I belong
here's the thing, though. I don't
here.
expect each side to change their perspective. I don't expect a Christian to go to a Muslim and a Muslim to go to a Christian. I'm not saying that. I'm saying you guys should be able to cohabitate without demonizing one another.
Exactly. I'm not trying to demonize anyone. Again, I was just I told you my experience of what they told me. That's it. I'm not demonizing any of them because they're literally people I grew up with. Like I didn't have a parent, but these are people that I did ballet with. Like I was a child and they were a teenager and they're still a part of my life. You know what I'm saying? So these are close people. These are not people that are just randos. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and
But at the end of the day, this is the conversations that they have, and this is what they're saying. And it is concerning, just like Christianity, just like Judaism. And again, like I was saying before, it's about power. So who's fighting for the power? And if we're supposed to be a country where everyone is accepted, everyone can come here, everyone can get their freedom, you're supposed to swim to liberty. Okay, to that statue in New York, and understand that when you're here, you can be your true self.
Now, in our culture, here's the thing, though. I agree with you, but this is the problem that a lot of people are kind of running away from. When I sit there and I point out that they're only pointing out the fringes, they don't prove me wrong. They just keep pointing to the fringes, like Al Qaeda, ISIS. These guys are the only people that ever framed any type of global jihad. Only them. It's not
so those are the radicals.
Wait,
those are not the people that I
guys.
was talking about.
1 second. I guess Original's phone died, and he's on his laptop and he's asking to get let back on.
Come back in.
Yeah.
So I specifically didn't talk about the radicals because we already know what the radicals are. You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about
we don't.
radicals.
But we don't know who the radicals are. People don't, because they're literally confusing all Islam for radicals. So they don't. I wish I could sit there and agree with you on that, but they don't. Look at the chat. Look at the chat and tell me, do they understand that?
They're not all radicals. So
you almost have to look at what Gaiman's been saying. Do they understand the difference between a radical and a regular Muslim?
No, I understand the difference.
So I'm not saying that a radical is so what I'm saying is that the people who are telling me that, okay, those people are soldiers, we're the real Muslims, like I don't see them as radicals. I see them as rocks. Does that make sense? You know what I'm saying? Like,
I get what you're saying.
That they're firm in their beliefs and their values, but that doesn't mean that they're going to go hurt another person. But what I'm saying is, when the time comes, there's a possibility, just like what happened in Nuremberg, that when the time comes, it's like, well, I mean, it's either us or them. You know what I'm saying? We're human beings. We've seen this happen before. We can be kind until a situation comes in front of us where we have to figure out, we're going to have to choose our lives or the person that's standing in front of us.
So I got a question for you, Sid. Wait, and I just really want you to answer this question.
Mm-hmm.
If the shoe is on the other foot, right? Let's say it's Christians, Jews, Hindus. and they were being made out to be something like the Muslims, would you still defend them the way you're defending the Muslim?
Yeah, of course. Bro,
Are
I do
you
that for Jewish
kidding,
people.
bro?
Okay,
I
that's all I
do.
wanted to hear. That's all I wanted to hear because I wanted to make sure it was fair and across the board. The reason being is because you have people that will stick up for one and then like let the others fall by the wayside. That's the only thing because I don't want people in the chat to also think like you're just defending them without being like equal.
Oh
And
no,
fair.
bro! When people try to play the blame a Jew game for every like political corruption, I don't like that.
Oh,
Be
yeah.
like, dog, you're trying to paint all these guys as just some type of evil organization. I don't like that. And here's the thing: I'm black, so it's kind of like upsetting. I'm gonna be real with you. I would upset myself if I ever stood down to that level to where I've experienced that myself. I've had people take the most extreme of my kind and paint me as that. So me understanding that, what the hell am I doing that to another group of people?
Right.
We don't like your kind, you filthy pork monkey.
God damn, but yeah, it's like that.
No, like no lie. I literally sat with my father-in-law and I was like, yeah, the Jews own all the. He was like, what the hell are you talking about? What? Like, that's what everybody says. He was like, shut up. That is not even true.
I mean, yeah, they don't
What's
own
the difference
everything.
between a Jew and
They got partial ownership and everything. You know, you got a little correction.
Nah,
Well, I tried to tell him. I was like, y'all own Hollywood. He said, absolutely not. Like, I don't even know where that lie came from. The 60s.
What's the difference between a Jew
Well,
and a
dude,
piece of
Hollywood doesn't even exist anymore. So
It doesn't, but so at the end of the day, what I want for me to understand is that I'm an individualist. Like, so I'll go to individual people and I'll create a relationship with them, and then I'll ask them questions because, like the original was saying, we get briefed about when we go to certain duty stations and things like that. We get briefed about how to dress, how to act, how to talk. Like, you know what I'm saying? We get briefed before we come into these situations. And a lot of those situations, there are social, cultural things going on that are not American. So they have to brief the military personnel, and then they also, well, they're going to brief him with extra stuff, but they're going to brief the civilian as well, because they need the civilian to understand this is what's going on right now in the country that you're about to live in. So be very careful about what you say, what you do.
But all right,
Coacher, this is not a gotcha, but I'm just curious. What is American? What is American?
Ooh,
come on. They'll brief you on things that aren't American.
So,
What is American?
Yeah, and I can definitely answer that because I have lived in other countries. Americans are okay. So from the perspective of other countries, Americans are egotistical. They think they know everything. They think that they have to give advice to everybody, even though their own country is falling apart. And like we come off to people in other Europe and Middle East, everywhere that we go as Americans, we literally come off as like egotistical and annoying.
So, Couture, let me ask you this. Couture, let me ask you this. And this is something that I even and I ain't gonna lie, Sid kind of rubbed me the wrong way with that question. Name something good, not just about our government. Name something good that America, and that's for everybody. Name something good that America actually does that nobody ever asks us, that you can't find nowhere else on the planet. Because I got like at least 5 things.
Yeah.
Are you asking me?
No,
yeah, everybody on the panel, just everybody.
Okay, I have an answer, but I'll let other people go if they want to go first. But I could go first if you want.
Yeah, go for it.
You got the mic.
Okay, our structure of government. It's not our constitution. It's not the majority religion. It's the structure. It is that we have these systems wherein power checks power. And, ideally, the executive can check the legislative can check the executive, and the judicial branch can check the judicial. We have a system that has made it nearly impossible for a tyrannical authoritarian government to take place in our country. And that just shows how much we value freedom beyond just writing words on parchment and paper. And we've set up a whole system that makes that difficult to impossible to come by. We will always have a system, if America stays America, wherein you will never have a tyrant, you will never have a full-on dictator.
Mm-hmm.
And it is because of the way we're set within the Federalist Papers, within the
Constitution.
Constitution. Yeah. That is something unique about America that exists nowhere else. But yeah.
What about you, Senator Couture?
Oh, should we? Oh, we're still going?
Yeah, we're answering that question. Like, what is it to be an American? What's something good that kind of has your stamp? That would be like, yeah, they're American. Because, and I asked that question because a lot of people will say that
liberty. I think that's what makes people American is the
Yeah.
love of liberty and love of freedom of speech. It's just like how the fact that we don't like the Britons because they still try to, have a whole monarchy. We don't like no country to have a monarchy because we'd be damned if somebody put a monarchy on us because we're about liberalism. We're about freedom. So that's one thing that you will.
No kings.
No kings. Yes. No
yeah.
kings.
Without liberty, there is no freedom.
So yeah, it's like that's one thing we have here that I feel we have the most in any other country. If you leave America and go anywhere else, I feel like you lose rights than gain them.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah, that I can agree. And so
especially if you're a woman.
Well, I don't know about that. I
hey
do
man,
pretty
go
good.
to the Middle Eastern country. You lose a whole lot of rights.
I think it's the type of woman that you are. You can either gain access or you can lose access. I'll say that. But what I learned, I'm sorry.
None. That was a stupid question. My bad.
Oh, so what I've learned from my travels, I know I started off with the negative, but when I heard that from people from other countries, what I wanted to do was to introduce America to them in a way that wasn't pushy. So what I do believe that Americans do offer is, like we said, the liberty so that we can have freedom. Right. Mm-hmm. So to understand liberty from the Navy point of view is they'll ring a bell and say liberty. And basically that means you have time off. You get to leave and go do whatever you got to do. But you're not going out to completely break every law and just, destroy your whole career. You're literally going on vacation, but you're going to remember all of your discipline and your values and things like that. It's not just apple pie. It's not just hamburgers. It really is that I believe Americans we are nationalist to a point of view. I know that's become a negative word, which I don't understand why. But Americans we stand up for Americans even when we're in other countries.
Yes, it's the biggest nationalist I know. So it's kind of crazy how it became a bad word.
So the reason why, and like I said, I got people who, in this chat the entire time y'all were answering that question. Everybody has a million different things to say bad about America. And you see in the media on both sides, everybody wants to point out what's wrong with America. But, when you break it down, what it means to be America, like that list of 5 that I had you, well, number 1, freedom is bred into us. Like if we say we're going to do something, we're going to go out and do it. Now, obviously within the scope of legality, we can't just go out and straight slaughter people. That's illegal. Can't do that. But when we say, okay, we're going to go achieve this dream, we're going to go do this thing, we're going to go donate, we're going to do X, Y, and Z. That's our freedom is entrenched in our character, period. Second, our generosity. Yeah, we can see that with our tax dollars. Argue with me if you want.
That was funny.
I don't want to be generous anymore. Do you understand? I want my full check. Do you understand me?
Our government,
She's admitting it.
our government is
I
so
don't think a lot of
generous that
Americans
we
want to
need
be generous. So.
You feel me? Like we could lay off the generosity, but if you ask majority of Americans, and this is from my time speaking of foreigners who have been to America outside that I met outside the U.S. who have been to the United States, and speaking with foreigners who are assimilated into the United States, it's a culture shock to meet people who, if they don't know you from a can of paint, they'll still give you the shirt off our back. That has been.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead. Just finish. Go ahead.
That has been other people's impression of us. All right, I'll give you a third one then, just to help move the thing along. But the third one is our sense of duty and the pride we take in protecting things. Yes, again, going back to that generosity point, we shouldn't want to protect every single country's little, nook and cranny. But one thing that strikes people as odd is like our willingness to fight, like quoting somebody. You guys are willing to fight like lions over some of the weirdest things, but I get it.
Like a T-tax.
Yeah, it's like
that's what made us gangster, man.
It's like the people in Europe right now, they're actually, this isn't on the State Department's website. They probably took it down, but for a while, they had to put on there that any Americans traveling to, I think it's France, Italy, and like Germany, to not beat up pickpocketers because it was happening so often.
YouTube, the guy on YouTube, they be snatching them little girls up. And so YouTube kind of like started that whole movement. Now when people go over there, they be holding these girls by their hair. They be getting them in a chokehold. Like, give me my stuff back.
It's like, bro, like they had to actually tell Americans, like, yo, can you stop like beating the hell out of these pickpockets? Like, we know it's a
give
problem,
me my
but like,
passport and stop playing
I'm sorry,
with me.
but if you do that in America, that's a free ass whooping. I mean, I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
I have to bring that
Don't
American
get on this
culture with me on
train.
that note. But I get it though. I get it. It's not the most civil thing to do.
I mean,
Especially in another country.
I mean, I worked hard for this vacation, and you think you finna rob me without a gun? Oh yeah, you finna bleed. You finna bleed because now you don't even respect me enough.
Like Lily, my pride won't allow it.
One of the ladies said, I got like 6 kids. She was like, you don't faze me. She had the little girl in her whole hair wrapped up in her hand. I was like, dang, what you be doing to your kids?
But all right now, but since we're still on the topic, or since we were kind of leaning off the topic, I might as well just bring it around with this video. I would ask you guys just to, try to listen for a good 5 to 10 minutes, and then I'll get your thoughts on it. Let's hear my man out, because we're going to go into the historical context and modern issues.
Slavery.
Yeah, why not?
Question, you were saying, what do I think about the what's happening, how a new wave, and you can see that it's huge. I interviewed I don't know if you had him on your show, Dr. Jones. You had him?
Dr. Michael Jones? Oh, yeah, he's great.
You interviewed him?
Yeah, I did.
So we spoke about this at the time when Charlie Kirk had just got assassinated, and then he ended up speaking and pushing back because he wanted to keep having people like Dave Smith, who I interviewed. I think you've
interviewed him too.
Yeah, real nice guy.
That's interesting.
Yeah, Dave Smith, also Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson. So I guess they were trying to dictate who he can have at his convention. He was getting sick of that. So at the end, he started to try to make his disappointment, heard, and they didn't like that. So what happened was he got, as Dr. Jones talks about, he got $2 million of funding. Mm-hmm. It stopped from this particular group, the Sheldon group.
Yeah.
And then what's interesting is he said they're the key sponsors to the Islam hate industry, is this particular group.
Yeah.
So now if you're dishing out, if you have unlimited amount of resources to go ahead and push out there like on X, I just opened my feed. These are people you know, I subscribe to follow you and this person and a few, you know, however many people. I expect to see them in my timeline. Why am I seeing all?
They feed me all the Zionist accounts.
Exactly. I'm seeing all these accounts. You know,
there was time when sometimes, okay, maybe I would reply to their things and that'll feed them, but then I stop replying to stop commenting to them, and I'm still being fed them. It just shows the logarithm, like, it's not fair. So, like, Elon Musk took my check mark away and even admitted that causes my reach to be lowered.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for watching Fight Back Podcast. If you like the show, like, subscribe, or share the video. There's also donation links in the descriptions.
So this is systematically set up like that, and money's being spent into it. It's a big industry, the Islam hate industry. Yeah. So people are becoming victim to that. Now that's why people, when you talk about Muslims, Islam, they trying to make it like Muslims now in America are what, like 1%.
Yeah,
they're about to take over Sharia and all this other nonsense.
It's pure nonsense.
Yeah,
and I don't believe that America should flood the country with Indian immigrants. So I don't want to bring millions of Muslims over here. I think people need to be brought over slowly, so they immigrate. And that goes to all religions and all races. So yeah, I don't think I think maybe in England they have some problems, but it's not necessarily Islam's the problem. Is because they flooded so many people from Pakistan and stuff all together, so they're not intermingling, and that's causing problems. It's not the religion that's causing the problems.
No, Islam we say is perfect. Islam we say is from the creator of the heavens and the earth. But a Muslim is a human being, just like you have Christians or Hindus or Jews. They're supposed to be following their religion.
Killing kids isn't part of a religion, though, or maybe it is. I don't think it is.
Exactly. So, but Islam, for example, you might have met some Muslims who drink alcohol, who gamble. But Islam says
they're not supposed to.
They're not supposed to be doing it, right? So if a Muslim goes and does something evil, something that breaks the law, commits some kind of crime, you don't blame the religion. The same thing, you don't blame now. What's that in El Salvador? MS-13. Many of them are practicing Christians. They wear crosses. So do they represent Christianity or the KKK?
Yeah.
Oh,
there's also the priest from the left.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, no, MS-13 members are not practicing Christians. Actually, they believe in a different religion and is not practicing Christian.
Witchcraft.
Actually, I think it's their own off-brand Christianity, to be
It's called witchcraft.
Yeah, it is definitely, man, the amount of heresies in their religion is crazy.
It's like, the KKK, of course, as well.
Yeah, bro, it's like, bro, why are y'all using that to... Did y'all even read the New Testament?
No, they're Hispanic. So I met a brujeria, and they're Hispanic, and that's part of their culture, like Haitians, kind of, like how Haitians became Catholic just to appease the people, but they were always, doing brujeria. Yeah, like their thing. So they always do their thing, and then Catholicism was always put in place to kind of make the people believe that they assimilated. They were always doing their own religion.
Yeah, as far as MS-13 gang itself is not a Christian organization, has no religious affiliates. Some members have Christian names, and I mean, come on now, they're Hispanic, but those are individual names.
But yeah, and then on top of that, it's like what he was saying about the
KKK.
What he was saying about the hate videos or whatever, and how there's an organization pushing the hate videos. Yeah, we could say the same thing about hate videos being pushed about Jews. We could say the same thing about hate videos for Christians and Catholics. I mean, for crying out loud, the government freaking stormed some dude's house with FBI tactical unit. Catholics, I think it was like a senator or a politician. They stormed his house with a whole TAC unit for going against the grid. They're coining this new term, Christian nationalist, which targets a wide variety of people. I mean, so if we wanted to make that argument, I mean, yeah, sure, we could, but arguments like that are kind of flimsy because what the argument he's making has already been made for a variety of people.
Yeah, and that's why I was saying about you meet people at their individual level. You don't meet them that's why I was saying, like, it doesn't matter what religion we are. at the end of the day, you meet people at the level and you have conversations about the issues about humanality, not necessarily about religion, but about humanality. And then you understand that, okay, well, these specific people use religion in their humanality to make decisions. And then you say, okay, well, that's where you're not being righteous. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, you're going to meet a person at the where they are. You're not meeting them from the perspective. Yes, like if you do believe in, God or Jesus or whatever, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. You start asking them questions about their ideology, because the ideology is what is going to destroy other people. That's where the power comes from. The ideology. It doesn't necessarily come from, like he's saying, you everybody's not a jihadist, but people have some crazy ideas. Everybody's not a Catholic or a Christian, but they have some crazy ideas. And what you're trying to dig down to is, how deep are your ideas, and how are you going to execute on those ideas, and how many people are you going to try to bring into your ideology? And is that a problem for the rest of us who are trying to live in America and have our own, whatever we do in our homes? And then when we come out of our homes as a community, can we come together as a community regardless of us being rocks?
Get rid of all the fat white women liberals who think that transing kids is appropriate.
You can't get rid of them. They're a part of the United States of America. They have an ideology. He said, there's only one person. He
Are
said,
you really acting like you don't like fat white women?
Is that what?
I
said get rid of them.
Well, he was saying.
All right,
that
guys, back to the video. We're going to video.
No. I got one more thing.
Wait, really quick. Can I just say this real quick?
I hate you.
So the guy was saying that there's only 1% of Muslims in the United States. Well, there was only 1% of trans people in the United States, and you see how far they got. So we don't take that conversation anymore. We know that if you motivate in a certain way, you can be 1% and you can take over the nation.
Yeah, but trans community, they're not trying to take over. They're trying to recruit.
They are trying to take over because I grew up in that community, and we didn't have
think about it though. People friend the Muslim takeover as soon as going to get to the point where they're coming up to you going like, yo, it's either Allah or it's either Muhammad or nothing. But there's no trans coming up to you and say, look, bro, you're going to chop your balls off or I'm going to chop your neck. Like,
yes, they were. Yes, they were. Bro. They said that they would take your children away if they go to school and the teacher says that they are
that's
what
different.
they say they are.
You're right. I heard about that, but they're not going up to you threatening your life over it.
That's threatening my life. That's my child.
Yeah. I mean, you can't really distinguish an argument like that, because when they have a parade live on television and they saying we're here, we're queer, we're coming from your children, when you have 2 or 3 different states basically making it okay for the Department of Family Services basically taking children out of families' homes who don't trans their children and basically putting them into a house where that can happen, ultimately doing irreparable damage with 0 longevity outcome to it. I mean, and that's 1% of the nation, and they're able to get laws and rules and penal codes passed. I mean, 1% can have a huge impact on the way that a nation goes.
Yeah, but that's not how it's run across the board, though. That's just in blue states. They can.
It's not just in blue states. That's like in Texas and Florida.
You can do that in Texas and Florida. If you don't trans your kid, they can take it.
Do you know that Texas and Florida are like,
you're gonna have to show me something on that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. These guys are fucking nuts.
No, if a teacher says that your child is what the child says that it is, they can completely take your rights away. Hold on. How did we get here?
Go ahead, show us.
Yeah, I want to see that.
I don't believe
Texas, because Texas and Florida, they're the most against it.
I think people need to look at a map of Texas. Texas is not all red.
I mean, you're the one making the claim. Just show it.
Oh, I mean, I can find a picture, but Texas is not all red. There's a ton of Democrats in Texas.
Yeah, and Democrats are fucking crazy people that want to fucking make their child a different gender. Like,
but this was all
come
over the
on here,
United
dude.
States.
You're going nuts.
Nah,
You're going
he's
nuts with
asking
what you're
about.
saying.
He's asking a valid question. He's asking for some proof, especially with an audacious claim like that.
Oh, I'll find the proof. But yeah, Texas is not all red. It's majority red, but
I
no
know, and not
state.
all blue are trying to trans your kids or anything crazy like that. So.
Texas and Florida are having the same issues that anyone else is having about the law. Some of these laws are federal laws. They're not
Like
just
what?
state laws.
Like what law?
I don't think you can take people's kids. Nah, I don't think you can take people's kids for not being transing. And maybe in California, I've heard that in California.
No,
I have not heard that in Texas.
So, Seth, let me explain the loophole. So,
Texas does have a whole. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So one of the loopholes that a lot of these democratically run states like California, Washington, Illinois, and Oregon find is that the child's safety, well-being, and physical being have to be met. And so as part of that well-being category, they also include like the mental health aspect.
Mm-hmm.
And if a child says that, she's a little girl and she's Susie and she wants to be Tommy, and the parents tell her she's not Tommy, she's Susie, she was born Susie, then that's child abuse because you're not you're putting your child at risk more or less, and you're allowing them to go down a path that would potentially lead to suicide. And they use these different claims to get the child out of the court.
No, actually, culture is actually, honestly, she's half right, to be honest with you. Because while they say, no, you can't just show up and take the kids away only because you didn't affirm their trans identity. But if it do lead to certain things like, threats of violence, you're threatening your kid, like, oh, if you don't get that shit out your head, I'm going to whoop your ass, like something like that, kicking the kid out or actively making them homeless. Yes, CPS can come and take your kids. Extreme or ongoing verbal abuse because your kid is talking about being transgender. That's stuff that can get your kids taken away. Yeah, and that's any issue. But in terms of that, if the kid, if the topic of the conversation is their trans identity, those are things that CPS can act on.
Yeah, but that's you're saying like threats of violence. Like
threats of violence, extreme ongoing verbal abuse, and all that good stuff. Like refusing medical health and all that. Which they might be able to
refusing medical health. So it's CID in the 80s in Chicago. If you were not straight and you was a child in the South Side of Chicago, you was getting that conversation. You understand what I'm saying? They was absolutely.
But let's remember though, there is typically an investigation in services, not an instant removal. So they do got to make sure all this can be solidified.
Yes.
But it's typically not a mom and dad don't agree on trans. It's not that. It's not that the mom and dad don't agree. It's usually that the kid wants to be trans and there are actions taken against the kid.
Yeah,
right.
So
and the teachers are supporting them.
Just to remind everyone what this was at the beginning, it was like if you're in a blue state and your kid wants to be trans and you don't let them, they get taken from you immediately. That was like the claims being made at first.
Yeah, I'll pull it up.
It's a far cry from that.
Are you in the chat? I mean
Discord.
Discord.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll find those videos for you and I'll bring them up because even Dave Rubin talked about it.
Okay, well, Dave Rubin, we saw what Dave Rubin's
no. He's not
mental
terrible.
acuity is.
Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
He did get cooked by peers, but
he did. But that's because this is what I was saying about Jews. You can't really talk to them about Israel because they are a rock. You're literally talking to a rock.
Dude, Dave Rubin is an opportunist. He used to be part of the Young Turks when that was the thing to do. Now he's a conservative, and nobody listens to him. Really, nobody really likes him.
A lot of people listen to him, and you know what happened? What happened? What's his name?
He supported Israel too much. That's
he crashed out over Israel. I think that's what got him. Him and Bishop Earl.
Yeah, that is true. But
wait, Dave Rubin is the fat one with the bushy eyebrows that
No, he's not. He used to be until Dennis Prager got a hold of him. It was like, you're trying to kill everybody with that ideology.
But
and
all
then
right, guys.
he definitely cleaned it up. I'm sorry.
But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get back to the video because let's see if we can get some more insight on this.
Molesting kids and is being covered up in the Vatican for years.
You got
So there's terrible people of ever molesting kids and
the KKK.
Yeah.
Right.
There's also the priest from molesting kids and is being covered up in the Vatican for years.
You got
So there's terrible people of every religion and faith. So of course there's some terrible Muslims.
Exactly. You got like hundreds of thousands of open pedophile cases right now against the Catholic Church. But do we blame Christianity for that? No, we don't. So it's common sense, but it's a shame that common sense is not always common practice.
Catholics
A lot
aren't
of people have
Christian.
been around, a lot of Muslims, so they're just
Do they not believe in Jesus?
No, they don't.
They do. Come on, now. They don't believe in Jesus?
No.
They're the Levites.
Really?
Catholics are not Christian. I keep telling people this. Ask
No,
any
wait, you
well-versed
just said
Christian.
Catholics don't believe in Jesus?
What?
Catholics are not Christian.
They believe in Mary.
No.
No, dude.
No,
Catholics definitely believe in Jesus, dude.
No, they don't. They think
Yes, they do.
Jesus said, "I'm the way, the truth, and the life."
And they go through Mary.
Catholics believe in Jesus, bro. They do.
They pray to Mary. They go through Mary for everything.
I'm almost sure. Like,
No,
yeah,
you're right
Catholics
that
are
they
Christians.
do. Yeah.
Bro, they believe the Son of God. They believe he's the fully God and fully man. They believe he died on the cross and rose from the dead. They believe the salvation comes through Jesus. So hold on.
Yeah, that's where we got
Catholics
Christmas
believe
from.
they are the true Christians.
So
like
let-
all Christians do.
Let me no Catholics.
What's that guy's name?
So hold up. Catholics actually violate the 10 Commandments just
How?
out the gate. Let's start there. They pray to an idol. You're not
Mary.
supposed to pray to idols.
Oh yeah.
No,
Okay. Like,
are you sure? Who they pray to?
I went to Catholic school, honey. They pray to a whole bunch of.
You think Protestants don't do that?
No, the
Protestants
Catholic
don't
school I
pray
went to, they prayed to God and Jesus.
No,
And
they
they
don't.
pay respects to the Pope.
They pray
but that
to
was it.
Mary. They pray to
They pray
Mary.
to Jesus.
No.
They don't.
They do not pray to just to Mary. They pray to
Yes,
God.
they do. They pray to Mary. They go
pray to
through
God,
Mary.
and Jesus
I don't
is their
know. There's so many
savior.
sources that say different, guys.
No. If you
I went to Catholic school.
Me too.
Same.
I was in mass and we was praying to Jesus.
Yeah.
We were praying to Mary.
If you
God damn it, man.
You are lying.
That must have been a different
You're
sect.
praying to Mary.
Yes. We was praying Mary. What's they say? Holy Mary, Mother of God. Pray for our sins.
You went
They
to Catholic
pray
school and you didn't pray to Jesus.
Yeah, Holy Mary, Mother of God doesn't
we
mean you're
pray
praying to Mary.
You never prayed to Jesus in Catholic school?
No, we prayed to Mary.
Are you? I don't know what Catholic school you went to.
No way. No,
That's a recent thing.
No.
I mean,
No, because
It was the Midwest.
most of the Catholics don't pray to Jesus Christ directly. Jesus says you can come directly to him. You're not supposed to go through man. Catholics go through man. They also refer to the Pope as the Father, and that's not
wrong.
who God says he.
Nah, that's wrong, bro. I'm sorry, that is
so
wrong.
so why do they call him Father?
Bro, they don't call him Father. They call him the Pope.
the Pope Father.
They don't. No, Catholics
my
do pray to Mary,
teacher.
but they do not worship her as a god.
Father Millette was my
give it
teacher,
Mary-
and we prayed to Holy Mary, Mother of God. Pray for our sins.
Nah.
I'm willing to die
They
on this.
worship
Like, I
given
wish I
only
the
God
rosary.
and Jesus.
You don't
Like
remember the
Mary
rosary
is the
set?
mother of Jesus, but they don't believe that she's God. Like, so
The
when you say that she
rosary.
prays to Mary, that they're not praying to her for salvation like they do
Said
for God or
the
Jesus.
rosary. Do you remember that rosary prayer? Because I don't. All I
are they
remember is
praying to her?
Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for our sins.
Just look it up.
Holy Mary,
Just
Mother
look
of
it
God,
up.
pray for our sins. They're praying. It's basically like praying to a saint. Like they hold saints in
Yes,
high
yes.
regard
You're
in
not
Mary,
supposed to
but
pray
that's
to
You know, the
not
only
Christmas.
people that
worship.
get sainthood in Christianity are Catholics.
Saint Nicholas, Saint Jude, the military
All Catholics. All
original.
Catholics
What's
and
that
Orthodox.
military? Is it Michael?
So I'm sorry, but where has this gotten out where Catholics don't worship Jesus? This is
They
crazy.
don't. They worship Mary, the mother of God. They have
they worship Jesus. They follow Jesus. They believe in Jesus.
Other than that,
You tell me they don't believe in Jesus and everything was about Mary. Like that
They
don't even
believe
make
they're
sense.
the Levites. They believe they are the priests, the Levites in the book.
Original and
Yes.
culture. Do Catholics worship Jesus? Yes or no? Just yes or no?
Oh yeah, let the chat handle it.
No, culture and original.
My scorched
Do
earth,
Catholics worship Jesus? Yes or no?
my scorched earth Catholic days. I was only in Catholic school for 2 years, but I do remember the Rosary prayer.
Yes or no? Do Catholics worship Jesus?
They do. So I'm about to what
Okay, they won't answer. So
ain't no
They're not-
Catholic.
it is what it is.
It ain't no
Yeah,
Catholic.
But I mean, it's
I'm
kind of crazy how
asking
we try to
you. I'm
separate
asking
Catholics
you.
as soon as the pedophile thing comes up and be like, well, they're not Christian. Yes, they are. Now y'all pray for them.
No, they're not. Now I'm not going to.
Well, he's saying they're not Christians because Christians
Who
believe
told you
they
this
pray
lie?
to
I'm
Jesus.
confused.
No,
Where'd you get this from?
Christians
pray to
and
Jesus.
Catholics are not the same. Are there pedophiles in both? Yes, and both need to be killed. Period.
Catholics believe in Jesus. They ask for Mary's assistance, nothing else. They don't pray to Mary. I was raised Catholic. So why they say Holy
That's in
Mary,
my belief
Mother of
too.
God, pray for our sins?
You're
That's what
not
she's talking about.
So here's the thing.
I listen to Tupac too.
Christians do not freaking actually pray to anybody else outside of Jesus. And Jesus said he sent his Holy Spirit. That's it.
What's the rosary prayer? Somebody bring up the rosary prayer because I'm telling you that whole rosary prayer.
You can interpret it to just say that it was just like asking for Mary's assistance in like
Well, that's what she was saying. The person that came up, she said that they asked Mary for assistance, but they do pray to Jesus.
Man,
I've literally never heard anybody say that Catholics do not pray to Jesus. Like,
man, we can
let's
make
go
this
back.
another debate
That is
topic
what you guys
tomorrow.
originally
I'm going
claimed.
to die on this hill.
I went to for 2 years,
I'm
and we
gonna
had
die on this hill, bro.
Father Millette, wherever you at in Chicago, homie, because you was great.
Oh, she name dropped him.
The name dropped him. His name was Father Millette. I don't know what his first name was.
Everybody calls their pastor father.
Probably
No,
father.
no, everybody doesn't. What?
Yeah, they do. I've seen regular Christians say that pastor,
No.
father. I've seen them like it's interchangeable in my view.
No, most Christians call their pastor because it's one of the five gifts mentioned in the Bible, one of the fivefold ministry: pastor, preacher, apostle.
Okay, but original, you said that Catholics aren't real Christians.
No,
real Christians mean it. He was saying basically that
nuts,
Christians
dude.
believe that
That's
Christ
so-
died on the cross and all that stuff like that, and they pray to Jesus. They go to Jesus to get to
Catholics
God.
pray to Jesus. Are you kidding?
Why are you going to all these different freaking people that God specifically said don't go to because they're full of sin and they will lead you to hell?
What do you mean go to? What do you mean go to?
Pray to them. Ask for their assistance. Anything.
Just so you know, I am an atheist, but you guys are crazy.
Saint Nicholas. I don't know all the saints, but it's Saint Jude, Saint Nicholas.
Saint Nicholas, yes, Christmas is coming up. So.
Oh yeah, okay, my mistake. So yeah, guys who call them the pastor father are Orthodox Christians and Catholics. So
Orthodox, okay,
yeah, they use the word father. That's where I heard it from before. I was like, I know I heard somebody outside of the Catholics say it, but I don't know. Y'all baffling me with this one. I know
I'm baffled too because I had them 2 years.
I'm just like, what?
Well,
So
you went to
they're not
Catholic
considered.
school, you said too.
So they're not considered Christians.
They're not
I
considered.
believe they are.
Because their doctrine at its core, like we can spend a whole freaking live.
It's very different.
Some other day.
Somebody got to lay that one out to me.
Wait, so I thought if we all had Christian values, we'd all get along. But now you're saying Catholic isn't Christian.
Well, in order for you to when you go to talk about your sins, you go into the booth and you go talk to the father, the priest, and you tell him your sins. I used to make stuff up. I was like, I think I did this. I might have stole some candy. I don't know. Like, because we had to go to confession. You have to go to confession.
It's
I was like,
literally all made up. It's literally all made up.
"Well,
It's
that
not
was
made up.
in
So
school. That was school.
It is. You're like,
That was the
oh,
school
Catholic is
day.
more
That was my
fake.
day in school. You had to go to math.
Catholicism is more fake than mine. I mean,
Sid,
what? It's
Sid,
all made
Sid,
up. What are you talking about?
Sid.
Oh, that's
So
right.
I'm
He
not-
said he's atheist. No, wait. He said he was atheist.
No. Consider. Let me ask him some questions. If that's the case, then what about
I
Martin
thought we were
Luther's
trying to listen to the
95?
Muslims.
What about Luther's 95 Theses? What was the whole point in that when he straight up told the Catholic Church, hey, your rules don't make any sense. It goes against everything we know in the Bible. There's 95 debate topics. You can pick one, but on all of them, I know you guys are wrong. Why did they chase him out of where he was into exile for like what 50, not 50, but 12 years or so, give or take? And
I mean,
then
that's what the Jews did to Jesus too. I mean, people really care about their
that
story.
is a false equivalency. And then second, Jesus actually went to his death knowing that he had to die for everybody's sin. That's not the same. It's getting chased out of a nation.
Did Jesus kill himself?
I think even the Jews believe that Jesus was a man. They're just saying that he wasn't the man that he said he was.
I believe he was a man too. But
like he was a
okay,
real person.
to the Christians, did Jesus kill himself?
What? You
Did
can't
Jesus
get up on
kill
the cross.
himself?
You can't.
He is
No,
God,
the
right?
Romans.
I mean,
Romans put him up
He
on
is
the cross.
God, right?
All right, these are actually some decent arguments.
Anyway, can we get back to the Muslims?
Yeah, let's go ahead and get back to the
Let's
Muslims.
move on.
guys.
Let's move on.
Boone
Let's
said
move
we
on.
have
The
to start
contradictions
believing
are too much.
It baffles me like how
Said-
much I get on Twitter.
Yo, we are talking about this tomorrow.
For sure.
This
trust
is, we finna get to the bottom of this, bro.
Because what? Trust me. First time
I'm
I'm
gonna lay everything out for
Wait.
you. From
The
way they
original. Hold on.
violate- from the
Time
way
out.
they-
Time out.
I ain't gonna time out on this one. They
Sir.
violate. They
Biblical
violate.
conversation takes like 17,000 hours. Like,
bruh.
No, we don't condense it.
We can't condense biblical conversation because there's back and forward. There's what do you believe and blah 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 blah. Biblical conversation takes
Original.
far too long.
Original, are you in Discord?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there you go. There
Well,
you go.
yeah, you
Y'all
and I-
have that
you and I
conversation
can
with each other.
fucking have a conversation.
Y'all go ahead and banter in there because these
Yeah,
poor
we're not
people
gonna
in
do
these
that.
chat.
People don't give a fuck about this.
No, we ain't gonna do that because
The Catholic lady already offended.
Hold up. If we're gonna have this type of discourse, this is healthy discourse. We need to debate it on a public stage for everybody to have.
We do, but the
Okay, well,
Muslims,
you will donate the amount of money to make that happen because
I ain't donating all my money. Everybody else.
The Muslims have the floor right now.
Yeah, let the Muslims have it.
We've
All
already
right.
offended all the Catholics, so we ain't got no more friends in the chat.
Argue me like these people hate you. It's like I know a lot of Muslims. They trust me. They don't hate me. They love me, and they've been very. I've gotten so much love and respect from Muslims after speaking up for Palestine because I did risk a lot for it, but I wasn't really expecting anything from it. But it's like, I mean, one time I had a seminar canceled. And I was doing it with Nate Diaz, and that really bummed me out because I didn't want to get him sucked into my politics. I was more mad about that. But another gym rebooked us right away, a Muslim guy. And I had like 15 people come and like bring me gifts and stuff. And that meant a lot. It just showed like, okay, these people really appreciate what I'm doing. It's worth it. It's worth the sacrifice of costing me a little bit of money, and now I'm not losing money anymore. But in the beginning, I was losing money, I was worried I was gonna get ostracized and stuff. But I think instead, we've actually changed the narrative and, woken it up. And I think an unfortunate reality is I think it's really important that some non-Muslims started speaking up because you can make some difference, but some of these people have to hear it from non-Muslim too. Because they hear from Muslims, they go, well, you only care about Palestine because you're Muslim.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So I think it was really important when guys like me, Dan Blazari, and some of these guys that weren't Muslim started speaking up. It made some guys be like, oh, okay, maybe I should look.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's very important. I mean, you see, the biggest, I always think about never again, that slogan, never again, but you're seeing right now in 4K live streaming, you're seeing babies being decapitated and anybody, you don't have to be Muslim, just a human. You're just a human being and your humanity's on to be like, this is wrong.
It's, we're both fathers.
Yeah.
I had to stop going on the Telegram channels because it was hurting me. It was hurting my psyche. It was like not making me mentally, like I couldn't watch this. And it's just, that's what these people are living through. And people are like, oh, they hate, Jews in Palestine. It's like, well, can you really blame them? And we know what they're going through. Like, people are like, oh, Hamas are terrorists. But it's like, okay, these people on the right in America piss me off because they're like, yeah, we would defend our land. They have people there, even in the West Bank where there's not Hamas, they're burning their houses, they're taking people and they're like, men are sodomizing men, they're raping their women, shooting them, abusing them. It's like, would you resist? Yeah, I would resist. I wouldn't sit there like a coward and let people rape me.
Mm-hmm. And if you've seen, I mean, just one thing is very important. And that's another lie that people try to put out there, that just Muslims automatically hate Jews. I mean, this is just nonsense.
Oh yeah, of course.
You just historically, if we look historically, when Muslims ruled and when Muslims were at a point now of power in Jerusalem, you had Muslim, Jews, and Christians there living in a relative peace. I mean, to this day, right now, I did something about J.D. Vance when he went out. And I commend him. He didn't go kiss the wall, I think, on his last trip.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of his, but that was great. Him not kissing the wall.
Yeah, but he went to the Holy Sepulchre. And if you look at, there is a interesting story. It's a historic story where you have Umar ibn Khattab. He was one of the caliphs of Islam. And when the Muslims conquered Jerusalem, when they came in, then he expelled all the politicians. He said all the politicians got to go.
Something good.
Yeah, and they didn't shed blood. It wasn't, blood up to the ankles like the Crusader. This is a historical fact. And then what happened is he went and Sophronius, he said, let's go and pray together in the church where J.D. Vance was, the Holy Sepulchre. This is the holiest church for Christians. He said, no. He said, if I pray here, then Muslims are going to think tomorrow that now because of this is going to give them an excuse to tomorrow say this is our mosque and take it over. So he prayed right outside, and then they made Masjid Omar at that place. And then what happened is he saw that there was no, where'd the Jews go? Where'd the Jews? And he said, we drove them out, right? He said, what's going on? He ended up repopulating Jerusalem with 70 Jewish families in Jerusalem. And then to this day, Muslims hold the keys to the holiest site for Christians, this Holy Sepulchre. Muslims hold, I don't know if you knew that.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, you can go ahead, just check this up. This is many academics, I'm seeing even non-Muslim academics who are, it's kind of history that's not really talked about.
Yeah.
So you never heard this, huh?
Yeah, no, I haven't heard this. And I've been studying a lot of this history because I learned, I started studying this history when I went to Israel about 8.
ChatGPT it right now. I'm on people bring the receipts, check it out. Anything I say, check it out.
Went to Israel 8 or 9 years ago, and that's when I started looking at the history of the land, because I'm like, I could just tell when I was there, the way they were touring me around, they wouldn't let me go to the West Bank. I'm like, okay, they're hiding some stuff. And it was just so obviously propaganda they were speaking. And then I started, I should have spoke out more about it, but I started looking into it and realized like, wow, they treat these people terrible.
I heard they try to put you in a honey trap.
That's crazy. I mean, I think that's what it was doing. I think that, at the time it wasn't making any sense, but I'm good at reading energy, and I could tell something was off with the girl. Acting like she was a fan. She was very sweet, very cute. Said she was 18, looked a little young, but I'm sure they had her, made up, looking older, because I could just see they're like, yeah, she's a big fan, wants to sleep with you, but I could just read the energy. Something was off.
That would have been a whole different story now.
I'd be tweeting, Israel is our greatest ally.
And taking that, what is it, 7,000 a post?
Yeah.
How does that work?
Yep, it shows that they showed some paperwork came out that Israel is paying influencers, obviously not all, but a lot of influencers, $7,000 per social media post. Yeah. That's a lot of money. He posts 10 a week. That's like 700,000. That's the kind of 70,000. That's the kind of money these people have. We're up against the biggest media machine in like world history. And not to sound anti-Semitic, but they do own most of the media.
Have you interviewed? I've had on my program. I've had a good friend of mine. He's from Israel. He's Miko Pilot. I don't know if you heard of him. He'd be a great
contact after. Yeah,
he's actually wrote a book called The General's Son. So he's Jewish. His great grandfather was one of the original signers of a Declaration of Independence for Israel. Wow. But then at one point he was like, what are we doing here? What is going on? Oppressing these people. And he's really started to be a voice from the inside who's speaking out against the injustices. And you have, I think you've, what's the Rabbi Weiss? No,
I don't know.
Oh, Rabbi Weiss. You have many rabbis.
I'll grab some of these numbers after thing, because I interview all types of people.
So I'm saying this because, I have Jewish friends, I have, Israeli friends, people who are also, we need more to speak out against, even if it was.
I've been trying to tell Jews that it's important that they speak out to show, because I do have friends now that are starting to hate all Jews. Like me, I have some really good Jewish friends still, and we don't want that. But we also need these big Jewish voices to come out and be like, hey, this is not who we are. Because unfortunately, too many of them are supporting it.
That's what blows my mind. I don't have a problem at any point condemning if you are killing non-combatants. Muslims don't have a problem with that, right?
Yeah, like all the Muslims I know condemned ISIS and all this.
ISIS were killing actually more Muslims at the end of the day. All right. And ISIS, if you look what it stands for, that's a whole other rabbit hole.
Israel intelligence, something, isn't it? Is it what is it? It's Israel.
So who created that? That's a whole another story.
There's definitely, I don't know. I understand. I can't speak on it, but I've gone down the rabbit hole a little bit, and it definitely there's some connections with ISIS and Israel. Like they're treating them in the hospital. America was giving them weapons, but we're tied in with Israel. So they were supporting ISIS in some way.
Yeah. So back to what I was saying, that Muslims don't hate Jews because they're Jews. Muslims, like anyone, even the people in Palestine, like, look, if it's my own brother coming to steal my home, I'm going to fight my own brother.
Yeah.
I mean, it's common sense, right? And there's a great people can look this up. There's a David Warrenstein, and many Jewish academics, this one in particular, David Warrenstein, look him up. He wrote in the Jewish Chronicles that Islam saved the Jewish people. So, when Jews were fleeing persecution, it was Christian persecution. They fled to Muslim lands, where Muslims in Albania, in Bosnia, where my family's from, in Turkey, and in Muslim majority actually in Bosnia, they were at that point, they were putting the Jews in niqab. You know what niqab is? Niqab, you have hijab and niqab.
This don't make no sense. First of all, a lot of the history is ass backwards. Jews weren't fleeing from no one besides the Romans, and they weren't fleeing from the Christians. In fact, Jews hated the Christians so much that they were straight up killing them. That doesn't make any sense what he just said.
All right, so break it down. Well, what did he say? What was his claim?
He was saying that Muslims help do all this stuff, and I'm like, okay, yeah, a couple of these things are true, but not every single one of them. The Muslims weren't even there. They existed 700 years after the death of Jesus.
What is the claim? You're not liking the claim that he stated that Muslims helped Christians?
No, I'm not. And that's not what I'm liking. What I'm not liking is how he said that Muslims have been around this entire time helping Jews out, and that hasn't been the case for a lot of it, considering that Jews have been first of all, let's keep it a stack. Jews have been straight up killing Christians and have been opposed to Christians for a while. This should be common knowledge to everybody. Jews, they don't really like Christians the most. I would say, and I'm trying to use my words carefully, I would say that they hate us a bit more than the Muslims do.
Actually, I remember there was this one Jewish influencer, and there was a lot of them that answered. They asked a Jewish guy, if you used to get rid of any religion, what would it be? And everybody was expecting them to say, Muslims. But bro said Catholics.
Yeah, Jews hate Catholics and Christians the most. I would say, if we're talking about radicals, I think they're a bit more radical than the more radical Muslims. So as far as what he said about the Jews fleeing from the Christians, that doesn't make sense because they were busy trying to wipe us off the face of the planet. You see what I'm saying?
Listen here. It says from 622 to 632, Constitution of Medellin or Saudi Arabia today. Protection of Jews. So this chapter / Constitution of Saudi Arabia set up a multi-religious community under Muhammad in Medina, but today Saudi Arabia. it recognized several Jewish tribes as part of the same political ushma, stated that the wronged must be helped, and that Jews and Muslims would defend the city together, keeping their own religion. This comes from the Christian Post. Pakistan Muslim protect Christians from Islam. From Islamic, let me see here, the Christian Post. Boom. Actually, right here for you. Do I want to accept all? I might as well at this point. Let's see. Muslims protect Christians from Islamic extremists. Form human chain around church. So
No, I'm not saying
this.
No, I'm saying like as far as the Jews, what he said, like how Christians were persecuting Jews. Hell no, it was the other way around.
I mean, let's see here, documentary. Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of times where throughout history, what I'm looking through. Yeah, I mean, there has been. I mean, Muslims have helped out a couple times. Muslims in Spain, they helped the Jews. They helped the Jews in Spain. Let's see here, refugees for expel of all the Jews from the 14 to 1500s. So I mean, it's a bit weird how y'all beefing now, but y'all was cool in the beginning.
But
the Jews were.
Oh,
well, Muslims and Jews are beefing now, but they were cool in the beginning in a way.
I think, in my personal opinion, that the Jews are just using the extremists to like eradicate. This is my personal rabbit hole. I think that the Jews are using the Muslims to eradicate the Christians. There's a well-documented case of like right before, after the death of Jesus, and right before the fall of Rome, when Israel got destroyed the second time.
Oh, that's 70 AD.
Yeah, right around that time.
Because that's when preterists believe that Jesus actually came back. They don't believe he's coming back again. They believe he came back in 70 AD and he did exactly what he said he was going to do in 70 AD.
And so,
how does this not sound like Harry Potter to you guys?
Anyway, I'm not entertaining. So, I think that personally, after the death, after Jesus Christ was executed and everything, that once Christianity started taking place and spreading like wildfire, I think they partnered with the Romans to try to help get rid of all of them because they were going against their way of life.
Right. That's when they started killing all the disciples. So Paul's head got cut off, or Paul got put in jail, and then the next one they was being put in jail.
And then they got executed. And then,
what do you think should have happened to Gandalf?
Sid, stop. I'm being dead serious. Like, you don't believe in Christianity. You don't believe in Christianity, that's cool, but please don't be disrespectful. Keep your comments to yourself.
I'm not being disrespectful.
I mean, you're jumping in. I'm saying something. You don't believe in it, that's cool. We got it. Just you don't gotta believe in it, but don't be being disrespectful. So after the Roman Empire fell and the Christians got scattered, then I think because the Christians fled to
Jesus told them to go. Yeah, he told them to go hide.
They fled to the Middle East and all up in northern India and northern Africa, and then the Jews literally chased them there too.
Yep.
And so now you have a Christian nation, because in reality, America is a Christian nation, and now you have all of a sudden you have Jewish infiltration and like the demonization of Christians, and all of a sudden now they're fighting with the Palestinians and the Muslims. And I'm like, this is my personal belief. They're being puppeteered to do their bidding, because every time they try to kill off a massive amount of Christians, it just never works. And like, you ask most Jews, they don't like Christians like that.
All right, then. All right, now let's go ahead and get back to this guy. See what you got to say.
Cobb is where,
okay, so
you can't see the
were kind of adjusting to Islamic culture.
Yeah, they were hiding them from the Nazis. Okay, they were hiding them from the Nazis. So Muslims have always had good relationships in the past, but now with what's happening with Zionists and whatnot, and I think this is where we're at. We have a great injustice that's happening, and it's a shame that people are trying to like flip it and project you know.
But we're the bad guys. We're anti-Semites. You're not anti-Semitic for calling out kids being killed.
No.
Well, you might know this, but after Israel was formed, a lot of these Jews in these Islamic countries didn't want to move to Israel because they were living fine.
Yeah.
Mossad came in and did bombing campaigns. I know for sure they did it in Iraq, probably other places too, but they were bombing the Jewish communities, blaming it on the Muslims there to make the Jews flee to Israel.
Yeah, that happened. What with the? I think you interviewed the guy from the Liberty.
Oh yeah, USS Liberty. That's
Liberty.
another false flag. They attacked American ship, killing 34 American servicemen. These people have never been honored by our government. They were given a gag order. He was basically told he might be court-martialed and even like hung if he spoke about it. They wanted him to die. They left him out at sea, I think, for like 24 hours. They're hoping the boat would sink.
And they tried to blame the Muslims, the Egyptians, right? The Muslim Egyptians. That's what they tried to do.
Well, they said it was accident. It was during the Egyptian war, but they never did. I mean, it was very obvious the Egyptians didn't do it. So they're like, oops, we accidentally bombed your ship. But there was a giant American flag up there. There's a radio. You can hear a radio thing when the guy's like, it's American ship. And the commander's like, I demand you shoot or whatever. That attack went on for an hour. So they knew it was America they're attacking.
It's as if these people and they mastered the art of lying and deception, and they try to push it on. I'm sure you've heard this term takia. Have you heard this word takia?
No, what's that?
You haven't?
No.
Okay, this is what another talking point by, the hate industry, that Muslims, they practice what's called takia, right? And this is deception, lying to people about their religion, and this is not a part of Islam. Okay. This is not from what we say the Quran, and we have the Hadith. This is not a part of it. You have a small sect of Shiites that I think this derives from, but anybody who can chat GBT this also and look up, what if that's a characteristic of a Muslim to lie. I mean, this is one of the worst things that you can be doing. There's a statement by Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. He said, if a person was scared in the battle, is he still to go in battle? Is he still, a believer? He says, yeah. If he stole,
of course you're gonna be scared when you go to battle, but you're still gonna go to battle. So I used to get fear when I'd fight.
Exactly.
I go fight.
So people are asking him a bunch of things. If you do this, that, and that, but he said, if a person is a liar, he said, no. He said, the one who deceives us is not of us. Another statement, he says, truthfulness leads to righteousness, and righteousness leads to paradise, but lying leads to wickedness, and wickedness will lead you to the hellfire. So I mean, this is such nonsense. And I see this stuff popping up on my feed, and it's like, you're saying something, they're practicing takia. That means deception. They're lying. This is such a, nonsense. It's really, but then they're actually projecting the things that they're doing with the same, babies in ovens and this, that, and the other things that no Muslim would ever dream of doing. But these
40
are
beheaded babies. It sounds so sick and horrific, and they repeated it so many times that people are like, oh my God, these people are evil. But that never happened. But even like President Biden said it, they just repeat it so many times that people still believe it.
The saying that it was who was it, a Nazi who said that during Hitler's time, one of the propagandists, if you repeat a lie 1,000 times, then it will become the truth.
Yeah, people believe it's true. Yeah, it's the truth, and that's what they did before we had the mass rapes that never happened. But they do rape like the majority of Palestinian prisoners.
But this guy's still coming on the Nelk Boys, and he's going through all of he was on the PBD not too long ago, and he's still repeating, the same thing. These things have been debunked a long time ago. I had a Jewish guy, actually. He's from the Gray Zone. I don't know if you had him on the pro. Man, amazing. You heard of the Gray Zone?
Yeah.
What's his name?
Amazing journalist. I know who you're talking about.
What's his name? Max Blumenthal.
Yeah, I would love him.
Max Blumenthal.
His DMs aren't open on Twitter, so I wanted him on.
Let me see. I'll connect you with him.
We'll talk about a few of these guys from done.
Max Blumenthal.
He's great.
He's
a Jew.
Exactly. He's Jewish. He did independent journalism. They investigated all this when it first happened. He totally debunked all of this. Even Dave Smith, same thing.
Yeah, Dave Smith's great too. He's like, it's weird. Like, he's the only person I know of that's been attacked for coming on my show. He gets attacked for it all the time. I think they almost go after the Jews harder than the non-Jews, because he gets attacked. Like I said, they're always like, oh, you do interviews with Jake Shields and shit. You're his friend. He's a Nazi, because obviously they try to label you these terms and stuff. But no one else gets attacked comes to my show. I'm like, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's and I think they need to be commended. People like that.
Go ahead.
Okay, original. What is Christianity? what defines Christianity?
Now we're gonna keep the main point real quick. Let's not even go down that philosophical.
No. You're still in chat trying to claim Catholicism isn't Christian.
Okay, so what I'm in chat doing is addressing how you were making Harry Potter and Gandalf comments while me and her were talking about talking about the difference in religion and what my personal belief is with the Jews. And I was addressing
and you included that Catholicism isn't Christianity.
Yeah,
in that message.
I was making a point reinforcing what I said. I may have said some things that were a little bit hot button, but I didn't make Harry Potter jokes or make the joke or even allusion that they were some fairy tale like you did. That's why I brought that point up. It was a reinforcement, not a one-off comment about something else.
All right. I was being lighthearted about that, but what is Christianity to you?
It's not to me. It's what it is in black and white, and what it is about how people are born into sin and have lived in sin from Adam, and the only way that any of us can actually be redeemed to the Father is through the blood and sacrifice of Jesus Christ, who rose again.
Okay, I have some simple questions. Who do Christians follow?
Christians follow Jesus.
Jesus Christ. Who do Catholics follow?
Catholics follow the saints.
Catholics follow Jesus Christ.
So let me ask you some questions real quick. You got to ask me a couple. I want to hear a couple.
Go ahead.
Are your 10 commandments the same as our 10 commandments? And if so...
Oh, he's not. He doesn't follow.
And if so, which ones are all the same?
But you would have to ask that to, I guess, the chat, because he doesn't follow, so he doesn't have 10 commandments.
The Catholics have the same 10 commandments as what exists in the Old Testament, which are the same 10 commandments that exist in the New Testament. I mean, they don't change.
Set, pull up the 10 commandments in Catholicism versus the 10 commandments in Christianity.
I'm already on it, actually.
Yeah, the book is different.
They are not the same.
They don't change, do they? They don't change.
No, they do.
All right, so what I got right here is that, it kind of says the same thing, to be quite honest with you. It's Catholic, also Lutheran meeting. So let's go over right here. Right, it went ahead and did the nice thing for us and broke it down like this. So Catholic, number 1, no other God, don't worship idols, no grave meanings, but, most Protestant numbering or other guys, no other God. Idols include inside number 1, no idols / given names, don't take the Lord's name in vain, don't take the Lord's name in vain, keep the holy, keep the holy, the Sabbath day, remember the Sabbath day, honor your father and mother, don't kill, don't commit adultery, don't steal, don't bear false witness, don't covet your neighbor's wife, don't covenant anything that is your neighbor's wife, goods altogether, don't covenant your neighbor's goods, and the covenanting is all in one command.
Did you ask this on Chat GPT?
I mean, I could ask it on Perplexity. Google's going to tell you the same thing.
Oh, let me stop. I don't think the 10 commandments are different. I think
you were caught out, bro.
No, I'm getting upset because we're going to a freaking a robot search engine that doesn't really know the difference.
Come on now, it kind of does.
What do you want that to search it on?
No, it doesn't. Because so actually go to the internet.
Well, I don't remember the 10 commandments being different. I remember them being the same. And like I said, from Catholic school, which was 1,000 years ago. But I do remember reading the Catholic Bible, and I do remember those stories being different than the Torah and the Holy Bible.
Because
the Torah is the Old Testament.
Right, exactly. So the Torah,
which is
actually
Judaism, which
and the
is
sepulchre.
not Christian.
No. The Torah is not Judaism. It's
Yeah, it is.
remember the Jews and Israelites live together. They're the two sticks.
No,
The
Judaism.
Torah
Now
is
here it is. The answer.
Judaism.
So the Catholic
Torah is
and Protestant version of the Ten Commandments are different because
Oh,
of
Catholic and
a different
Protestant.
grouping and numbering of the same biblical text, not because the
Yep.
Catholics removed any commandments. It's just
Yeah,
the grouping and
I don't
numbering.
think the
So yeah,
Ten
they are
Commandments
the same.
are. Yeah, exactly. I don't remember that being the different, but I did read the Catholic Bible, and I do remember
They're
it
not
being very
different.
different.
The
Yeah, there is.
Torah is the Old Testament. That's
No.
Judaism.
The Torah and the Bible have the same stories. The Holy Bible.
No. The Torah is the Old Testament.
But the
That's
Catholic
before
Bible doesn't
Christianity.
follow the Torah.
The Torah is the first 5 books of the Old Testament, which is included in the Bible. The
But there's
Jews.
other stories in the Catholic
The Bible is the New Testament, which is
No, the Bible. The Bible
improvement
is no. The Bible
on
is
the Old Testament.
no. The Bible
is the New and Old Testament.
Hold up. The Bible is the Torah plus the Old Testament accounts, and then you have the New Testament, which is the disciple accounts plus the accounts of Jesus Christ. That is
Well, y'all have been wrong like 10 times about this.
All right, look that up.
Look what. All right.
The structure of the Bible.
Structure of the Bible.
No. Look up. Is the Torah the Old Testament?
Yes.
The Torah is the first 5 books. And please don't look it on
which is the Old Testament.
I mean, it's better than Google because Google give you the same answer.
No, it's not. Google actually give you a different one.
The Old
That was the same answer I gave you. That was the Google answer I just gave you. Like,
look at Google, please. Golly.
All right.
We don't trust the AI, okay? He
I
ain't
don't
there
trust.
yet.
I don't trust AI because I have to work with AI and I know how to program AI, and I know AIs can be programmed to be biased or compile information depending on what company needs to do what.
AI is all compiled information, dude.
No, you have certain AIs that can actually sift out different types of information and give you a feedback.
Yeah, it's still compiling information.
It's different when a company has a different filtering and search requirement.
I mean, so does Google.
Yeah.
Google is just an archive.
Come on, bro. They even got an AI now. Come on.
As long as it's not wiki.
But
no, I'm not saying I'm not
All
saying that Google is like not a compiler. I'm saying it's just a giant archive of all information. So think about it as the National Archives, just on an internet scale. Not saying you're wrong. I'm saying
okay,
like.
So what was the question again? I'm just making sure.
What is the structure of the Bible?
No. That wouldn't be my question, but I guess.
Oh, he was asking if the Old Testament is the Torah, which it is.
Whoops.
There's not really the Torah is not very different than the Old Testament.
Original was kind of disputing that, right?
The Bible is structured into 2 main sections: Old Testament and the New Testament.
That's it. Like that's the Bible. But there are
Wait. And what separates the Old Testament from the New Testament?
Jesus.
The Torah is the first 5 books.
Jesus. Yes, she's right. Jesus.
Amen.
Because I was responding to Keturah. I'm like, nah, the Torah is the first 5 books. You can ask any Jew that. The Jews tell you it's the first 5 books.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Unless you're gonna call an entire
Steph, like y'all killing me right now in the comments.
Shout out Steph. She says, "Oh my God, y'all killing me in the comments with this right now." I'm pretty sure the comments is going back and forth right now.
Okay. Oh, really quick, what I wanted to say about the 2 people in the video. Dang, do I even remember what I was going to say? I think so. He did point it out earlier in the video about taking people at their individual ideology. But what he said about Muslims not lying, and Muslims do not lie. And that's why you can ask them questions and they will tell you the truth. And they will tell you about the book. And I think that's where a lot of people are getting their misunderstanding. Oh, the jihad. No, you're not a radical. You're not a jihad. When you ask them, like, I have the video, and I'm sorry for anyone who's not on the Discord, but I have the video where the girl was literally answering the questions, but she was smiling and she was just so pleasant. And he was like, but like, what am I to you? And she was like, well, you're an infidel. Like, they don't lie. They're not going to lie about the book. They're not going to lie about what's in the book. Now, there is a Christian guy that I'm pretty sure people have seen on the internet who will, he goes to college campuses, him and his son, and they talk to Muslims, and the Muslims come up, they're very aggressive, but he's just trying to get them to understand, well, that's not... When this guy was saying, oh, inferences or tacky or whatever the word he said, everybody does that. Like, he's acting as if humans, the reason why we have so many different understandings of the Bible is because of inferences, right? So I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I said yeah. I was just agreeing.
Right. So like there are inferences that are in, like, you can read you can read the Torah, you can read the old, the Old Testament, and there's going to be some things where there are inferences that are different. But at the end of the day, you kind of come to the same conclusion because the rest of the story really kind of closes it all up. So one word may be off, because remember, we got the sepulcher as well, which is the Greek. So it can give you like a different kind of way to think about how the sentence was written, which lets you know that these people who wrote the Bible were very intelligent and they were very good writers. So as a human,
I hate to cut you off, Couture. Let me jump in and say this. Look at the second link I posted actually in the chat.
I mean, come on, bro. That's kind of like, let's be real. So you're saying that anything I look up on AI that goes against what you're saying is AI deception?
No, that's
like,
not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
But that's why you're bringing it up, though.
No, that's not what I'm doing. I went on ahead and did the actual manual research. That's how I conduct all of my research.
Yeah, but we all know about AI deception when it comes to political stuff. I asked AI direct question about the Bible. It's not really hard to comb through articles of the Bible when it comes to AI.
Because they probably 1,000 already like articles about it. I'm pretty sure. I think that was like the first thing that people started asking, and how to make
Gemini, I can ask Perplexity, I can ask everybody, and they're most likely going to give me the same answer. That's how I test out AI. Now, when it comes to political questions, we can have that debate, of course. But when it comes to direct questions like that, there's usually no spin on that.
There usually is, because it only gives you a generalized, but it doesn't actually go into any in-depth detail.
You have not looked at the new ChatGPT update, because they have a thinking mode where they actually think about the and if you look at the thinking, it literally will tell you what it's doing and how it's carrying out its operation.
Set.
Yeah. You are arguing with the guy that says that Catholicism is not Christian. I mean, it's like arguing with a brick wall. So.
Hey, can you I'm trying not to get like real nasty or rude. Sid, could you shut up for a second?
I mean, you can go ahead. You can get nasty if you want.
Can I finish what I was saying about this guy saying about the taka, whatever he was saying?
Oh, can you just look at my freaking link that I sent you?
He's saying that the word taki or taka means lie, and nobody's saying that Muslims are lying. We're just saying that you're inferring something that's not necessarily the words that are written. So everybody can have an inference, which is why the inferences is what makes the differences in what people believe.
Now, Original, you don't kind of see where you're kind of like saying that if it doesn't align with what I say, it's not true and it's being manipulated?
It's not what I'm saying.
I know, but like, you kind of got to understand how this looks right now, though, right?
Okay, so here's the thing. I've never liked people using AI for this exact reason. That's why in the past, whenever you say I'm looking it up, I'm like, don't use AI. I've said that in the past for this exact reason. AI is not a good filter. It will give you a general synopsis over a topic that it's not really well versed in. But if you want anything refined, like in this case, if I'm asking a specific question, it's not going to give you that refined answer because it's not really checking for that.
I think you're confusing the input model where you type in a prompt with the voice model.
No,
Because I would urge you to try using it again. It's gotten way better. I don't think you're using the most advanced AI like I'm using with Chat for GPT-5 and AI 3 or whatever. I mean, well, or Gemini 3.
What y'all are saying is not exactly correct because I'm also testing out different AI models for my freaking engineering class, my computer engineering class. I'm saying this for a reason.
Yeah, I know. Same here. I trust me, bro. I graduated in tech.
So, right. So you get what I'm saying. I'm not confusing the out.
Yeah, I know. I understand what you're saying about how machine learning can be manipulated and all that good stuff, but that was usually through political lens. Like ChatGPT would be more left or have a more leftist perspective, or even if you argued it try to argue with them in a very, I would say neutral way, it would still always lean left. Like when I was arguing with ChatGPT about, do illegal immigrants commit less crime than U.S. citizens? I was going back and forth with it, but it always leaned more towards the left, what the left was saying. And I'm gonna be honest, you're able to catch it up eventually, but it does stick to a narrative. I'm not saying that you're wrong, but that's usually when you're debating it back and forth. That's where it can try to lead you into its own about ideology. But when you ask it direct questions, not asking for debate, because then it's going to start pushing back with its own thinking. No, just giving a direct prompt, it'll give you a good answer. And then due to the new update of ChatGPT-5, I mean, bro, it literally shows you how it's doing its search. Links, everything, letting you know that it's taking out any biases and all that good stuff. Now, you could believe that or not. I can understand that, but to be quite honest, I've been testing it out, it has been pretty accurate.
Can I stop getting over talking? Like I could give you like 3 or 4 more different links that go to the same thing.
Yes, but here's the thing, though. Now, when was this?
No, wait.
Because I even did the filter. I did the filter.
Give us 3 to 4 more links. Give us 3 to 4 more links.
They don't have any more, Sid, unless you're actually going to take it seriously and not make any dumb comments.
So this was
I'm not making dumb comments, dude. I just think that you don't have an argument. You don't have an argument, so you're just saying, "Oh, S.E.T used AI," and that's your only argument. So
no, I've been saying that. Now, guys, this is my pushback.
If you have something that's meant to contradict whatever's being said, go ahead and say it, but don't just argue against the method that you're using to research it.
Guys, remember, this guy came out in May of 2024. How much upgrades of AI has there been within that time? There's
like
been
1 billion
different models, 3 different models of ChatGPT.
Yeah, like
Gemini just came out with its new model like 2 days ago, and it's amazing, by the way.
It's dope. Gemini is dope.
So there's been so many advances through AI from this article. It's really hard to sit here and take it seriously.
I know.
Okay.
And
so
what I'm saying is this guy's just arguing against how you're researching. He's not actually contradicting any points you've made. It's just about the research and the method that you've done to do
trying to bring it up so you could see what he was talking about.
Sid, I was literally bringing up a counterpoint, and then I even made the point on a more technical basis, like, hey, this particular...
You said you could bring up contradictory points. We're still waiting for those, but we haven't heard them.
I did. You just haven't looked in the chat, and I'm looking for more while I'm having this conversation with you. But you're so eager to overtalk. You're so eager to overtalk. I mean, it's kind of hard to get what I have to say out. So
since we lost all our Muslim friends in the chats, should we let the Muslims continue to talk?
Let's see here.
I don't think there's any Muslim.
All right.
I think we're all Catholic Christians.
Well, no, we lost the Catholics and the Muslims in the chat. They don't like us anymore.
Right,
no, I think that we're all Catholic Christians.
I think you can be whatever you want to be.
I agree.
Yeah, it's up to you. It's your decision. You are a human being. You have intrinsic motivation.
But you're the nicest person in the chat, so
I'm also very silly.
yeah.
But
No,
all right,
All right. Wait.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go to listening. I'm actually dropping out.
All right, big dog.
I gotta go to bed. So.
All right, man.
Bye. It's good talking to y'all.
You too.
All right, my
Thank
man.
you for your banter.
Good night.
But all right, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and end it on this one. We have reached the 7-hour mark, so it is time to turn it in. And oh, surprise! I mean, dude, thank God the sun ain't rose yet, so I can at least get a little bit of no sun beaming in my eyes. But all right, we're gonna go ahead and end it on this one, guys. I appreciate the support. Shout out to the guys who came up. So shout out to my man Gaming, Culture, and Sid. Now, did I pronounce that wrong again?
Couture. It's couture. Like hot couture.
Couture. Okay. So shout out to Couture and shout out to Gaming, and also shout out to my man Sid. All right, guys. I'm gonna head out on this one. I'm gonna leave you guys with a couple funny videos. Appreciate the support, guys. See you on the next one, man.
Peace, everybody. Don't be mad at me because we're friends for real.
I'm crying. Well, let's go.
Fyodor Dostoevsky, the master of human contradiction, once said, "Nothing is easier than to denounce the evildoer. Nothing is more difficult than to understand him." He didn't write to glorify pain or justify cruelty. He wrote to remind us that every monster was once a child who wanted to be loved. That behind every sin there is a reason we no longer try to see. He believed the soul is not divided between good and evil, but torn between what it hides and what it dares to confess. We judge easily because understanding requires us to look inside ourselves, to see the same chaos, the same fear, the same fragile longing for meaning. Dostoevsky understood that morality is not purity. It's the courage to confront our own darkness without pretending we're untouched by it. And maybe that's why his words still echo today, because we are...
The man of knowledge must be able not only to love his enemies, but also to hate his friends. It sounds almost blasphemous in a world where we're taught that friendship is sacred and hatred is poison. And yet there's a profound truth hiding in these words that most of us are too uncomfortable to acknowledge. To love your enemies requires seeing beyond the surface, recognizing the humanity in those who oppose you, finding understanding where instinct demands rejection. But to hate your friends, that's the more difficult task. It means being willing to stand in opposition to those you care for when they are wrong. It means refusing to let affection blind you to falsehood. The person who seeks knowledge cannot afford the luxury of unconditional agreement. They must be willing to challenge even those ideas that come from beloved sources. They must recognize when loyalty becomes complicity, when friendship becomes an echo chamber. The pursuit of knowledge demands that we see the world and the people in it as they truly are. And sometimes that means loving what hurts us and questioning what comforts us. It's not easy, but then again, truth never is.
Bro, you see all the crazy shit Mamdani is doing now ever since he came back from the White House? Turn on the news. Okay. New York City's Mayor Zoran Mamdani has been on a rampage recently, changing the name of the beloved New York Knicks to the New York Kneelers. Here goes the new logo on screen now. Bro, you see this shit? We're never gonna win a chip now. Who they gonna draft? Alaa Iverson, Sultan Curry, Lebanon James? We're screwed. Oh my God, this is fucking ridiculous. He's not doing any of those things. He also plans on adding a hijab to one of New York's most iconic statues, Lady Liberty, now being called the Statue of Modesty. Here goes the first look at the new design. New Yorkers' morale is at a halal time low. Oh my God, this is fucking ridiculous. Mamdani has also put out a mandate that all schools must now teach Arabic numerals in the classroom. Here goes a look at what our numbers look like now, and here's what they'll look like in Arabic. As you can tell, it is a drastic difference that will shake up students across the city. He's taking it too far, bro. I'm not gonna have my children in class counting 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna be homeschooling them from now on. There was literally no difference between the two. We already use Arabic numerals in school. Yeah, maybe you do, Cam Dami, but I don't. I use American. Jesus Christ. Mamdani will also be changing this year's New Year's Eve ball drop to a ball explosion. This is what it sounds like currently. A classic. And here's what it sounds like under Mamdani. 3, 2, 1, what a shame. Oh, was that a bomb countdown? What the fuck? Bro, between this shit and all the YMs running the street now, the who? The young Muslims wearing their alaka shiesties, it's time to pack up and get the fuck out of here, and you should too. You know what? That's a good idea. You should leave the city. I'll be right behind you, you fucking idiots.